Hello and welcome to GWENT Open number 3. Season 4 is in full swing and we have two hosts. We upgraded. We have two hosts. Ryan is here with me. Ryan, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great, especially because I was allowed to, dive into your pool of suits, take something nice out of there for myself.
Looking sharp.
Thank you. Same.
You're the Batman to my Robin and the red coin to my blue coin.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
As all things should be, exactly. We have you here because we will, during this weekend, finalize everything for Chronicles, which is the next card drop coming to GWENT on October 4th, on Tuesday, so very, very soon. And how's been the reveal campaign going?
Oh, very well. Big shout out to all our GWENT partners who, put a lot of effort and creativity into all the reveals so far. We've had 5 factions revealed in the course of this week, which means
we're missing one.
If I can count, one is missing, and fitting with October and the spooky season, it is Monsters that is left to reveal.
Spooktober.
And that's on us now to reveal
so
those.
we will see some of the cards throughout the 2 days. And there's also a developer segment or something. Did you do something with Jean for tomorrow?
Yeah, I took Jean next to me on the dev stream, and we're gonna go through all the upcoming changes and the final reveal tomorrow. Maybe a little surprise there at the end as well, but for the reveals, when you least expect them, they're gonna scare you, because they're monsters, obviously, so yeah.
And we already saw some information when we showed the first visuals for Chronicles, so you might be expecting something. I saw some community members solved it very quickly, the location that is there, but enough about that. I won't be spoiling anything.
No spoilers.
No spoilers, not yet. So yeah, I think that's it from us, right?
Yeah, 27th GWENT event.
27 GWENT event, exactly.
Official.
So that means World Masters. We also have the play-in before that. That'll be 28, and then we'll see what's gonna happen next year. But already excited.
I'm super excited. We've got really stacked lineup this weekend. I don't think there's much more to be to be had. These are the top of the top players, so I think we're ready to throw to the casters for a little introduction of the players.
Sounds perfect. Let's hear from them.
Hello to everyone tuning in today. We are so pleased that you are all joining us for the third GWENT Open of season number 4. Of course, my name is Celie, and I'm so excited to be joined by a legendary GWENT streamer and caster, also my very good friend Shin Murray. How are you doing today? You're looking fantastic.
Thank you so much, Celie. I'm so happy to be here with you casting GWENT Open number 3 this weekend. It's gonna be awesome. And we're in store for a huge stakes this tournament and top of the line gameplay by these players, and they're gonna be bringing some great decks as well.
That's completely right. You know the stakes are high. We have 2 hosts, Double Trouble, and I loved the blue coin to my red coin there by Burja and Riot, of course. It's very exciting all around. And before we move any further, of course, we'd like to say thank you to you guys at home, the community. You guys have been supporting your local shoot in the shop, and thanks to your contributions, the total prize pool of today's event has been raised to 16,000 US dollars, which is not shabby at all. What do you think about that, Shin Murray?
Yeah, that's great, and thank you guys so much for supporting the GWENT esports scene. If you want to continue doing so, you can also purchase the Times of the Day bundle in the Shoop store right now. There it is, beautiful card back, and Early Bird and Night Owl titles as well. This bundle will boost the prize pool of Season 4 World Masters event, currently scheduled for December 2022.
That's right. What do you think, Shin Murray? Are you more of an early bird or a night owl? I know you have to be an early bird for this one, at least this event.
Yeah, I think, now I'm more of an early bird also because I've got a little baby who wakes up at 5 a.m. every morning, so I have to be.
Mini Mary Leo over there at home. That is a lot to deal with, but of course, very nice that you're here still. A beautiful bundle that is, and worth getting if you want to impress your fellow players in game. I also like flaunting my awesome cosmetics. I like shifting them and switching them around to my liking. But yeah, let's take a look at the fresh Masters pack as well that we have for you guys.
Yeah, this is in the store right now. It includes the esports fan scarf for Shoop, as well as the fan avatar, the esports fan avatar for Untitled for yourself. Plus a shipment of meteorite powder and kegs. 50% of the proceeds from this GWENT Masters pack goes to the Masters prize pool as well. So make sure you check that out in the Shoop store today.
Yeah, I can't wait to dress my little Shoop in that beautiful scarf. And of course, the meteorite powder doesn't hurt either. You get all those beautiful premium cards. There are new cards coming out, so you can premium all of those potentially if you invest your resources in that, which I would say would be a very worthy investment.
Yeah, and speaking of goodies, we've got some very special rewards for you guys for watching the event on Twitch this weekend. As usual, the rewards will be waiting for you every 2 hours, every 2 hour milestone that you reach. First 2 hours, you're going to get the 50 meteorite powder. Then at 4 hours, another 50, plus the night avatar with that moon crystal globe there, looking very cool. And at 6 hours, an ultimate keg, and at 8 hours, another ultimate keg. So make sure you link your Twitch and GOG accounts, and make sure you claim these prizes from your inventory every 2 hours so that you can start progress on the next one.
That's right. It's easy to forget. I definitely have when I've been completely immersed in watching these wonderful events. I sometimes forget to click the rewards, so make sure you claim them, you guys. You don't want to miss them. You want to be better than me, so you can have those nice cosmetics in-game, a bit of extra goodies. But I think it's time, Shinmari, we take a look at our 8 players. Just like Ryan mentioned, we have a stacked lineup for this one. Let's see who we have here.
It's so stacked. These are some of the top 8 players this year. We've got Kaneki Yamori to start up the lineup. He's the only newcomer to the GWENT Open scene this time around. Never participated in a GWENT Open tournament before. Ready to prove himself. We've got Kerpitin. He's one of the best players in the game right now. At least people consider him, but he hasn't won an Open yet. He's been here a couple times, but hasn't made it all the way. And Kuner was here last time. I think he got 3-0'd in the quarterfinals, so he's back for redemption. And of course, Sif Great Wolf also looking to make a name for himself.
That's right. And then we also have Trusky versus Pliable here, both very known names within the GWENT esports scene. Of course, Paya being a world master. I watched Twig on Friday and Erdem was there. He said Pliable is the first name he thinks of when he hears the word GWENT esports, which is true for many, I believe. But Trusky, of course, great contender, has been in multiple competitions and high stakes events, has been performing really well, usually with quite spicy lineups as well. So it's going to be fun to see this matchup and how these players fare. And last but definitely not least, we have Cams as well as Spelling Bee. Spelling Bee sitting in kind of a similar situation to Kuner. He has a lot to prove. Went 0-3, unfortunately, last time he was in an Open, but let's see how he fares today. And Cams, another kind of GWENT veteran here, you could say. He is here to defend glory and honor as he will compete today.
Yeah, I got to point out that Spelling Bee is representing the North American community here. He's hailing from Canada, I'm hoping to see some more North American action here in the GWENT competitive scene. So I'm really glad that Spelling Bee's here. And let's take a look at the bracket, see who's going to be facing off against who, the order of the quarterfinals and the matches today, and talk a little bit about the coin flip in the tournament setting.
That's right. The coin flip will be very important for the players when they decide which decks to queue up and when. So first series, as you can see here, Kaneki Yamori versus Kerpitin. Then we have the next series will be TLG Kuner and Sif Great Wolf, moving on to Trusky and Cams and Paya and Spelling Bee, of course, in their series. A lot of Polish representation I can see here, like you said, North American representation as well. And then we have Sif for Ukraine, Kerpitin for Turkey, and Kaneki for France. So a lot of everything. Pretty fun to see, I think.
Yeah, really great lineup. I wanted to note that there are 4 TLG members here in the GWENT Open number 3, and they all managed to dodge each other in the quarterfinals. So a very fortunate turnout for the draw show for TLG. They're maybe looking to dominate the semifinals if everything goes well for them.
Let's see if they can make that work. Now, remember, guys, do not hesitate to use the hashtag GWENT Open when you guys tweet about this event. We'd absolutely love to hear your thoughts on it. Maybe you have any highlights, or you want to cheer for your favorite player, or maybe even share your comfy at-home setup and make us all super jealous with all the lovely snacks you have there. So yeah, hashtag GWENT Open and you will be all set. We will be checking them out, so remember to use it.
Oh yeah, and one thing we forgot to mention is that with the coin flip, the player in the top half of their match is going to have blue coin going first in games 1, 3, and 5, whereas the second player, the bottom player, is going to have blue coin in games 2 and 4. So this is going to be very influential in their queue lineup, in what they ban and what their whole game plan is going into the match.
That's completely right. It will be interesting to see the choices they make when queuing these decks.
And if all this talk about strategy and Gwent has gotten you excited to play some Gwent yourself, you can get the game right now for free at playgwent.com. And make sure to check out our social media at playgwent on Twitter and Facebook.
That's right, it is for free. There's no reason you should not get it if you haven't yet. There's beautiful art, engaging gameplay. I don't know what more you could ask for, so definitely make sure you check it out. And I think it's time as well that we update you guys on the prize pool here and talk a little bit about how that works. So as we mentioned before, the community has indeed contributed an additional $6,000 US on top of the base prize pool, which is sitting at $10,000 US. And so by buying some of these wonderful in-game cosmetics like the boards and card backs, you can support Gwent Esports. So make sure to check those out if you liked the look of what we just showed you. And yeah, that is where that's at.
Yeah, and the quarterfinal match stakes, as we saw earlier, is $800 per match, which means that if you and it's going to be divided based on how many games you win. So if you 3-0 your opponent in the quarterfinals, you're going to get all of that $800 prize stake. Whereas if you split it 3-2, then you only get 60-40. And finally, the winner. Not only is money at stake here in this tournament, but the winner of Gwent Open number 3 will lock in their spot for World Masters at the end of the year in December, the biggest tournament with the biggest prize pools. And this year, there's a new format. There's a play-in tournament as well happening in the near future, where the last 5 spots to Gwent Masters will be decided. And this Gwent Open 3 has major implications regarding who is going to qualify for that play-in tournament, because there are crown points to be won here. So a lot of these players not here just for money, but also for a ticket to the big show.
That's right. A really important thing is just making it to day 2. If you do that, you should be very happy as a player. And of course, you do have the chance at winning Open number 3, meaning you receive all the bragging rights and glory that comes with it, and a ticket to Gwent Masters, like Shinmarie said. But yeah, you can also walk away with a nice bit of pocket money from this event if you do well, which certainly does not hurt.
All right, so enough talking. Let's take a quick look at our first 2 players. We've got fresh pre-game interviews from them. It's Kaneki Yamori from France and Kerpetin from Turkey.
So, hi everyone, I am Kaneki. I am a 20 years old French player for Team Elderblood. And I think most of the people might not know me yet, because this is actually my first participation in a Gwent Open tournament. So here I am, and I hope to win as many games as possible, of course. Okay, so first, I loved playing Gwent in The Witcher 3, and it is by pure luck that 5 years ago I was searching for a new video game to play on the PlayStation Store. And then, by miracle, I saw a game with the Gerard picture on it, and this was the first time I saw Gwent, and I decided to give it a try, and 5 years later, here I am. Yeah, so basically, I almost never do very long sessions of Gwent. I usually play like 5 or 6 games of Gwent every day. But sometimes at the end of the season, I am forced to jump the ladder to be qualified in the qualifiers. So when I have to do this, I usually try to start playing after I finished my workout session, because this is the moment where I feel the most able to focus in my games and the less easy to tilt, because otherwise I am kinda easy to tilt. And other than that, I only drink water and listen to some French music gods like Weshden or Joule.
Hey everyone, I am Kerpetin. This is how you pronounce it. I'm a GWENT player. I have been playing this game for 2 years. You may remember me from previous Opens. In real life, I'm a marine engineering student from Istanbul, Turkey. In my free time, I like reading books, playing games, and going to the gym. Who is playing again? Definitely Squirtle. Because they suck.
Ouch! Burrs is gonna take that one personally, Kerpiton.
That's right. Classic Kerpiton vibes that I was getting from that one. I also like Kaneki saying that, hey, he prefers quality over quantity and he only drinks water when he's playing to restore ultimate focus.
Speaking of quality over quantity, these two players, Kerpiton and Kaneki Yamori, have some of the most insanely high win rates on the pro rank this year. I think they're the two that stick out to me the most when it comes to like they play low number of games. They play maybe about half the games as everybody else around their rank, and they finish top 5 very often. I think Kerpiton has won 2 of the 6 competitive seasons this year, so really good showdown to start off the day. Kerpiton versus Kaneki Yamori.
Both very skilled players, and I personally cannot wait to see what they bring to the party. Shin-Marie, what kind of decks can we expect from these two today? Maybe we could have a look at that.
Well, first we're going to talk about the Twitter poll because we asked you guys what you think or who you think is going to be favored in this matchup between Kaneki and Kerpiton.
Yep, almost got ahead of myself there, but Kerpiton, of course, has been a name for quite some time, taking the lead here with 62% believing that Kerpiton is going to be the winner after today's series. Kaneki, a bit of a newcomer, but very, very strong contender as well. Solid 40%, not bad, this ratio. I can't wait to see how it goes. Really
not bad for a newcomer who's never been to the GWENT Open before, so a lot of fans supporting Kaneki as well. All right, so now let's take a look at the decks and see what juicy lists they have brought in store for us. And we are going to start with, I believe, who's on Blue Coin. It is Kaneki Yamori on Blue Coin going first. So we're going to take a look at his decks first. What do we have? We have Overwhelming Hunger for Monsters, Guerrilla Tactics Scoia'tael, Imprisonment Nilfgaard, and Lined Pockets Syndicate. So let's start with the first one. It's a Deathwish deck, Sealy. I'm so happy to see Deathwish at Open. I've loved this archetype for a long time.
Yeah, I love it. It's a really cool deck, this one. Pretty aggressive deck that can put a ton of pressure out in round 1, for example. As you can see, Kaneki here is including Roach and Knickers as well for that extra tempo. And then cards like Burr's Ritual and Rakka's Queen can be used to fight kind of for that round 1 and potentially even push some wins on even if this deck would go on red coins. I think you can expect this deck to play quite aggressively from red coin especially.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the Succubus because this is the card that really pushed Deathwish into competitive territory. Succubus getting buffed multiple times, I think, and it is a bronze 5 provision card that can play upwards of 20-30 points if you have enough consumes to eat it. But that's the big thing here is you need a high number of consumes to support this archetype, and you need the right ratio of consumes and Deathwish cards in each round.
That's right, something to keep an eye on. And maybe the first Succubus feels a bit bad to play because it only plays for 5 points. The second and third, which will be created from Doldu Lock, can then be consumed for 5 points each when the Adrenaline on the Succubus card will be activated. So definitely a pretty big point threat, especially in the long rounds. And you can spot that Geralt Jurden as well there. It will help with long rounds as well. This beautiful Succubus card that is shown right there.
Yeah, one more thing to notice, it's got Adrenaline 4, so make sure, like, if you consume it too early before the Adrenaline is activated, Succubus will gain Doomed when it comes back from the graveyard, meaning that you won't be able to consume her again because she won't activate, she'll banish herself when she goes to the graveyard when she's consumed when Doomed, so players have to be very careful in terms of the timing.
That's right. Now we can probably take a look at the next list from Kaneki that we will be Check it out here, Guerrilla Tactics Scoia'tael. So this is a list that relies a lot on these Harmony engines and Mysteries of Locthwain for really big points in longer rounds. So this deck has a lot of very strong proactive options. The Mysteries scenario, as well as Saskia, can single-handedly carry entire rounds, while these leader charges then can be used together with Igni, as you see there, and Simlas plus Waylays to provide a nice amount of control as well. An interesting card that we'd like to highlight here is actually Vanadane, because unlike decks that play Elisa, which you would typically see in something like this, the deck goes for a pretty different approach, which is worth noting, by shuffling these Waylays that Vanadane creates back into the deck, hopefully using something like a Cursed Scroll order ability there to put one Waylay to the bottom of your deck. It is interesting though, because playing this Vanadane in round 1 for only 7 tempo can be a bit of a downside that Saskia or Mysteries might have to compensate for in terms of tempo. So yeah, you will have that one Waylay potentially stuck in your hand, maybe even 2 if you can't put it back with Scroll. What do you think about that one, Shinmari?
Yeah, I think the big difference here is with Alyssa, if you did play Alyssa in your deck, you could actually play out the Waylays that Vanadane creates in the same round where he sticks on the board, and you get his extra engine value of spawning extra Elven Deadeye. But with this list, you don't want to play the Waylays, so the Vanadane you want to shuffle those Waylays without playing them, because you have no way of putting them back into your deck once they're in your graveyard. So your Vanadane isn't actually a threat, and players who, since it's open deck list here at GWENT Open, they'll know that, and they won't respect the Vanadane. They won't have to spend like a removal or an answer or a lock on it.
That's right. So you can still get that big tempo play with Simlax and Waylays, but it might come at a cost. So it'll be interesting to see how this deck fares in the upcoming games. And as you can see, guys, there is the Imprisonment Nilfgaard list. You might recognize this list as well, because this archetype definitely is one of the most popular and dominating decks in the game currently, because the raw point output from this deck is very difficult to compete with. Additionally, we have the locks included as well here, with the leader and cavalry if you need to as well, Ramon and slave drivers to create even more to keep engine decks in check.
Yeah, and next with the Syndicate list, it's just a pure powerhouse of a list, right? Like, you've got Golden Necker to play multiple cards. You have double threatening engines like Freak Show and Tunnel Drill, and so many poisons. It feels, when I play against this list, Celia, I feel like they never run out of poisons.
They really don't. It is quite fantastic. It does have a little bit of everything, like you said. They have those failed experiments to convert the poisons on to your opponent's side of the board, and you can then finish them off. You have the Poison Brothers, as they are known, Roland and Gellert. So a lot of engines, both removal engines and engines that put points on your side of the board. We have an interesting inclusion here as well, which is Horsen's Freak Show, kind of an instant removal tool that you don't always see, but it has been included here. Something like Tunnel Drill can take some time to set up, so it's nice having that Horsen's Freak Show for kind of like instant removal value on an engine if you really, really want to.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Kurpatin's list now. Coming up against Kaneki Amori, what does he have to respond to these lists? And he has actually the same for leaders: Death Wish, Overwhelming Hunger, Guerrilla Tactics Harmony, Imprisonment, Renfree, and Lined Pockets Syndicate. So, okay, not one, but 2 Death Wishes in the first quarterfinals. Sealy, this is crazy.
Fans are so happy if you're a Monster fan and you miss this action. This is the open for you. We have it all. There is Overwhelming Hunger, and you get it twice, not only once, but twice.
I have a little confession to make, Sealy.
Go for it. I love this.
Last week,
might know.
Last week, I talked to Kurpatin, and this was before this deck list had been submitted, and I said, Kurpatin, I'll pay you $10 if you bring Death Wish to open. And it was kind of a joke. At that time, I wasn't really considering it to be like a serious competitive deck. And then he was like, oh, really? Okay, then. And he came to collect yesterday, Sealy. He collected on the debt. But I'm so glad to see Deathwish here. Really one of my favorite archetypes.
That's right. I got a gifted sub to Kerpitan's channel, and that was Shinmuri paying his debt off. So that was a nice surprise for me as well. But of course, the deck list itself, there are a few things to note here. The card kind of sticking out immediately here is Heatwave, an extra control tool that Kerpitan is playing, not going for the Knickers and Roach for extra tempo, also not including a Baya, which you might have seen in Kaneki's list. And that might hint at the deck being more often potentially even played on blue coin, to use then the stratagem Urn of Shadows together with something like Brewers Ritual.
Yeah, and I also want to talk about Yurden in this list. Actually, you see Yurden in 3 of Kerpitan's list. So he's really targeting things like Northern Realms or Harmony with these Yurdens. And Yurden gives this deck, this Deathwish deck, a much stronger round 3 against some of the popular matchups that it's likely going to find. And Yurden's also going to make Last Say much more important in these matches, so that you can have Last Say to reset like the big Dusk aspect from Scoia'tael, or just like the last big consume like a Karen from Kaneki's Deathwish list. Yurden, really, these matches are going to be kind of warped by the existence of this card.
That is completely right. And then also the Giant Toad, I believe, is a card that we do want to highlight here because it is quite important. After something like a tempo play in round 1, it can be really nice to set up these Giant Toads as carryover consumes. And with this rework that we got recently for Giant Toad, you have a lot of control over when exactly you want it to come out from the graveyard, since it will only consume Deathwish units that you play on the ranged row. And it's also recently been buffed to 4 power, which makes it a very welcome and powerful addition to the MO Deathwish archetype. And I'm sure it's part of the reason why we are seeing Deathwish here today in the open.
Yeah, after the recent buff, Giant Toad, in my opinion, is now the strongest, best competitively statted consume card for the Deathwish archetype. And I just love playing this card. It feels so good now that you have the option of triggering the Toad when playing in the range row, or not triggering it and saving it for the future, maybe even a future round as carryover by playing your Deathwish units in the melee row. And yeah, like some people even play Megascopes for the Giant Toad, but it's not what we're seeing here today in the first quarterfinal.
Megascopes might be a little bit slow to set up, of course, but it is that good that you might even consider the Megascope, which I think is very interesting. Moving on here to Guerrilla Tactics, Shinmuri did mention Yurden here, which is an interesting inclusion for Scoia'tael. Guerrilla Tactics does make Yurden especially devastating, and your opponent might have a hard time playing around the Yurden value because of your leader charges. So securing round control, just as Shinmuri said, becomes super important with this card, and something that you definitely want to fight for that round 1 value. And some cards to help you do that could be Saskia. Also, this Water of Brokilon inclusion can make it very difficult for any other deck to push into this Guerrilla Tactics going from blue coin potentially.
Yeah, and this version that Kerpitan's brought is playing Simless for double Bountiful Harvest rather than the quadruple Waylays that Kaneki's Vanadane version is trying to go for. So a relatively tame, fair Simless here, going for the Bountiful Harvest for a little bit of hand buff and maybe some elves to get answers, or just good value from this Simless. And the double thinning helps too, just giving you more consistency to draw your scenario. Harmony, one of the archetypes of old, coming back this season after the Mysteries of Loch Fane was released and all these new scenarios were added.
That's right. Being able to have those bountiful harvests and the same last points at your disposal whenever can be really helpful for that round control and pushing a lot of points early on.
Yeah, so let's take a quick look at his imprisonment list. Very, very similar to Kaneki's imprisonment list, but it's got a Yurden in it, as is the theme for Kerpitan's list today. Yurden instead of something like Vilgefortz or Geralt Igni.
That's right, a trinity of Yurdens. And also saying that you're potentially better in the long round here. If you have something like Yurden, you can be happy when you're playing again. Something like Scoia'tael, which relies a lot on boosts, and also Nilfgaard itself does get a lot of points, but those points do rely on boosts from Nausicaa Sergeants, Spotters, and especially Trace Meteorite Shower as well. So if you're looking for a mirror matchup, if you're looking for any other deck, the Yurden will come in handy, but of course, just like we mentioned, last say and round control will be especially important for the decks, including these Yurdens today.
Yeah, and last but not least, we've got a line pocket syndicate list. This archetype obviously has been dominating for the past several patches. Kerpiton running Best Boy Knickers instead of the Horse and Freak Show. So his version doesn't have as much control, doesn't have as much that immediate answer that Freak Show provides, and it's relying on Tunnel Drill being set up maybe behind the protection of an Azar Javed Scarab Defender so that you can play a crime in the following turns to get that 3 damage for 2 fee spending.
Yeah, that extra tempo can definitely be really nice from Best Boy coming out to save you a little bit there. Yeah, it's a list that is pretty flexible as well on both coins. Sometimes it can be, like one thing to note with Syndicate is that it doesn't like to split its points too much, split the rounds. It likes very strong rounds where it can save a lot of its combos and kind of play them out from maximum value. So if you can split Syndicate's rounds, it can potentially struggle splitting it over 3 rounds there.
Yeah, so these players, they're bringing 4 decks each, and it's going to be a best of 5. So they're also going to be banning 1 deck from each player that they won't have to face against, and will have 3 decks remaining where they'll have to win 1 game with each of their 3 decks in order to win the match and proceed to day 2 in the semifinals.
That is right. It would be curious to see what the players have decided to ban once the series will start. Which deck would you be the most scared of, Jinri?
Well, here we have it. We have the answer. Kerpiton does not want to face Kaneki Yamori's Syndicate Line Pockets Poison list, and Kaneki bans Kerpiton's Imprisonment Renfree. I think these two are the 2 strongest decks in the game right now, and I think they're probably going to take the brunt of the bans this weekend.
I absolutely agree with that. Decks with a lot of points and kind of hard to interact with it as well. But hey, there are 2 of them, so you have to choose which one of them you ban. You can't ban both, and it's interesting to see that the players chose Syndicate ban for Kaneki, while Nilfgaard is going to be banned for Kerpiton.
Yeah, so like, despite having very similar lineups for these 2 players, they have different opinions on what is the scariest deck for them to face. And this is kind of the story when we were preparing and watching these players scrim earlier in this week, was that there's 2 different lines of thinking. One is, I don't want to face against the Nilfgaard deck, which is very, very point slam heavy, really has no major weaknesses that I can exploit, and maybe I want to have a better chance against Syndicate, which has some threats that can be answered, but also is very resilient as an archetype overall. So we'll see which approach is rewarded here between the 2 different lines of thinking of Kaneki and Kerpiton.
That is completely right. We should be good to jump into the games very soon. But yeah, different choices to be made for both players. And of course, coin might also factor into this. Kaneki going on blue and Kerpiton going on red coin. So that is what we can expect for the first series here. Is a deck that you like to go for on that specific coin. So what do you think Kaneki is thinking in terms of blue coin? Does he have a favorite? Is it maybe the Scoia'tael with the Cursed Scroll that we're going to see right off the bat? And what could Kerpiton be responding with here?
Yeah, Scoia'tael off of Curse, his Scoia'tael list is very blue coin, like you mentioned. The Kaneki's Vanadane version of Harmony, he really wants to use that Cursed Scroll to shuffle back one of the 2 Waylays that Vanadane creates, because you have so many bricks in that deck with Milva, with your original 2 Waylays, and the 2 Waylays that you create. It really helps take some of the burdens off your mulligans if you can put one of those Waylays to the bottom of your deck guaranteed with the Cursed Scroll. And not only does that's a bonus, because Cursed Scroll also guarantees that you find the Vanadane and your Saskia in the first place for round 1, for that thinning, for that powerhouse play, so that you can control the tempo of the game and decide whether to push or if you want to go for that long round 3.
That's exactly right. And then Kirpitan having to respond to that. A couple more red coins for Kirpitan here as he begins the match on red coin. He could potentially go for something like Nilfgaard, which is usually a deck that could contest Scoia'tael playing from blue coin. Nilfgaard definitely has what it takes in terms of points, especially now that we talked about that vulnerability of potentially having that Vanadane that is only playing for 7 points of tempo for Kaneki. So maybe Kirpitan sees the opportunity there to queue Nilfgaard. Of course, monsters a bit flexible
Kirpitan's
too.
Nilfgaard is actually banned. I
Never
think.
mind that. He can't.
That's the
do
one
that.
Kirpitan's Nilfgaard is banned, but I think honestly any of his other 3 lists could
Fair.
be red coin matchups against the Scoia'tael Harmony. Like Harmony mirrors can go either way, because you have to commit your Saskia as blue first, and that could potentially be an overcommit, or you might actually risk losing on even.
That's right. Or then you have that Syndicate that could also potentially compete from a red coin then for Kirpitan. And yeah, looks like we are in the game here.
Let's go! Game number 1 of GWENT Open 3. This is Season 4 of World Masters. It's Kaneki Yamori's Harmony Vanadane versus Kirpitan's Deathwish Succubus with Heatwave.
This is going to be a very exciting one. Kirpitan potentially looking to push hard here from red coin if he finds the cards necessary. Kaneki, on the other hand, is looking for that Vanadane that we talked about. Both Waylays in hand, also a Decree, which will help a lot with establishing that nice round 1 hand that you want when you're Kaneki.
Yeah, you might be wondering, why is he keeping both of these Waylays in his hand? Didn't you just say he wants them in the deck? Well, Vanadane's going to shuffle them. What he's going to do is Royal Decree into Vanadane and shuffle these Waylays, which are bricks, with Vanadane's ability all the way to the bottom of the deck to never see them again. And it's actually unintuitive a little bit, but this is what you actually want to do with this deck. And then the Curse Scroll will probably be used to grab the Saskia later.
Yeah, the Saskia will be useful for round 1. As we mentioned, it does help with thinning and finding everything later on. And here, of course, does come the Vanadane first. Clicking those Waylays, now the Curse Scroll play. Let's see what it fetches from there. Mysteries of Lochfane instead, wanting to keep the Saskia and preferring, I think, to play Mysteries of Lochfane here in terms of defending the round. I think that might be necessary, considering that Kirpitan might be pushing here from red, which could be a little bit scary. And also, Kirpitan has a card, which is Heat Wave. That is something that Kaneki might be a little bit worried about. Also, Yurden, which can reset all the boosts. So maybe playing this scenario now, getting some of these boosts out. Kirpitan might not have Heat Wave in hand, which we can see he in fact does not, making Mysteries of Lochfane actually a pretty nice play for round 1.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It's a little unusual to go for the scenario instead of Saskia, but that's exactly what he's thinking. Just wants to have the best chance of dodging that Heat Wave and that Yurden in round 1 before Kirpitan has thinned, before potentially he has drawn that Oneiromancy. We'll see if that pays off for him, because the downside here is that you're missing all the thin from Saskia. So you're not, like, Saskia, if played here in round 1, probably would have thinned for like at least 3, if not like 4 cards, if this round ends up going really long. And this could end up coming back to bite Kaneki in the butt if, with not thinning, he ends up missing some key cards later on.
Yeah, key cards here being something like Igni, Dusk Aspect that you're looking for. And of course the Saskia as well will be useful to find in itself for later on. Luckily Simlas is there in hand, definitely not a card that will be coming down in round 1, which is a little bit annoying for Kaneki here, having both the Simlas and that lone Waylay could potentially be a little bit of a problem. But at least Kirpitan does not have the Heat Wave here. so the point gap could be established by Kaneki here. Kurpton, of course, does have the Brewers Ritual, which in itself is nice points.
Yeah, Brewers Ritual thinning 2 Death Wish bronzes from his deck, getting the Foglet and the Bridge Troll. Remember, Twitch Observer is online, so you guys can hover over those cards if you want to know what they do. If you're not familiar with them, make sure to take advantage.
Absolutely. That is something to note. Make the experience of watching immersive, as you can click those or hover over the cards and see what they do. Really take part in this nail biter of a series that I'm sure we are about to witness here already. It is looking like a very tight race. Chameleon coming down here. Yep.
I love seeing Death Wish at Open. I can't get enough of that. These new Seleno Harpies with the bonded ability, they're now spawning that extra Harpy egg. Huge value here for Kurpton, because not only are you getting 3 points, but you're also giving that Death Wish on the board for another additional 6 points with your consumes. Now, the Giant Toad being played by Kurpton, which will go to the graveyard after this round and start being a carryover play and an immediate consume for one of his future Death Wish cards.
That's right. Both players actually developing a little bit of carryover here. We did see the Chameleon come down from Kaneki Yamori. Chameleon, of course, you can press and it will boost the Harmony engine, particularly Lake Guardian Dusk aspect, which will get passive points in hand there. So it's a little bit of carryover for Kaneki as well, utilizing this Chameleon. Pyrotech was found here from the special from Mysteries of Lockfane last chapter has been proc now.
Yeah, and Chameleon play by Kaneki, bouncing it and putting it back into the fog. Very smart play, using the low strength Chameleon to tank the last tick of fog at the beginning of his next turn, and with the intention of just bouncing it again and resetting that power anyway. So kind of negating the fog value here with this Chameleon.
Speaking of carryover, Kurpton has established his Succubus from hand. You want that one to be in graveyard for when the next Succubi that you have, one to be created and one actually in deck still. When you play those, you want to have one in graveyard. So Kurpton, a bit of a slow play, but is setting up the carryover, while Kaneki is really establishing the board here, utilizing Harmony engines and taking quite an impressive lead.
All right, and Kurpton says, I'm done. I've got my carryover with the Giant Toad and the Succubus in the graveyard. You can have round 1 and see how Kaneki decides to utilize his control over the rounds. He's just top-decked into his Saskia. That is exactly what you want to see if you're Kaneki.
You're super happy to see that. Not going for it from Curse Scroll, but the luck is on your side as you pull that out. Of course, wanting to make sure that Saskia can pull enough targets, finding that Peller, which might not be doing too much now, but Saskia in general can be very nice. And it looks like we are off to a long round as Kaneki takes the pass here. Kurpton setting up another carryover play with the Toad there.
Yeah, that's a very nice dry pass play by Kurpton. Now 2 Toads in the graveyard, providing 2 extra consumes. When you play a deck like Succubus, you need every single consume that you can get. Very often, you end up in a situation with like each Succubus requires 5 consumes, upwards of 5 consumes. Very quickly, you run out of consumes. So those extra carryover Giant Toads will be a huge blessing for Kurpton as he gets another Succubus in his hand, as well as the Doldu Lock location that will spawn a 3rd one. So potentially 2, maybe even 3 Succubi in this round for Kurpton if he decides to copy one with Arrakis Queen. Arrakis Queen here either looking to consume a Detlef Higher Vampire or a Succubus.
And those Endrega Warriors might be coming in clutch, as well as they are able to consume 2 engines or 2 Death Wish cards that will be next to each other. So you're hoping that the Succubus or the Succubi will be able to line up for you to really utilize your consumes well here when you're Kurpton. One big card missing though, both the Necromancy and Haunt being the main one, and supplying a lot of those consumes as well for Kurpton. So not the best to miss that one. Kaneki on the other hand, and no bricked waylays. They are all set up and ready to go. Lake Guardian Dusk aspect and Percival unfortunately still there in the deck, something that Kaneki won't be able to see this round.
So yeah, so a few missed goals by both players. But the big story here in the long round 3 is going to be the Igni versus the Yurden. Both players holding huge bombs in their hands. And Kurpiton, obviously, Yurden's going to find pretty good value against Harmony, which tends to boost very high, but there's no scenario in this round anymore, so maybe it's not going to hurt as much as it would have. Whereas Kaneki's Igni, he has leader charges, 3 leader charges in fact, to set up this Igni, along with Milva popping in and out every time for those extra damage pings. It's going to be very difficult for Kurpiton to play around this Igni and avoid like a double Igni of 2 tall units.
And it's also going to be very hard for Kaneki to try and make sure that you time the Igni right. When you take it, when do you set it up? Do you greet it for too long potentially? It's going to be a bit of a timing issue there as well. You're hoping to get the best possible value out of it. And yeah, Yurden on the other hand will be coming down from Kurpiton's side, which means both players are constantly keeping these cards in mind as they play. I believe we will be looking at a bit slower paced plays as they count the rows, as to not play too many boosts into either row and kind of even them out as we go.
Yeah, you have to consider things like which rows you put your Harmony cards into, that your Dryads, that poison, they might be forced to go in the range row trying to pull off a poison. And these poisons actually, you know, they can be denied with consumes on Kurpiton's side, but those consumes are so valuable, like we mentioned, and with him missing Haunt, he's already short quite a few consumes in this round. So it's going to be a very tough decision whether you consume the poison to deny that, or do you save your consumes for those Succubi.
That's right. Let's see what Kurpiton decides to do. There is that mind game constantly of invisible points that you might be losing when you are playing around cards like Yurden or Igni. And yeah, Kaneki here has established nice Harmony engines, probably looking to put Saskia down soon. Poison as well is really useful here because Kurpiton might have to spend a consume to on something that is very big in poison as well.
And the 3 poison cards are also Harmony engines, so like getting them down early doesn't hurt either. He does establish the Saskia now, first pulling out a Swordmaster. This Swordmaster normally very vulnerable to control at only 4 power and being row locked, but Deathwish is Deathwish, at least Kurpiton's list here, doesn't have any control whatsoever. So this Swordmaster is going to go unchecked and potentially very useful for Kaneki to help set up a double or even triple Igni later on.
That's right. It's a very nice pull to get here as the first one. The Elf tag working on that Igni already potentially. What are you going to use to ping down? Some of these very small decisions might matter quite a lot later. And again, yeah, 3 poisons potentially at Kaneki's disposal here. Can be used, and Kurpiton potentially forced to use a consume that he wants to use on a Succubus on something like a big poison. Kaneki, on the other hand, does have 3 of them. So what do you think? Is one of these poisons going to go through for Kaneki?
Oh man, I mean, with the 17 power unit already, I don't know. I don't know what I do as Kurpiton here. I feel like he's in such an uncomfortable position because you let him poison a 17, that's way too much value. But if you consume this Barghest, it just makes an even taller unit. Now you're at a 20 power unit, assuming you consume it with your leader charge, and then you're just playing into an Igni, right? So
exactly.
Like, it's kind of like you lose if you do and you lose if you don't. But at least Kurpiton has a huge lead right now. He is up 27 points, so that might make him feel a little bit better, but I don't really think the game is... I don't think that 27-point lead is really representative of who has the advantage in this game, because Kaneki has so much power in his hands still.
That's right, Jean-Marie. It is a bit of a lose points here or lose points there, and big decisions to be made for both of these players. And dropping bombs is what you talked about. We have Geralt Igni and Geralt Yurden, and those will come in later in the round to really change the score quite drastically.
All right, so Kerpeten decides that he will use a leader charge to prevent the poison, and I would expect Konecki just to repeat the same thing. Play the second Dryad Ranger, poison the 20 now, and be like, hey, Kerpeten, how big are your balls? Like, do you think I have the third poison with the Treant, or are you willing to call that bluff, or are you going to spend another valuable consume to prevent the third poison?
Exactly, because even if Konecki, we know he has the Willow, but even if he didn't have, he should bluff that poison every time, and Kerpeten knows this, so he really has to make the decision of, okay, is there another poison or not, and if there is, what do I do? So it's going to be interesting to see what this 20 power Ekimara right now, what's going to happen to it, and of course, if Kerpeten does decide to consume it, it will be an even bigger target for something like Igni, which is definitely scary, and also potentially use to consume. But look at that, 28 points, and Drega coming down. He does say, okay, I'm consuming it. You're not getting the poison.
Okay, so Kerpeten believes that there is a third poison, but plays into the Igni nonetheless. And I think this is an okay decision by Kerpeten, because if you give him the one big Igni, is it that much better than Konecki setting up like a double Igni on, say, like 10s or 12s? It's not that many more points that you're losing, right? Because it is almost impossible, I think, for Kerpeten to avoid like a double Igni if he has a bunch of 10s and 12s and 14s, because there's just so much flexibility from Konecki's side.
That does make a lot of sense. Saskia here as well in danger of succumbing to the fog that's on the melee row. Of course, Chameleon does exist, and here looks like we're going for the sim last waylay plays as well.
Yeah, Simla's waylays hitting down a lot of the boosted units now, leaving the 28, of course, for the Igni. Saskia, like you said, is going to die to this fog pretty soon. I don't know if there are any more tags left for Konecki to pull out. It's possible that there are not any left, so that he doesn't care about the Saskia dying. Otherwise, he could have played the Simless into the fog.
That is a good point. There is, in fact, just a Peller neutral card won't be coming out from Saskia, so she can leave the round. She's done her job for Konecki here. Definitely nice Swordmaster early on, getting that Dwarf out as well, which is not bad for Saskia at all.
Yeah, and still 3 leader charges for Konecki, and a lot of 1-power drones on Kerpeten's board, meaning that Konecki has an easy time of getting the death blow from the Milva when activating the leader charge. No real worries about putting Milva back in the deck with all these points.
All right, and here comes the Succubus created from Doldu Lock, and the Toad instantly consuming it, putting this carryover to really, really good use for Kerpeten. 1 leader charge left as well for an instant consume, and the K-Ren is looking to come down to consume multiple units, the Succubi, and then of course Detlef there with 1 more cooldown charge left, holding on to the Igni to try and get the best possible value on that one. I also like holding the Chameleon here for Konecki, not pressing it because he does have last save, so he can use it 1 more time for Harmony procs after the Yurden from Kerpeten has come down as well.
Yeah, as well as after playing the Weeping Willow, which is a Harmony card itself, so saving that for the extra value there as well. Notice how Kerpeten, having 2 Succubi in hand, is playing them so late. They're Adrenaline 4, which means you can potentially start consuming them on the turn where you start with 5 cards in your hand. But he's lacking so many consumes from missing that haunt, from having to spend those extra consumes on denying the poison. And so these Succubi are not hitting their 30-point potential. They're only getting consumed, I think, like 2 times each. So they're playing for only like 15 of their potential 30 points here.
Speaking of Succubus, here is the second one. Like you said, having to delay them is not the best thing for Kerpeten, unfortunately. But yeah, it's a little bit scary giving into those poisons as well, which is why the consumes went, or Kerpeten went ahead and used them. Konecki, on the other hand, did take the Igni there as well, saying that there's not going to be anything better than that 28 points in Drago Warrior, and therefore also stalling a little bit here with the Harmony procs, which are, of course, going to get Jordaned later.
Yeah, and they're gonna get Jordaned, but what was a 30-point lead for Kerpeten has now come much closer. It's basically all tied up with Kaneki still having 3 leader charges and 2 cards remaining. Jordan, the final play for Kerpeten, has a back row that decent amount of boost, but nothing crazy. I don't know if this is gonna be enough here for Kerpeten.
Let's see. That Jordan is definitely not playing for bad value still. All of those boosts that Scoia'tael put on the board is definitely nice, but like you said, having to spend those consumes, not being able to use them to maximize the value on the Succubi instead has potentially hurt Kerpeten here, but there is not much you can do with Kaneki really finding the most threatening Scoia'tael cards, I think, in this round. And here's the Milba, good for that 1 ping to jump right back into the deck. Oh, nice little ones set up there by Kerpeten. Also, not much you can do. Those have to come down on his side.
Yeah, and Kaneki now with a pretty big lead. Kerpeten's last card coming down. Gonna reset all the boosts in the range row. Up by 9. Up by 14 with that Succubus coming out on the last consume. But 14 points here, I think, is child's play for Kaneki's last play, as he has the Saboteur for big damage, Milva coming out 4 times, and also the Weeping Willow to boost by a lot since there are so many tags on his board.
Then here we see the final play, Milva coming down, going back into the deck. That's already enough, pressing that Weeping Willow. That means Kaneki does take game number 1 from Blue Coin. Scoia'tael, Harmony with Vanadane is through.
Yeah, comfortably in winning the long round with his Igni. 30-point Igni carrying the round. I think the Jordan was maybe only about, I don't know, 15 to 20. So proving that the Igni may be a little bit more effective in this particular matchup.
Definitely helpful. With those leader charges, Kaneki did not have to use them here to set up that Igni value. It kind of played out by itself. But those poisons really doing some work in this matchup, forcing Kerpeten to utilize consumes on poisons rather than his own Deathwish units.
You know, and it comes back to Kaneki's unorthodox decision to use the Curse Scroll for Harmony scenario in round 1, really limiting the Jordan impact in round 3. So I really like this line from Kaneki. Well played to him, and he secures game number 1 and a 1-0 lead over Kerpeten in the first quarterfinal of the day.
That's right, and for our next series, once we move on to that one, the coins will be flipped. Of course, Kerpeten, again, his Nilfgaard is banned, so he cannot play it. And for Kaneki, Syndicate is banned, something we won't be seeing Kaneki play. Red coin now for Kaneki, so I feel like we are somewhat likely to see monsters. Maybe we'll see Nilfgaard as well, depending on what Kaneki might anticipate from Kerpeten. What do you think about Kerpeten's blue coin deck for the next series? What is he thinking about here?
Kerpeten's blue coin deck, it could be Scoia'tael to get that Curse Scroll for the guaranteed Saskia. And I think Syndicate typically can be flex, but Syndicate on blue versus Kaneki's Deathwish or Imprisonment on red might have trouble with losing on even. So I think it'll be safer for Kerpeten to go either Scoia'tael, or maybe he just queues up the Deathwish again. And his Deathwish, maybe he feels like his Deathwish is okay on blue coin as well. When it comes to Kaneki's red coin, I would say monsters. In his prep, he really viewed monsters as like this abusive red coin deck that can use the Brewis Ritual and his Abaya, which only he and Trusky are bringing in their Death Wishes, to thin out extra cards and get more tempo to threaten that win on even in round 1.
That's absolutely right. Let's see if our guesses were right, and it looks like Kaneki indeed is valuing the push from red coin here, while Kerpeten is valuing the consistency here of blue coin, and already looking like he's found a lot of the key cards. Waters, Saskia, and Mysteries of Lochfane are all in hand. Kaneki, on the other hand, also pretty nice looking hand. Haunt, Brewis, as well as AQ, which is AQ is definitely something you can play to push hard here in round 1. No Abaya here though.
No Abaya for the second Brewis, but yeah, like you said, Arrakis Queen can be a second Brewis. Normally, Arrakis Queen is targeting either Brewis or Detlaf or Succubus in this deck, so a lot of options for Kaneki here. Kerpiton, double Bountiful Harvest in hand. 1 was okay, because you could put it back with Curse Scroll. 2 is a different issue, because his Simless is has no backup targets. It's Bountiful Harvest or nothing.
So that means there are 3 cards currently in Kerpiton's hand that he cannot play. 1 can be put back with Curse Scroll. And looks like Kerpiton here is kind of taking the same approach. He knows that Kaneki as well is playing Yurden, and again, wanting to get the majority of these boosts out in round 1 is something that Kerpiton is aiming to do. Now, what do you think about Kaneki Yamori's Yurden here in round 1? He does have access to it. Could it potentially come down to, you know, be really threatening for Kerpiton and threaten a win on even by playing Yurden in this round?
Yeah, if the round goes really long, the Yurden could be used to win on even, and also, even if the round doesn't go very long, the Yurden could be used as just reach. Kaneki can kind of slow play this if he wants, and use the Yurden to catch up when Kerpiton eventually passes, because he doesn't have to win on even, but decides to go to match scenario with scenario. We've got Mysteries of Lochfane versus Haunt. Which one's going to come out on top?
Let's see. Roach, of course, helping here with extra tempo. We talked about Kaneki's list. He does include Roach and Best Boy, which does help a lot with the tempo, really putting pressure on Kerpiton. Now, let's see. Kerpiton might want to remove one of these consumes. Here, there is the Desert Banshee. Could be we see a leader charge here. And yep. There it is. Yeah. Just to, you know, scared of losing on even, really, which is a real threat with this monster Deathwish list.
Yeah, and the Banshee is one of the best leader targets in this matchup anyways. Deathwish really not going to give you many good targets to kill, because if you kill their Deathwish units, you're just activating their Deathwish ability for them. So Banshee is one of the few vulnerable units, and probably going to use the other 2 leader charges to set up an eventual Yurden of his own, but he doesn't have access. Kerpiton doesn't have access to his Yurden quite yet. Now, this is a dangerous situation for Kerpiton, because even after using the Curse Scroll, he's going to have 2 cards in his hand that he doesn't want to play, and it looks like Kaneki is not going to let him out of this round very easily.
No, Kaneki has already shown Kerpiton that he's coming out with a lot of tempo trading scenarios here with the additional help of Roach. And, you know, the nice thing about Kaneki's plays here is that he can go for something big in tempo, just like this Brewis, and then slow down a little bit and play for reach, set up the Toad, set up the Succubus, for example. So, yeah, let's see how deep this round is going to go as Kerpiton plays the Saskia, and she will definitely help Kerpiton a lot in this round, but it's a pretty big commitment getting both Mysteries and Saskia out here.
Yeah, both players committing hard for round 1, and I think this is a byproduct of both players playing Yurden in their list. Like, they know that if it goes to a long round 3, whoever has last say with Yurden is going to have much more comfort setting up the biggest Yurden, being able to target the opponent's last play, like that Lake Guardian Dust aspect, or like that K-Ren, as we mentioned previously. So last say super important with the Yurdens, which means both players are fighting very hard for round 1. And now Saskia, in addition to Scenario and Weeping Willow being committed by Kerpiton, unfortunately he didn't have any of the Dryad poisons, so not able to do the same thing as Kaneki did to him on the flip side, using those poisons to bait out consumes.
That's right, because there's also a chance that Curse Scroll could tutor out something like Yurden in case a really big unit and some really nice Yurden value shows up here on Kaneki's side of the board.
That might be the case. You're actually totally right. That might be the case. Kerpiton still saving this Curse Scroll to give him flexibility and options on what to put into hand. Now he's going to make the decision. Could be Yurden, could be another Harmony unit to finish the second proc of Mysteries of Lochfane. He does have, I believe, 1 Harmony unit in hand, but he might look for something like Percival as well, and just bank on the fact and hope and cross his fingers that Kaneki does not have his Yurden yet.
There is the Yurden coming down, of course, putting one of these Bountiful Harvests back into the deck. Not a card that you want to see. And like we said, fighting for round 1 here is so important. Kerpitan does not want to see Bountiful Harvest in hand along with Simlast, but there's not much else you can do than to fight for this round. Chameleon is coming down. We talked about the carryover as well on the Dusk aspect that will happen passively now, and also playing it into the Fog, similarly to what we saw from Kaneki earlier. Saskia as well is looking to bring out another unit on the board very soon. So Kerpitan is definitely in this round, and now that he tutored the Yurden, it could be that it's not as easy for Kaneki to push here as he may wish.
Looking at the hands, though, Kaneki has a fairly playable hand. Everything he's willing to play, he can even play the second Succubus if he wants, and use and consume it. Consume both Succubi for to activate the Death Wish value this round. Whereas Kerpitan, he's got 2 bricks in his hand. He really can't play. Like, it's so weak to play the Bountiful Harvest and then play the Simless for 1 Bountiful Harvest. It is going to be an uphill battle for Kerpitan here, especially from Blue Coin, especially down 14 points right now on even cards.
Another thing that Kerpitan has indicated here with the Water of Broccolon in hand is that was not a card he's really willing to commit either in round 1. So yeah, not a very playable hand, unfortunately, for Kerpitan, but the Yurden can still stay in the game for a little while longer, while Kaneki now, I'm assuming, wants to develop some carryover and sit tight here with the Toad probably coming out, as well as one of these Succubi.
And look at that, he does, in fact, go for the Water Broccolon now. It's a little bit late. A few of these Harmony procs has already happened, but Kerpitan decides, I need to do this or I'm losing on even for sure. And the sad reality is it's possible that even after all these commitments, he might still lose on even cards, just because of how powerful and how many points this Death Wish list actually has.
All right, let's see what gets created here.
Oh.
There is an elf tag. There is a little bit of movement synergy here with the Guerrilla Tactic Leader if necessary, yeah.
Yeah, you can use the Sentry. I'd have to see the board state. Normally, your leader charge, your Guerrilla Tactics leader charge, needs to target it exactly a 4 to Death Blow with the Milva. If you play the Sentry in the front, you can now target a 5. So there is a 5-point power rat on the board, and then there's also the 1 power rat to make it easier for Milva's Death Blow later. But this Berserker could screw things up, just hitting a 5 down to a 4 now. Yeah, but now Kerpitan has a pretty big lead. Kerpitan has a 26-point lead at the moment. We'll see if Kaneki is able to make that gap in 1 card, or if Kaneki is going to give Kerpitan a pass.
Let's see, Toad coming down here. Something to note there is the Siren, of course, is a Death Wish card as well. So nicely boosting both units here before she takes her leave. Kerpitan, big point lead now. Geralt Yurden and Catwitcher Saboteur, still playable cards for Kerpitan. So let's see how far he's willing to push. Kaneki taking it a little bit more slow, just establishing carryover here and saying, hey, what are you going to do? Are you going to continue playing, or am I going to have to take this gap? Of course, he's counting the Yurden here, making sure that the Yurden has reach.
Yeah, Yurden easily makes up the gap for Kaneki, but going into a round 3 without Yurden versus Kerpitan having a Yurden might be something that Kaneki's feeling uncomfortable about. But yeah, to make up a 19-point gap, he would maybe have to use double leader with Detlef in order to do it. Kerpitan says, I'm not done yet. I've got more to play. Gonna play that Catwitcher Saboteur, bring out the Milva. And
that is a big point gap now.
increasing his lead to 38 points.
Yeah, that is impressive indeed. Now Kaneki has to decide, all right, am I spending leader charge? Am I spending Yurden? Is it enough? There is a mighty Yurden here. Kerpitan, of course, nicely also switching it up a little bit. We have boosts on both rows, not just one, which makes it even more useful for him. Kaneki really has to think about this one and see if he can continue. Let's see, is there anything that could come down from Saskia here as well? I
So
believe
he's got-
there is no beast tag, so there could be a chameleon, which is a beast, or in theory on that is a beast that could be coming out here as well.
Okay, so it's bigger than even 38 points. It's potentially like 42, 43
Yeah.
points lead for Kerpiton, and Kaneki probably gonna have to bow out now. Decides to save his Yurden,
Oh.
save his Detlaf Arrakis Queen combo, and go to a medium to long round 3, potentially, versus Kerpiton, where Kerpiton has the last save.
Kerpiton will have last say, but this was committal. This was a lot of commitment. We saw Waters, we saw Mysteries, and we saw Saskia. A lot of important cards coming down. Of course, Simlas is still going to do work along with the Harmony engines. The longer the round is, the happier your Harmony engines are. But I feel like in terms of commitment, Kaneki definitely did not have to commit as many resources, as well as he was able to set up carryover like Succubus and Toad. Giant Toad here, and really nice draw here, and right pass
Toad.
card. Toad coming into the graveyard, adding the number of consumes for round 3. So I bet Kaneki is happy about that one.
Yeah, and Kerpiton Kerpiton's Simless is a lot worse than Kaneki Simless was last game, because it's only on 2 Bountiful Harvests rather than on 4 Waylays. So
Yep.
you see like a lot of bronzes in Kerpiton's hand. He really doesn't have that many golds left. He gets the Dust Guardian on the final draw. That's definitely what he was hoping for. One of the biggest finisher plays. And he does have last say, so this Dust Guardian could dodge, most likely will dodge, Kaneki Yamori's reset from his yurt.
Yeah, that is really nice for Kerpiton to have here. He was shaking his head a little bit when that chameleon popped out from Saskia. Not entirely happy about how things maybe went there. But as far as his hand goes, this is definitely not a bad hand. However, if you're Kerpiton, you might want to see some of those poisons again to potentially get Kaneki to spend some consumes on poisons, and then of course increasing the Yurden value, even just like we saw from the game when the roles were kind of reversed. So yeah, let's see how this turns out. Of course, Percival coming down here to maximize his own Harmony value, and Kaneki on the other hand setting up the AQ onto the Detlef.
Yeah, and this time, instead of having leader charges, Guerrilla Tactics movement leader charges to set up an Igni, it's to set up a Yurden, which is a lot easier, actually, for Kerpiton. You don't have to worry about exactly lining things up. You just need to get all the tallest boosted units onto the same row. Kaneki really has to figure out how to play around that as he abayas the Arrakis Queen, able to greed the Arrakis Queen here, knowing that there's no lock or heat wave.
That's right, but it does play into the boost, especially if you are, or the reset value on Yurden, if you're going to play the Endrega Warrior, for example, for double consumes, which is something that Kaneki has to now that Abaya kind of increases the number of consumes that you actually need here for your Death Wish units. So it might be that Kaneki has to just play into this Yurden regardless, which is something that Kerpiton will be very happy about. So let's see how big the Yurden value is, how long Kaneki can kind of stall it without losing points himself here.
Yeah, so Kaneki is going to have like at least 3 very tall units in the Karen, the 2 Endriga Warriors, as well as if Kerpiton can just get those 2 Endriga Warriors onto the same row as the Karen, then all of those boost points go away with the Yurden, right? So Kaneki has to figure out, how do I get the rest of my consumes? I have to maximize points outside of those 3 biggest units, because the 3 biggest units are always getting reset. And I want to make sure that those 3 biggest units don't end up on the same row as other boosty cards, like the Ekimara from Leader, like the Giant Toads that come out from Graveyard.
Let's see, there was a leader charge used here. What is Kaneki going to do? Does play into this front row with the boost. Succubus coming down first. She sits there safely. Again, nothing can be done to her just yet.
Oh man, this game, it's gonna be, Kaneki's gonna go to be so far ahead. He's probably going to be like 50, 60 points ahead, and then we're going to have to see how much of that Kerpiton can swing back with his final couple of plays.
The purple Igni. That is the dilemma that these players have to think about constantly. Giant Toad coming down here to consume the second Succubus. And they are on different rows right now. All of the Detlefs on the same rows. It's looking like these Endrega warriors are waiting for their turn, but eventually they will end up playing into that Yurden. Here comes the Bountiful Harvest, of course, from Simlas. Let's see what Kerpitan can find here.
Kerpitan, nothing too great from these Bountiful Harvests. I think he was really hoping for something like, I would say, Sorceress of Doblathana, because there's no control coming from Kaneki's side. Sorceress of Doblathana would have been able to spawn a making a bomb, which is another movement helping to stack all of the green units, the highly boosted units, onto one row for that Yurden later on. Decides to go for 2 5-point elves, so nothing crazy with the Simlas. Simlas playing for about 16 points here, I think, with the 2 Bountiful Harvest total.
And now it's looking like Kaneki, no matter what, is starting to get forced to play into this Yurden. Here comes the Endrega warrior, still utilizing the double consume. And look at the double Succubus there right next to each other. That is quite nice for the next Endrega warrior potentially sweeping in, but a lot of boosts on this front row right now.
Yeah, people, I know I am getting Igni PTSD right now, seeing those double 15s lined up in the front row, but Kerpitan does not have Igni. He has the Yurden, which honestly, I think in this case, the Yurden is even better than an Igni.
Yeah. Just a purple Igni, but still a very powerful one. Here comes indeed the Endrega warrior for the double consume, and the Succubi again jumping right next to each other. Kairan is left here, one leader charge as well, and that leader charge is going to have to be used on the melee row if it comes down next, but probably the Kairan is gonna come down, maybe even the Yurden before that. I really wonder what the sequencing here is, because either you play into Yurden or you take a Yurden of less value, and either way Kerpitan has last say, so it's really difficult trying to time things right here. Kaneki doesn't have much agency here, not having last say. Kerpitan can always adapt to whichever choice Kaneki decides to play first. If Kaneki plays Yurden first, then Kerpitan can play Dusk Aspect, now that it will be safe from his reset, and hold his own Yurden for the Kairan afterwards. And if Kaneki plays Kairan first, then Kerpitan just Yurdens first and saves the Dust Aspect for last. That's right. I think this game in particular is really beautifully illustrating the importance of last say when you are playing Yurden in open deck lists.
Yeah, 27-point gap right now, even cards. Kaneki's Kairan is going to be a big tempo play. It is going to play for 22 points, I think, consuming all 3 of these Death Wishes, but I believe most of those points, all the boost, the 17 points of boost, most likely going to get wiped out by Yurden. But which row do you even play it in? You play it in the back row, and Kerpitan moves the 15 and the 14, and then Yurden's you. You play it in the front row, Kerpitan moves the 10 and the 14 from the range row. Well, actually, what if Kaneki fills his front row? Can he do something like that to prevent the movements from Guerrilla Tactics from stacking all the units in the same row? I think that's got to be what that's got to be the thing you go for, is you try to fill the row so that the Guerrilla Tactics leader isn't effective.
Let's see if there is a line like that where he can indeed kind of negate that. And just like you said, Shin, right now the Dusk Aspect is safe there as Yurden came down first, able to jump out, and now really making that point gap a lot less. Let's see. Kaneki doesn't have a lot of time to think here, so if he's going for a potential row clog line, then that has to come down.
He has... Okay. He has 3 Endriga, or he has 3 1-power tokens that he can spawn in the range row with his location and with the Endriga warrior. So that will make it an 8-unit row in the back. So he can play Kairan in the back, consume all 3 Death Wishes, and then use all of his tokens in the range row to fill it up. And none of those units from the front row can be moved to the back row, but units from the back row might be able to move to the front row. What if he fills up both rows? Can he actually do that? Because he's got a token spawner in the front as well.
Yep. I think we are 1 unit short. of actually doing that, but indeed would be very, very, very impressive.
Clicking all of these
All
drones.
All right.
2 Succubi are gonna come back, and
It is
there's
actually
no.
full.
Oh
It
my
is
god!
actually
There's
full.
but the
Wow.
Milva's still on the board for Kerpiton.
Oh.
He can use the Milva repeatedly to clear out space.
That's amazing. Nothing
Oh
Kaneki
my.
could do about it. That was amazing.
60 points. It's 60 points lead right now. But the
Look at
game is
Jordan.
not over. Kaneki says, see you in 60 points, and Kerpiton says, challenge accepted.
Okay, I'll see you in 60 points then, I guess. All
Milva
right.
used
Wow.
to death blow the drone in the back, and then
And
another
last
leader charge.
used. Yep, for the
Yep.
ultimate Yrden on the back row. And here it is. Milva hitting a little bit of these boosted value, but look
Still
at this.
50 points to
Look
go,
at
and
this.
it's by 2! Oh my god, what a game! Kaneki
that
did
is
his absolute
crazy.
best, trying
Wow.
to fill up both rows to deny movement, but Milva's flexibility really shining through here. All those
Yeah.
damage, death blow pings to clear up the space in order for Kerpiton to move almost all the boosted units to the range row, and a 50-point Yrden or 52-point Yrden, something like that. I don't know the exact number, but
Absolutely.
wow, what a
insane.
game.
That was a beautiful game. Again, just demonstrating that what you can do with Last Say. And Monsters, of course, does not play any interaction with your opponent's board. So that Milva was really, really useful in that situation for Kerpiton, leaving her on the board, knowing that Kaneki cannot do anything about it, and saving it for that last play that Kaneki very beautifully did execute. But Kerpiton was able to counter it. Just like really, really amazing gameplay here from both players.
Yeah, and that game was a lot closer than the first one because of how much commitment Kerpiton had to use in round 1 to secure Last Say. But in the end, it was all worth it for that huge Yrden finisher. Without Last Say, there was no chance Kerpiton was going to make that gap.
No, that is
What?
absolutely right. And all that
What an
commitment from
intense
Kerpiton, all that commitment was worth it. Yeah, amazing. Waters, mysteries, does not matter. Last Say Yrden into Death Wish, which also boosts a lot of its units, eating, consuming everything. That K-Ran got wiped out. Just the purple Igni value on that one. I cannot believe what we just saw.
Wow, a nail biter. And now, okay, after 2 games, both players have won with their Scoia'tael, and both players lost with their Death Wish. So both players still have Death Wish, and I think Kaneki has Imprisonment still available to him.
Yes.
And Kerpiton still has his Line Pockets Golden Necker Syndicate Poison deck. Kaneki is back on blue. I would expect him to play Imprisonment, I think, next on blue. He seems to prefer the Death Wish on red, and that means Kerpiton on red will bring
Syndicate,
maybe Death Wish
potentially.
or Syndicate.
Death Wish.
Yeah, one of those two. I'm not really sure. I think either one would be fine in this case. But Death Wish just typically does have a tough time against Imprisonment with all those locks.
Yeah.
Being able to just deny all that Succubus value, that Dettlaff value as well. So I think maybe Syndicate will be the choice for Kerpiton on red for game number 3. But the players need a little bit of a break after that banger game.
That was an intense series.
My heart rate is up. My heart rate is up. I'm ready.
Well, I'm so ready to go for this one. It's going to be very entertaining. Like you said, we might also, Syndicate might be the play that comes down here from Kerpiton. Maybe you're expecting the Death Wish Mirror and want to get the ideal coin on that one. So let's see what we are jumping into here. The players are done. Kerpiton ready to face Nilfgaard from red coin here, which indeed can be scary with all of those locks that Nilfgaard, of course, has access to. But let's see how this plays out. Very interesting setup here. Nilfgaard on blue and Monster Death Wish, of course, on red. 1-1 is the situation right now.
Yeah, and so Kaneki's imprisonment list only runs 1 Alba Armored Cavalry, which he has not drawn yet. You really want that Alba Armored Cavalry in hand so that you can copy it with like Ramon, and then copy it with with Slave Driver, I believe, to supplement the 2 locks that you already have with Imprisonment Leader, because you're going to need a lot of locks in this matchup.
Yeah, that is exactly right. We'll also see what Kurpiten does. He has to take these locks into account in this matchup and potentially leave a few extra Death Wish units in his hand as well when they, you know, might get locked later on. So the ratio of consumes might be a little bit different here for Kurpiten than what you're normally used to seeing. Runemage here going for Nilfgaard, NR, and the Carrick City Guard here.
Yeah, there's no Northern Realms in this series, but Carrick City Guard making a cameo appearance from the Rune Mage, probably trying to go for Northern Realms for a proactive play for an engine was Kaneki's line of thinking, and he got one.
Yeah, he got one. It's definitely not bad out of all the NR cards we could be seeing. I think Carrick City is pretty happy to be here. I know it's a kind of a fan favorite, so definitely not bad that it makes an appearance in an open. And Kurpiten here, on the other hand, opening a little bit slower with a simple Death Wish double toad in hand. Those will be nice for carryover. A Neuromancy also, enabling plays like Briss Ritual, Haunt, AQ. Lots still for Kurpiten to find here, but it's only round 1. And yeah, let's see how hard he
we
fights
get to
for
see
round
the
1.
new spotter in action, giving Kaneki some information, telling him that, okay, the Detlef Higher Vampire is in Kurpiten's deck, still not in hand, and now getting to see the order of his own deck.
Yeah, and one thing to note here is that there is actually a Traherne in Kaneki's deck. And Traherne, of course, can be used as a carryover play early on. There might be access to it through something like Roderick, if that's really something that Kaneki would want to go for. If he sees a card that he really wants to banish from Kurpiten's top 3 cards. That information from Spotter really helps set up these potential Trahernes as well, which can be really interesting in a game like this if a key card would be banished.
Yeah, so Spotter shows you only units, it doesn't show you specials or artifacts. So although the Detlef is the second unit on top of Kurpiten's deck, it might not be even in the top 3 cards total if there are cards like Haunt, Doldulok, or Whispering Hillock there in front of it. So I don't know how confident Kaneki Yamori would be to go for something like Roderick into a Traherne that's not guaranteed. Probably not, but it could happen if he's desperate.
If he's desperate, and I think it really depends on what you see there as well. If there's something really juicy, you have the line. But for now, just relying on the power of Nilfgaard 5 Prohibition soldiers. The spotters are working actively, putting up value. It's nice to get the spotters out of the way as well, just like we talked kind of in them when we went through the decks, is that a lot of Nilfgaard's points rely on boosts, and Yurden, of course, is going to have a field day with that. So Kaneki potentially, again, trying to get some of those boosts away in this round to not play too much into that Yurden later.
Yeah, in round 3, you're going to be playing Nausicaa Sergeants. You're going to be playing a lot of them, and so you don't want spotters in addition to that. So great call there. And Spotter's also showing Kaneki that he's going to top deck into that Alba Armor Cavalry that I was mentioning was crucial, and eventually get the Triss Meteor Shower and build the forts as well.
Brewis coming down here, definitely putting tempo on the board here. A lot of Death Wish units now, and nice thinning for Kurpiten so that he can hopefully find those high-end golds later on. Kaneki, on the other hand, is fine committing Renfri's gang, playing into 1 row, potentially enabling something like Triss Meteor Shower if that were something you have to go for this round. But yeah, the nice thing about Renfri's gang and committing in round 1, playing things like Rune Mage, maybe even golds for Nilfgaard, is that later on, like you said, you're going to be playing spotters, you're going to be playing slave drivers. Those cards are really, really powerful and can almost compete with golds for Nilfgaard. So really, if you have to commit as Nilfgaard in round 1, you're not too sad. And that's why Nilfgaard a lot of the time has a pretty good chance of securing round 1, which of course will be valuable. Again, we talked about Yurden last day. Kurpiten might get it. And
like
here
this pass.
is the tempo pass.
I like this
That
pass.
is a strong one.
5 cards. It's asking Kurpiten to make a 17-point plus 3, 20-point play that Kurpiten needs right now to get ahead. He needs to do it in 1 card, otherwise he loses card advantage. So this
Endrigo Warrior coming down here.
comes down. Okay. That's not going to make the 20 points. He's going to have to play another card. And this Fog might 33% low roll onto armor as well from the spotter.
The spotter currently sitting at 4 power, not low rolling here, but just like you said, still has to play more to catch up with this big point gap that Kaneki just established.
He still needs
on
10 points.
The board. It is not easy. Looking at this hand,
you can't do 10 points here. You have to play Yrden to do 10 points. Foglit plus leader is not. Oh, actually, it is exactly enough with the 2 armor being exposed from the tortoise. I think it is exactly 10.
All right, and there we go, taking it here by 1 point.
Wow.
But going down a card, Kurpitan has gone down a card and does not have the last say anymore when it comes to the last round.
Say.
And
if
that
he does
is
drive past
huge.
here, yeah.
Yeah, and let's see. There is the option, of course, to push here with a nice hand, looking for Haunt, potentially AQ, Detlef. Because what happens if you don't have that last say into Nilfgaard's Triss Meteorite Shower? That is scary. That is why you want last say in this matchup, to be able to reset that full row of boosts. And let's see here if Kurpitan says, yeah, I can't have it this way, I need to push. But there is a dry pass.
Pushing down 2 cards against Nilfgaard, who has potentially Nausicaa Sergeants, is never really going to be going too well. Kaneki Yamori uses this drive pass to Roderick in the trip. Oh, and there's the haunt! Look at Kurpitan's reaction. He's just raising his eyebrows like, really? Traherne.
That is a rough spot to be in. That Traherne was dirty, Shinmuri. I'm scared of Traherne now.
So dirty. Just give Roderick also into Traherne for only a 1 tempo play, but that's all you need on a dry pass. And now the haunt is gone. No chance of Kurpitan drawing into it or even Oniromancing into it. So quite a few consumes now missing for Kurpitan, but at the same time, a lot of his Deathwish units were going to get locked anyways. Most of his Succubi are probably going to only get consumed 1 time before they get locked.
And
so
Kurpitan
he doesn't really need that many consumes.
That's exactly right. A lot of blocks coming down. Cavalry has been found with Ramon as well, and leader completely unused from Kaneki. But yeah, Kurpitan right now is missing AQ as well as Heatwave, and Heatwave maybe not the best card here, so I'm expecting that the Oniromancy is going to come down on the AQ potentially here, but a bit of a rough situation. Down a bit here, down in cards as well, and Kaneki establishes this nice light cavalry here engine on the melee row.
Yeah, this is an interesting interaction here. The Detlef Higher Vampire was played from hand, got consumed by the Toad, came back onto the board, and it will still get targeted by these light cavalry, even after taking a trip to the graveyard and coming back. But the light cavalry, they remember. They know that you were the last card played.
They have great memory. They're out for vengeance, and 2 of them, of course, we have the new keyword. Okay, wow, I did not expect this to happen, but Kurpitan has passed because of the situation here.
Oh my god, that would have been this. If Kaneki had just gotten a little complacent and, passed back too early, that Deathwish on the Detlef could have stolen a victory for Kurpitan. That would have been the craziest thing, I think, that has ever happened in GWENT Open. But no, Kaneki does not make that mistake, plays out the extra cards necessary to take the lead, and wins round 3. Kurpitan essentially forfeiting with that early pass, knowing that, down a card, not having last say with the Yrden, also getting the Haunt milled by the Traherne is an unwinnable position. So he's just going to collect himself, go next, and he is down 1-2 to Kaneki.
That's completely right. Deathwish against Nilfgaard, already a pretty tough position to be in because of all of those locks that exist. But not only did you have that to deal with, but that Traherne coming in, as well as, just being card down there with the tempo pass happening in round 1. Unfortunate for Kerpeten. I do like the pass he did though, because what if that was the best chance of Kaneki potentially taking the bait and passing a little bit too early? But that did not happen.
I'll tell
indeed.
you. This has happened to me before on ladder. It has happened to me before. I was in an unlosable position. My opponent just passed in round 3. We can't lose. And then I don't know. There's sometimes something in you just says, "Oh, they passed. Well, I just pass back." Right? Like it's almost like a muscle memory type of thing. But you don't realize that you don't even have the lead yet, and you pass back without getting the lead in round 3 and just throw the game away. I mean, it didn't happen, but
it didn't happen. Kaneki's strategy of preparing, drinking water, and staying on top of his game definitely made sure his brain didn't run a little too far ahead and said, "Okay, I won the game. I'm just gonna pass then." So yeah, that is definitely a bit of a trap that Kerpeten might have set up there, but very unfortunate situation, of course, for Kerpeten. You don't want to be there, but rather said, "Okay, let's go next." And next game, it is, of course, the coins will be flipped now. So Kaneki going on red coin and Kerpeten, on the other hand, going on blue coin. Kaneki, of course, has to get the monsters through Death Wish. That is what we will be seeing. So Kerpeten has to cue the deck that he thinks has the best chance at beating the Death Wish MO now.
Yeah, so either Kerpeten cues the Death Wish Mirror from blue coin, or he takes Syndicate, which he hasn't played yet. All right. And which will also be on blue coin. I think
Death Wish more likely. I think
Death Wish is more likely too. Just the risk of losing on even Syndicate is too high, and if you don't want to lose on even, you're probably overcommitting your combos, like playing like Blindheim Brothers, or I don't know, maybe like a Tunnel Drill could be a cheeky Tunnel Drill, but then you don't really get much removal value from the Tunnel Drill against Death Wish anyways. So yeah, I think Overwhelming Hunger is maybe the more likely choice for Kerpeten, taking the mirror, seeing what they can do on blue coin. Blue coin maybe has a better chance of winning round 1 and getting last save for that Yrden. The Death Wish mirror would be another Yrden mirror in this case, where last save is extremely crucial.
But something to think about if we do indeed end up seeing the Death Wish mirror is that Kerpeten has kind of a secret weapon here, and that is an anti-greed tool called Heatwave. That means Kaneki might not be able to float some of these Death Wish cards and use it together with a Baya. That Heatwave might also go for something like Haunt, which is a lot of consumes lost. So I think in a mirror, Kerpeten might be slightly favored. But we are actually going for Syndicate on blue coin. This is very interesting. Let's see, Shin-Marie, if what you said is right. Maybe cheeky Tunnel Drill, something to just make sure you don't lose on even here with, because the threat of doing so definitely exists here. I'm
very interested to see how this plays out, what Kerpeten has in plan, because he can choose the matchups on the coins from here on out, knowing that Kaneki Yamori can only queue up with one deck. So he made this conscious decision thinking that this will be better for him. Maybe he's thinking that the Death Wish mirror is favored from red, since they're Yrden mirrors, that typically Yrden decks are stronger from red coin. So maybe he thinks that, okay, in order to win this series, I need to give myself the biggest advantage in the Death Wish mirror, so we're going to take the Syndicate blue coin here and just figure out how to deal with losing on even.
Yeah, let's see what will end up happening. Of course, Kaneki here has a couple of plays. The Haunt potentially for a strong play, but no Brewis Ritual.
No, he has the Whispering Hillock.
Whispering Hillock, of course.
Yeah.
Never mind that. It does have access to Brewis Ritual, which indeed helps a lot with pressure on Kerpeten and helps a lot with thinning as well later. We see an Azar coming down here. Of course, Kerpeten knows that Kaneki Yamori is not playing any kind of control, so this Azar is not as valuable as it normally would be for Syndicate and protecting its engine. So that is the first play we see here.
Yeah, and not taking the tribute, gaining the coins instead, because if we don't need one Scarab, then we definitely don't need two Scarabs, right? So yeah. Getting the extra coins, maybe looking to find some sort of tempo play here. He does have the Roach and the Best Boy coming out to supplement 7 extra points, but so does Kaneki Yamori in his list.
That's right, and here is the Whispering Hillock, indeed going for Brewis Ritual, important card to have in round 1, and Kaneki was able to tutor it and can now just float it here and see what Kerpiton does. There is no Heat Wave here, it's a Golden Necker deck, nothing above 9 provisions, so Kaneki can kind of float this Brewis Ritual and potentially use something like a Abaya on it.
Yeah, or Arrakis Queen. So floating means that he's going to use Arrakis Queen or Abaya on it, and Kerpiton could read into that and go for something like 5 damage on a payday from the Shady Vendor range row to actually aggressively kill this Brewis, activate the Death Wish for Kaneki, but denying the second use of Brewis through Abaya or Arrakis Queen.
It's very possible that Kerpiton would be going for a play like that. Of course, it does require a little bit of a high roll here from Shady Vendor, but it also, I mean, this proves why Shady Vendor could be in the deck. It's a very, very flexible card that you can utilize for situations like these. But instead, we do see the failed experiment here coming down, not saying that Kerpiton is going to bother with this Brewis Ritual. Abaya, of course, as anticipated, comes down here with the double order consume from Siren.
Yeah, Siren's really nice to combo with Brewis Ritual. Instead of getting like 4 Death Wish units that require like 4 or 5 consumes total by with the double Brewis, these Sirens mean that you are not so strapped on consumes in round 1, and they're almost like you bring out 1 Siren, bring out a Death Wish unit, the Siren consumes a Death Wish unit, and you're all happy, good to go with even an extra Death Wish on the Siren if you have more consumes.
All right, and here we do see the Create coming down, going for a Street Urchin.
Yeah, probably looking for that 6 power failed experiment poison, not finding it here for Kerpiton, and he's really slowed down. It's very, very easy for Kaneki here to get the tempo required to stay ahead on even cards. And now we see the consume being used on the Brewis, finds a Succubus and a Bridge Troll. So gets 1 Succubus on the board, perfect for Kaneki, putting that in the graveyard for later and getting carryover.
And having this 1 Succubus in hand is also really nice. It's usually not ideal if you have both Succubuses come out from Brewis Ritual on the board at the same time, especially in round 1, unless you play far enough for the Adrenaline to trigger. So yeah, having 1 in hand there is definitely very useful.
Yeah, and now Kaneki able to just take his time, play a Foglet, get that fog ticking, kills the Scarab, and Kerpiton spending some coins on the Street Urchin. Let's see what he does next. He's probably, like, Kerpiton's got to have resigned to the fact that he's going to lose this round on even, and he's probably just playing some more cards, seeing what he can get out of Kaneki, and building some coin carryover, perhaps. I don't know, because like Kaneki's also going to be able to build carryover by playing Giant Toads if Kerpiton keeps playing in this round.
That's right.
Either way,
1 Toad sitting there, completely fair. Going for the stolen mutagen now, getting rid of that Abaya and poisoning Best Boy here. It's just a nice condition that is met very easily. Kerpiton still being within reach. Again, maybe hoping to squeeze out some of the more powerful tools from Kaneki, but it's a tough position to be in, and I'm sure Kerpiton also expected this to potentially happen when you're dealing with Red Coin, Brewis from Monsters.
Yeah, Giant Toad now consuming Bridge Troll for extra 4 points. Death Wish. Best Boy coming out, coming here to play, supplementing Kaneki with even more power. 17-point lead. And Kerpiton commits the Roland.
He's looking for poisons. Poisons is what will potentially keep Kerpiton in the round here. So getting that extra coin value from Roland, if you're going for something like Morale, you have Fistic, you have Shady Vendors as well for generating even more poisons. Maybe hoping to get some consumes out for those poisons, and also still keeping reach because the units on Kaneki's side are getting taller and taller.
Yeah, but for now, Kaneki doesn't even have any tall units. Like, the best thing you're going to poison is an 8. If you poison the 9-point Siren, she's going to get Death Blow, or Death Wish, for 4 extra points. So you're, in effect, poisoning a 5. like 8-point poisons aren't even that threatening. Kaneki can just not consume anything and not go tall. Play like a bridge troll for now and just wait for a turn. Maybe play an Endriga warrior onto only the bridge troll next turn, and you're still only looking at 8 power as your best consume, or best poison, I should say.
But with the Roland being committed, I definitely think that Kerpiton is still going to go for it. I mean, as long as you still have reach and can potentially push something, it may be useful to keep playing here. I mean, I feel like Kerpiton has made his mind up. He's not going down that easily and will do whatever it takes here, I think, to catch up with this point gap. But even just like you said, I mean, these poisons are not effective. You have to remember the Death Wish on the Sirens as well, with the boost coming in if you poison one of those. So yeah, it's a tough position for Kerpiton to be, but he's definitely telling us that he's not done yet, and losing this round on even would be very difficult, especially if you don't get any of the important cards out from Kaneki before you
For sure. I think Kerpiton knows that losing this round on even is a death wish, if I may put it that way. And he needs to, like, it's better for him to maybe even to win this round down 2 cards than it is to lose on even.
Yeah. Because there's not that much important cards that Kerpiton is committing here. We do see Roland, which is a big one. We do see Maral. But other than that, the quality of his deck is still very good. And here comes the Karen for a huge poison denial, eating these Death Wish cards up and really boosting the row. But yeah, not something you can poison with that immune tag there.
That is pretty cool. Eating both Sirens and the Bridge Troll and getting a ton of boost onto the Karen. Did he play the Karen in between the 2 Sirens? I missed that. But I think that was very crucial. He needed to do that, to play in between the 2 Sirens, so that they didn't lose half of their effect. If he had not played in between those 2 Sirens, they would have kind of lost their effect because their adjacent unit was getting consumed.
Yeah, it is looking, though, like Kerpiton has been able to push Kaneki here enough that we are going to start to see some valuable cards come down. And for now, being able to keep up here with the stolen mutagens, as well as utilizing the street urchins really, really well.
This might be the biggest street urchins I've ever seen.
I think so.
21-point street urchins, and no Yurden here for Kaneki to punish that super tall boosted unit. And so Kerpiton's still managing to stay ahead, down 1 card, forcing another play from Kaneki. And Kaneki's play now are a little bit awkward. Does he play Endriga Warrior for 5 points? Does he play a Succubus for 5 points? Now this Succubus is the second one, so it is actually committing like kind of a win condition. Whoa, what is happening here?
Look at this 42-point Endriga Larva with an Order Poison from Maral on the board. This is a very interesting plague. I mean, Kerpiton's going to be happy about that one. There is no way you don't take that poison.
Why did he do that?
I don't know.
Why did he get rid of his immunity to make a vulnerable unit to poison? Why not just play it in the back row?
Potentially, it could be a brain fart situation. It could be also saying that, hey, I want your poisons out now. I don't want to play any more cards from my hand. Kaneki, as you said, his hand was awkward. So maybe he just said, all right, Kerpiton, you take it, but at least spend one of your poisons so that I don't have to consume it later.
Yeah, Kaneki must have decided, okay, you can win this round. But like, now Kerpiton's won the round, only down 1 card. Didn't even have to go down 2 cards for it. So,
But
very strange way it played out.
Right now. These draws from Kerpiton right now. I mean, your deck is full of golds at this point. Kerpiton has not spent really anything at all. And Golden Necker, of course, is the main card. It's what this deck is built around. You want to find it. There it is. Very lucky pull. But other than that, a lot of bronzes. We're moving on to a long round where Kaneki, again, going for the drive pass here, putting the Toad in the graveyard, as well as having access to Yurden. In round 3 will be pretty nice with that double townsfolk. Let's see if Kerpiton actually keeps a double off, because it does potentially play a little bit into Yurden.
Well, I think you either keep 2 or you keep 0, because if you only keep 1, it's getting Yurden, right? With 2, you can play them on different rows at least. And Kaneki actually mulliganing the Yurden. Whoa, now if Kerpiton keeps 2, then now we're talking something different, but he doesn't have.
It looks like
Kaneki
he is
doesn't have
keeping
last
that.
say.
Yeah, Kaneki does not have last say, but I mean, if townsfolk are constantly ticking throughout the round, you
Right.
should still get decent Yurden value on it. So it's interesting to see that mulligan there. But yeah, wanting to find that in Draco Warrior, perhaps with the mulligans and saying that
And-
it's consume is more valuable.
Also mulliganing the Peller, which could be used to purify poisons, right? So deciding, okay, I just want more consumes to consume my Succubi, and I'm just gonna let you poison whatever you want.
Yeah. All right, and here comes Haunt. Also, I think Drill is going to have a pretty decent time taking care of some of these consumes, like the Desert Banshee, for example. Not a lot of Death Wishes you can kill, but the Order consumes would be nice to wipe off here for Kerpitan if he has time to do so. Looking like he is wanting to establish the townsfolk. I wonder what Kaneki thinks once he sees double townsfolk on separate rows, that maybe keeping that Yurden was still worth it.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a good hand without the Yurden. He's got the right ratio of consumes to Death Wish, I believe, and the double bonded Selenal Harpies for extra Harpy Egg.
Yeah, looks like that consume was definitely what Kaneki valued when he took those mulligans. Kerpitan, of course, does have Conjurer's Candle as well as Salamander Hideout still in deck. Double Shady Vendor as well. We'll only be seeing one of these locations from Kerpitan and not both of them coming down. So let's see when the Golden Echo is going to be taken as well, because you don't want to over profit either. So
I think Kerpitan probably is hoping for the Salamandra location over the Candle at this point, because he does have Tunnel Drill to spend coins at a really good ratio already. The Tunnel Drill is never getting answered, and the location provides an extra poison, potentially even like a one-turn poison possibility for Kerpitan.
yeah, the one turn possibility is something that Syndicate can do, which should be very, very useful against the tall units of Death Wish. Nothing as tall as what we saw in round 1, but it still will be a decent poison if it goes through for Kerpitan. Interesting here that Kaneki's kind of just playing solitaire. Kerpitan, on the other hand, also kind of chilling because there is nothing really to worry about. Azar was played in round 1, now establishing the engines and the tunnel drill ready to go to start putting points on the board. Point gap is looking very big right now, but still some stuff up Kerpitan's sleeve here.
Yeah, the Succubus is coming down, and there's gonna be another one soon. A lot of points for Kaneki, and he's gonna try to do his best to just not go that tall. Maybe just consume one Succubus with a Harpy, another Succubus with a Harpy, split up the consumes a little bit. Maybe Endriga Warrior and Vargas are gonna be like, oh, there's a Banshee. There's a 20-point Banshee already. I mean, he could.
Okay.
I mean, Kaneki decides to go tall anyways, and is just going to try to outpoint Syndicate, currently having a 53-point lead, but Kerpitan does find that Salamander location. We will see some extra poisons here. Gets the failed experiment from the Eventide Plunder as well.
Wow.
So a pair of
There
them.
it goes.
A pair of them able to threaten one-turn poisons. Does he decide to hold them, or does he use them right away? Because they have cooldown 4? No, the cooldown 3 or 4? Cooldown 3, right?
3,
and,
yeah.
And they could be used either this turn or next turn, and then potentially used again with the Gellert giving them poison. Obviously, nothing is going to get answered here. So he decides to use the double poison on the 20, and now a 50-point gap has just become a 10-point gap after the Golden Necker play.
Yeah, that is a huge swing for Kerpitan, and in his favor, Kaneki, on the other hand, is now consuming these Succubi at a fast pace. The mission of the game is consume as many Succubi as you can with all the consumes that you have left. Pretty straightforward. Kerpitan, on the other hand, again, trying to maximize coin value, trying to get the poisons in. One Shady Bender, though, is left in deck, which I think instead of that Kalkstein, you'd probably rather see a Shady Bender for Kerpitan. But let's see here. The plays are coming in at a very fast pace.
Yeah, there's not much left in terms of decision making for Kaneki. He's just going to consume his sucks with these Harpies, get the bonded, and see if the poisons are enough for Kerpitan to win. Kerpitan's gonna have probably one more, I think 2 more successful poisons in this round. So I expect the 17 and the 15 to die here by the end of this game, which is another 32 points. And those double townsfolk ticking. The lead is tremendous right now, but we've seen a lot of big point swings today already. This is not impossible.
It is not impossible, and this is such a nail biter. Also, an interesting thing to note here with the last Harpy coming down there, it will spawn the egg. All right, poisons clearing up, nice rows. But yeah, having the Harpy, double Harpy here is definitely a little bit of extra for Kaneki, which can be nice. We're not able to push the Doldu lock there on the ranged row.
I think Kerpitan may have lost a point here, deciding to poison the taller unit first and not the Endriga Warrior, allowing Kaneki to click this Endriga Warrior after the space was made in the front row for the extra drone. Not sure if it's going to come into play. We're down 35 points right now as Kerpitan goes for the Shady Vendors, probably going for
there it is.
A stolen mutagens, looking for that stolen mutagens in the range room, does not find it. But what about the Purge? Purge can put bounty on the tallest unit, which you're gonna poison anyways, to get you some extra coins that way, and he still does have tunnel drill on the board.
That should be the play here from Kerpitan coming down. Kaneki is really anxious right now, seeing what is happening, but actually Payday coming down here from Kerpitan. Big points still left.
He took Payday, yeah, for coins instead, killing a 1. Double poison, it is a 5-point game, and the tunnel drill, wait, it's enough. It's enough because of the double townsfolk. The double townsfolk grew when he used the leader, and oh my god, Kaneki may be regretting mulliganing away that Yurden with 19 power townsfolk at the end of the game. Probably could have gotten like a decent 16-point Yurden, something around the that line. I don't know if that ends up being more points, but going super tall early was also something I thought maybe Kaneki could have done better. Could have delayed going tall for a little bit more, and maybe the first set of poisons is not as effective for Kerpitan because he has to use those poisons early enough in order to get the cooldown again from those failed experiments.
That's right. I mean, such a tight series. Definitely a lot of early decision making that later comes into play here again. Kaneki potentially going tall a little bit too soon. And also, yeah, just deciding on that sequencing, Kerpitan being able to catch up with the poisons, proving that one turn poison is a pretty good thing for Syndicate. And what a tight series, tight. After that round 1, it looked like Kerpitan was in a bit of a tight spot with all the pressure coming down from MO, but really able to push so far that Kaneki had an awkward hand and said, okay, I don't want to spend any of my big plays because they're so much more valuable later. And also then Kaneki making the decision, instead of the Yurden going for the Consume, the Endriga Warrior, which is a really valuable card as well. So it's hard to say which of those cards would have been better in that scenario, but you have to make that decision so early as well. It's really a lot of things to consider, and what a series, Shinmuri. I can't believe the series we're watching right now. It is very, very intense. I bet the players are shaking in their boots right now. I mean, maybe not Kerpitan. He's always pretty cool, but yeah, I don't know how they do it. Both of these players, of course, amazing.
There were so many little things that resulted in that game being only won by 2 points. The decision for the Yurden mulligan, the decision for Kerpitan to hold both townsfolk, and the RNG involved with Golden Necker getting Salamandra Hideout instead of Candle, and the Eventide Plunder getting that failed experiment. Kerpitan needed both of those failed experiments in order to get as many poisons as he did. If he only found one of those failed experiments, I think it would have been easily in Kaneki's favor. But now, this is game number 5. It is the Death Wish Mirror.
The decider.
Both players needing a win still with their Death Wish Succubus deck. So we talked about this a little bit before the start of game number 4. Kerpitan will be on red in game 5. Yes. Kaneki will be on blue. Kerpiton has a Heat Wave in addition to a Yurden in this deck. Kaneki just has the Yurden. So Yurden mirrors. Red coin, I think, is a little bit advantaged here. Now Kerpiton probably has the upper hand and the momentum coming in from game number 4. And both players, I expect both players to fight pretty hard for round 1 to try to get the last say with Yurden.
That should be absolutely the case. Now, let's see how this Abaya as well can come into play with that Heat Wave and making it really difficult for Kaneki to float these big point plays.
Yeah, and
But
not just the Heat Wave and the Abaya, but also Kerpiton has a Slizzard, which Kaneki does not have. Slizzard could kind of go crazy here and go unanswered, especially if the Yurden is not there to keep it in check.
And a lot comes down to the draws as well, what the players have at their disposal, with a quite even matchup here. Very similar.
Both players actually have the access to their Brewis, which I love to see. I would hate for this round 5 or game 5 decided by not drawing Brewis in round 1. So kind of on even playing field right now. Kaneki to open. Okay, so this Death Wish Succubus mirror. What does red coin and blue coin, how does that come into play here? Does Kaneki play his Brewis right away, or does he wait to see if Kerpiton will commit a Brewis in this round first, out of fear of overcommitting in round 1? But
yeah,
I don't know.
I
think Yurden last say is so important that
you want to just push and fight for it. Yeah. We saw some matches earlier where the Yurden last day really proved how important it is. Also Kaneki nicely holding on to or playing an order consume. That order consume can do a lot, also helping out Abaya, for example. So I really like that Kaneki was able to find one and play one from hand here, just setting it up quietly. Maybe you're right, Shinmir, maybe you're onto something that the players are playing a little bit slower and waiting to see what the other does. Maybe Kaneki does not want to commit the Brewis before he sees Kerpiton doing it, again, in fear of potentially overcommitting and going into later rounds with kind of uneven resources at their disposals.
I would say Kerpiton is happy about his hand right now, having 2 Harpies for that bonded, as well as 1 Giant Toad for carryover. Kaneki not drawing a single Toad just yet. Nobody playing Brewis yet. Just everybody slowing down, just kind of testing the waters, say, hey, I'm willing to win round 1 down multiple cards. Kerpiton also playing a Succubus, the first one.
Setting up carryover here, while Kaneki, on the other hand, does not. But yeah.
What's really dangerous here for Kaneki is that if he does play the Brewis and procs it with the stratagem as well as consumes it, he's going to bring out 4 Bronze Deathwish units. And we can see he has no Succubus in hand. So potentially that Brewis can bring out both Succubus from the deck, and wasting one of them is a huge deal, especially when Kerpiton has a card like Heat Wave that can banish the 3rd Succubus.
Yeah, absolutely. That Heat Wave is going to be interesting to see in this matchup in general, what it ends up hitting. Will it hit a Succubus then in that scenario, or is it going to go for something like Haunt rather later on? And maybe just letting something like a Brewis float even just go through because of that risk for Kaneki, or maybe doing a bit too much.
Is it possible for us to check Kaneki's deck to see what Bronze Deathwish units are in there still? Because how many there are and which ones those are, in case he's thinking about pulling out 4 Deathwish Bronze.
There are indeed exactly 4, and that would mean that both of these Succubus or Succubi would come out. So that's not something that Kaneki then ideally goes for.
That's why he ends up using
scary play.
He ends up using the stratagem, I think, on the Siren instead of on a Brewis, and consumes everything here with the Intriga Warrior. Best Boy coming out to help, and 15-point lead, but winning round 1 and getting last say is still super important to these players. And now Kerpiton knows that with the stratagem gone, Kaneki likely doesn't want to double activate the Brewis, and maybe this is Kerpiton's signal to kind of commit a little bit, but still slow playing with the Giant Toad.
slow playing as long as he has a reach to take the round if necessary, just setting up a carryover that Kaneki has not been able to set up. And that means Kerpiton would be slightly have an advantage moving into the later rounds. So I do like this, that, hey, I'm seeing what you're doing, and I'm not going to make any big moves before I know what Kaneki does. Kaneki actually ends up passing this row. The hand is indeed quite awkward for Kaneki to further play, unless he wanted to go for one Brewis. But again, risking potentially pulling out both Succubi in that case.
And Kerpiton has actually an awkward hand where he has to commit a Karen to make the 6 points necessary to win the round. Rather than not able to play the Barghest, doesn't want to use a Barghest plus a leader because that's using 3 consumes anyways, needs to save the Heatwave Yurden and the Brewis. So Kerpiton can pass here in round 2 to get a long round 3 with Last Say Yurden, but he no longer has the Karen to eat as many Succubi as Kaneki.
Yeah, that K-Ran is very, very valuable. Consume ratio, we talked about that. Important to have, so not the best card in terms of taking the round, but maybe saying that it's okay, because that Last Say Yurden, on the other hand, will be so valuable. And nothing here yet for Kaneki to establish the carryover. We have Double Toad still in deck. We have both Succubi as well in the deck. This is very interesting, but here comes the Doldu Lock. Of course, Roach will come out here as well for
okay, gets a little bit of thinning.
Added tempo and thinning.
Kaneki needs to keep all 4 of his Bronze Death Wish units in the deck, right? So that he has the targets for the double Brewis. I think he probably still wants to double Brewis here. Maybe he'll go for Abaya onto Arrakis Queen. It's also a possibility. Drawing into 2 of those Bronze Death Wish units, not really what you want to see. Okay, say little
One
Harpy.
mulligan left. So let's see if the Siren goes back into the deck and Death Wish is not going to be drawn here. Kaneki, yeah, would probably want to see Yurden. Still potentially getting good value, even
Kaneki
without
had to
Last Say. Yeah.
He had to mulligan Whispering Hillock out of fear that it would brick, I guess.
Yes, and
So,
there was
like,
the Toad then.
So many brick potentials for Kaneki Yamori. So I guess he's not going to be consuming Brewis twice, or he's not going to be triggering Brewis with Abaya. He will be triggering Arrakis Queen with Abaya, which means that maybe this is a bait. This is a bait for Kerpiton to Heatwave the Brewis.
Yeah.
He wants Kerpiton to Heatwave this Brewis.
Kerpiton doesn't take it, because if Kaneki pulls out all of these Death Wish units from Brewis, even if it was not bricked, Kaneki might struggle in terms of having consumes, and that is why Kerpiton is probably aiming for the Haunt Heatwave instead to deny consumes, because that is something that Kaneki might be struggling with too many Death Wish units and not enough consumes. So I'm guessing this is where the Heatwave of Kerpiton is going to come down.
Actually, you know, if Kerpiton had Heatwave the Brewis, he doesn't know it, but Kaneki did not have any Succubi in his hand. So if the Brewis had gotten Heatwave, there was no way for Kaneki to get the Succubi out of his deck, and that would lower his overall power level tremendously.
That is very interesting. No Heatwave coming down here either from Kerpiton, saying that the Haunt is not the target to go for, potentially aiming for AQ. And yeah, that's really interesting. Point Shinmari, no Succubuses, and that usually means game over for that player. So Kaneki has to be pretty happy that the Heatwave then didn't come down on the Brewis, but it was such an obnoxious play that Kerpiton definitely took, I guess, the bait there of not Heatwaving the Brewis.
So many mind games going on between these 2 legendary players. It's all tied up 2-2. This is the final round of the 5th game of the first series of the day. Going the distance right away. Kerpiton, I think he has a great hand, right? Is he missing anything in Kerpiton's deck?
It looks to me like there's an AQ missing that will be tutored with an Aeromancy. So everything found for Kerpiton, while Kaneki, of course, is left with the Yurden in deck, as well as the second Succubus. But that would come down out here if with the consume on the Brewis ritual.
We didn't talk about that yet. Kaneki not finding the Yurden is really rough in this matchup.
Of course, Kerpiton is going to play around that Yurden but still, Jurden is not a bad card to have by any means, even if you're missing out on that last say. So yeah, that is a bit of a sad miss to have to go for. Like, the ideal mulligan would have been Siren into Jurden, and then I think Kaneki would have been pretty happy, but unfortunately not today.
Yeah, okay, so without the Jurden, Kaneki, what kind of edge can Kaneki find? He used the Abaya on the Brewis for one Death Wish, was that right? Or
Yes.
okay.
No,
only-
one second. For 2 Death Wishes, and the second there's 1 Death Wish left in deck that would then be
Consumed.
it's a Succubus, yeah.
When the Brewis is consumed, that last Death Wish unit will come out. So basically, the Abaya was used for effectively 1 Death Wish unit because there's only 3 total.
Yes.
In the deck. All right.
And then, I mean, the interesting play there with that Brewis ritual, it's I'm still thinking about it. Like, you could avoid it. Kaneki could avoid, you know, the heat wave on the Brewis ritual by playing a leader charger or something. So it's really interesting to see that he was willing to risk the whole game with just that one play and reading the ritual. I think that is really fascinating and quite scary, but it worked out. Kirbyson here, on the other hand, is consuming with the Slizzard, probably looking to have Slizzard on one row for the consumes and put the rest of the boosts on another row, although the Bargus for now is indeed sitting on the melee row as well.
Okay, so the AQ comes down, consumes the Dettlaff, and Kaneki knows that the Heatwave still hasn't been played, so I don't think there's really a reason to greed this AQ. There's not enough space on your board to really spawn the ones. So,
No.
and you've already played the Abaya.
Yeah.
Why does he greed it here?
I don't know, because, yeah, this is a free Heatwave for Kirpiton, and he's very
Okay.
happy to take it, but yeah.
Kirpiton's happy to take it. Kaneki may be thinking, I'm gonna have not enough consumes for all my sucks anyways, so I don't really need this extra Dettlaff. That was at least an 18-point heat wave by Kirpiton.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's gonna get any better. Kirpiton shaking his head a little bit, maybe thinking to himself something. Maybe came up with an epiphany. Not sure. We'll see.
We'll see what they are up to. Fog right now is on both rows, eating up these ones from Kirpiton's melee row, which is definitely not a bad thing at all. Doing a little bit more there for on Kaneki's side of the board. Here comes the Siren, also, I guess, holding on to it. But here is a consume. Finally, the last Succubus comes out. The Adrenaline has been activated, so leader charge also added to the mix, and now you have 2 Succubi on the board nicely next to each other. Could help with the Endrega Warrior, for example, later, but of course you need to be careful about the Jurden value that you're playing into when you're Kaneki.
Yes. Yep. You do like to see the Succubi landing next to each other when you're playing those Endriga Warriors, exactly as you said. A lot of 50-50s in that case, and here he's going to take it right away. Not going to mess around. And we still have the Siren ready to consume. Quite a few consumes left for Kaneki. We've got one from the Siren, one from Leader, another from Toad. It's 3, 4, 5, 6. I think he can consume these Succubi a total of 6 more times. And also use the Karen to consume the Siren. Still a lot of power left, but almost all of that is going to be green boosted power.
Exactly. That is definitely scary when we're looking at the Jurden. Again, we've seen these big point swings. We might see another one, or we will see a big point swing, but will it be enough to switch things around to Kirpiton's advantage? We shall find out. Here comes the AQ instantly being consumed by the Toad there coming out from the graveyard. It looks a little bit fast, but that is what happened. Proving why, you know, Giant Toad is a really, really wonderful card. Now the Succubus on Kirpiton's side are moving as well, and there's 3 of them right now.
3 of them, because Kirpiton elected to use Arrakis Queen on Succubus instead of Dettlaff. Probably thinking that, oh, I have extra consumes from the Slizzard, but unfortunately, Slizzard can only consume on the same row that it's on, and these Succubus have not landed on the front melee row. So this Slizzard is kind of doing not too much in the next turn. Maybe he decides to consume the Night Wraith, but gotta watch out for that row space.
Gotta watch out for the row space, and there is a Jurden that Kurpiten is still keeping in mind, even though Kaneki, of course, did mulligan the Jurden. Now here comes a Toad, definitely not the ideal use of a giant Toad either, as just a simple consume in round 3, you'd rather have it in Graveyard. Kurpiten was happy to establish that carryover earlier, while Kaneki was not able to, but yeah, here comes the consumes. The point gap is fairly close with the Succubus moving, plus
close.
the Jurden still from Kurpiten. It's threatening. It is very threatening.
It's too close if you're Kaneki. I think this point gap is too close, and this Jurden is going to swing things way over to Kurpiten's side. But there's a K-Ren. Kurpiten had to use K-Ren in round 1, so maybe that is the saving grace. We can see that Kurpiten has too many Death Wishes and not enough consumes. There's 3 Sucks and the Stetlaf. He's still really needing like 8 consumes to make the most out of all of his Death Wish. And I think he has like 4?
Yeah, that looks to be the case. Here, Kaneki goes ahead, just uses the last leader charge. Last day for Kurpiten, this K-Ran is going to be wiped, the leader boosts are going to be wiped, so it doesn't really matter for Kaneki in terms of the ordering of playing out.
It also looks like Kaneki has too much boost on the front row. Like it's a little imbalanced between how much boost is on the front and how much boost is on the back.
And there's
no
only
space.
1 row space.
Yeah.
Which
There's
is
no
going to have
space
to
for
come
him to
down
play
on
in the
the
back.
Let's see here. Last play coming in. K-Ran, of course, consuming what was left. The Succubi jumping out on a very full board. And the final play, the grand finale that will
30
decide
points.
the series.
This Jurden swings about 50, I think, in this matchup and still consumes leftover for Kurpiten. So very comfortably wins the game. No Jurden versus Jurden last say. Not a contest. Kurpiten wins the first quarterfinal of the day, and he will be moving on to the semifinals in day 2.
What a series this was. What a way to open, really, here with this very, very intense series. Well played from both players. I like that we were a little bit thrown off by Kurpiten's choice to decide to go for that Syndicate on blue coin versus Monsters. It was a risky choice, but managing to navigate that matchup to get that Death Wish mirror on the desired coin seems to be, worked out for Kurpiten in this one. But Kaneki putting up a gorgeous fight. This was such a series. It gave me everything I want and more from a Gwent series. Absolutely.
Game number 4
fantastic.
was definitely the pivotal moment, the decider there. Like you said, the decision to queue Syndicate in an unfavorable position, knowing that you need the favorable position for the Death Wish mirror, and pushing round 1, winning round 1 with those poisons, not giving up even though when it looked like you were so far behind, and managing to win round 1 without going 2 cards down, and then getting a little bit of luck to help you out in round 3 to clinch it by a nail-biting 2 points.
That's right, and I'm sure we are all waiting to see what Kurpiten has to say about this one. Calm, cool, and collected. That's kind of his brand, I think. So let's take it away to the interview with Ryan, I believe.
Hello, welcome, Captain, and thank you so much for taking the time for this interview. Congratulations, you made it into day 2 once again, and I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect,
Thank you.
perfect, awesome. So, well, first of all, again, congratulations. You defeated Kaneki, who had his first Open appearance. Maybe do you have a few words on his first time taking part in an Open?
No.
All right, very short answer. I do have a question now. Did you, like 1 month ago, maybe let's say 6 months ago, ever imagine that Geralt Erden would bring you a victory and take you into day 2 of an Open?
I did not, because I did not want it to happen.
You
This
did-
is not a good way to win.
But you take it anyways?
I have to win.
All right. Well, thank you for that very quick interview. I hope that you take some time now to rest and prepare for tomorrow. Obviously, you would prefer to face your TLG team members, is that right?
Of course. Someone has to show them who is the boss.
Exactly. Well, we're looking forward to that. Thank you again. And now let's throw it back to the casters.
Absolutely fantastic interview from Kerpeton. Of course, he has to show TLG and his fellow team members who is boss. So he's hoping to go against one of his own to really make sure everyone knows that he is the player to beat. I just love that confidence for Kerpeton, and it was an absolute blast seeing him play. And he said, I did not want a Yurden to win me a game in an open, but hey, sometimes you gotta fight fire with fire. That's exactly what Kerpeton did for this one, and you gotta do what you gotta do, and it paid off.
Yeah, exactly. At this level of play, you play what's best, what's optimal, and in this case, Yurden really playing key roles in a lot of these matchups. Deathwish going so green with its consumes, Harmony going so green with its Harmony boosts and scenario, and then like a lot of other matchups too, like Nilfgaard with his Triss Meteor Shower and the Sergeants, and even potentially Knights that like to row stack and have only boosted strength.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Now, let's take a look at the bracket and how it looks. Who will advance here? Of course, we just saw Kerpeton advancing to the semifinals tomorrow, then going on Blue Coin. Next up, we have Kuner versus Sif Great Wolf, which will decide who Kerpeton will be going against for series number 2. That, of course, will be cast by lovely Tia Lionheart and Tia Beastie and Lionheart. My bad. That was interesting. A little bit of a mashup there.
Yeah, exactly. And that'll be a nail biter or a great match as well, I believe. So, yeah, let's take a look at the updated prize pool with Kerpeton narrowly winning 3-2. It's going to get the majority of the quarterfinals match stake. Kaneki Imori goes home with $1,120. Not too shabby. And Kerpeton, $1,280 in the bag already, with potentially more to come tomorrow.
That's right. Not a bad sum of cash to walk away with. And yeah, for Kerpeton, the match stake will be even higher tomorrow. I think for Kaneki as well, he should be proud. Fantastic open debut, and I hope we see more of him soon.
Exactly. I mean, this was such a great series to start off the day. Like, I'm going to have to take a little bit of a break and cool off after that one. And I'm going to be, grabbing some food and watching the next quarterfinal between Kuner and Sif Great Wolf as Lionheart and Tia Beastie take it after this video break, where we get to see the pre-game interviews for Kuner and Sif Great Wolf. So for now, Celia and I will say goodbye, but we'll be back to cast the third quarterfinal later today.
That's right.
Enjoy.
Hello, I'm Kuner. I am 24 years old. I am playing for Team Leviathan Gaming. From more important things about me, my free time I spend on the gym, and I like animals more than people. I think that's enough. I think competition this open is really strong. We have a lot of good players like Kerp or Paya. I'm happy about that Magpie is not here, because I have bad experience from last open playing against him. But yeah, I think that the open is really strong. But I'm not afraid, because I got Magic Wand from CD Projekt. So I hope that's gonna help me. I think basically what I like beating the most, which faction, I would say it's probably always the meta deck, right? When you play tournament and there is always like the most strong deck, sometimes you can try to like be good against this deck, and if you build lineup around this deck and you gonna beat this deck, it's the most satisfying thing, because most people just ban this deck. When you find a way to win against this deck, I think it's the most satisfying. So I would say just meta decks.
Hi, you may know me from last year Open number 2 and number 4. Well, this competitive year didn't go very successfully for me because of some personal reasons. Nothing too serious, but still, I have played most of the seasons on my phone. Only for the last 2 I moved to my PC and finally was able to play games with full concentration. And here I am again. There is only one new face here. All the others already have experience of at least one official tournament like this, so it's definitely not going to be an easy walk for any of the players. Generally speaking, I like to win unfavorable matchups, like playing vampires against lined pockets or some non-NG entry against double cross Terra Nova entry. So for me, it's not all about certain deck perfection, because whether I like to beat it or not, much depends on the deck I'm playing myself.
Hello everyone and welcome to the second quarter-final of Open 3 in Season 4. We've got a lot to live up to after that incredible series, and joining me as always is Tia Beastie. Tia, welcome.
It's great to be back here with you at the very height of the competitive scene, Lionheart. That was quite the match. Honestly, we've got a stacked lineup for today and I can't wait to get into the next series.
Me either, but before we do get into that next series, I need to remind you all about the infinite journeys. Now, journeys became infinite a little while ago, and we already have a stacked number. Geralt is here, Ciri is here, Alza, Yen, and Triss. You can make your way through them, and they even have brand new rewards, including some incredible music. And coming in November, Aretuza, Regis, and Dandelion are returning to you.
That's just awesome. I still need to get Alzer myself personally, so I can't wait for that to happen. We also have some very special rewards for those of you who are watching the live event from your homes today on Twitch. Just remember to connect that GOG account of yours first, and then every time you reach a milestone, just click the claim button so you can move on to the next. The first one is at 2 hours. It is 50 meteorite powder. At 4 hours, you will receive another 50 meteorite powder, plus the Sun Knight avatar as well there.
You will indeed, and at 6 hours of watching, you will have an ultimate keg. 8 hours, another ultimate keg. Just make sure you click redeem. They will not keep going, so make sure you click redeem when you have achieved that, as you want to make sure you get those rewards. I love these avatars. Reminds me of the coin that has been released as part of this bundle as well. Looks really nice. I think I'll be rocking that in the next season to you.
Absolutely. I'm a sucker for cosmetics when it comes to Gwent, so I'll definitely be getting it. But we are about to see Kuner face off against Sif Greatwolf. Quite admirable players, both of them. I'm very curious to see the Twitter poll later on to see what our community at home thinks regarding this matchup.
Yeah, I think it might be quite similar. In fact, we don't need to guess. It is... Oh, it's very close with Kuner just edging it here, Tia. That's pretty tight. One of the closest I think we've seen.
That's quite interesting. Very close. Like you said, Lionheart, Kuner versus Sif Greatwolf. Well, now I am hooked. I wonder who's going to take this one. We better look at their decks before we make a educated decision ourselves, I'd say.
I think that is a good idea. I think that's a very good idea. Obviously, people going without the deck list yet. We are about to show you what they are.
Exactly.
And this is really close. Sometimes you see it massively skewed one way or the other with the more experienced players. Both of these very, very good players who've appeared before, though. So nobody knows exactly which way to go. But I think we're going to start off with Kuner's deck list here, and I'm really excited for his lineup.
I must say, I need to point this out. I see Yerden in 3 out of 4 of Kuner's decks. Now, normally we have a player targeting one list, but he seems to just be targeting all of them. It's no wonder we don't see Northern Realm Knights in any of these lists so far. A good decision, I'd say, but in overwhelming hunger here, I do see Erendite, making me think this is a blue coin list. If you do pick this list on blue, you also get that Urn of Shadows, which will allow you to trigger a Death Wish card more than once. Now, the Brewer's Ritual is quite effective at thinning, as it will pull out 2 bronze Death Wish cards every time its Death Wish is triggered. So that is quite a powerful way to tempo ahead and make sure Erendite keeps on ticking. This list also has quite a bit of control in it. We have Maruna, which is able to steal a 4-point card from your opponent, as well as the Imperial Manticore, killing the smallest card on your opponent's side of the board. We also have that Drowner for some movement, and honestly, a quite formidable list. Even in a short round, we have Detlef, which can be duplicated with Aracha's Queen, allowing for a lot of point slam in a short round. I hope we get to see this list in play, but after that, we have Squirtle.
We do, and I hope we get to see that list as well. It's a little greedy as a list, because if you don't find Brewis or a Nero, I think you're in trouble on blue coin, but I hope we get to see it, and I hope it does well. It's great to see monsters rocking. And as you say, on to Guerrilla Tactics here. Now, this is a list that you will probably be familiar with if you've been playing Gwent on the ladder. It's Harmony, but it also has Saskia, as well as Milva, and even the Yerden that you already pointed out. This is covering every single base. Long round engines, but also short round power slam, thanks to the late Guardian Dusk aspect. This is a Harmony engine, but it grows no matter where it is. So it is a constant threat for that short round. I have seen these top 20 points thanks to the pairing with the Chameleons constantly triggering Harmony value over and over and over again. It adds an extra element to something that the Harmony archetype really needed, that ability to have that short round slam. This big bird is gored, but better for Harmony, and I absolutely love this list. It's got a variety of tactics it can use. It has the Yerden for reset. It even has poisons in there as well. Maybe he will leave Syndicate, and we might see some Syndicate gameplay. Who knows? But it's a fantastic list. It covers every single base, I think, and it's going to have some power in it. But the next one, a familiar-looking Nilfgaard list.
Oh yeah, this is quite the competitive list. We've seen this in both qualifiers this past season, and it's no surprise, Lionheart. I mean, this is a Rain-Free list. We all recall the deadly power of Rain-Free, being able to make a new leader ability after you've used those 2 imprisonment charges, as well as a passive leader ability. It's like 2 in 1, really. And it just is so formidable. We also have Triss Meteor Shower. Now, ironically, this might suffer against Yerden, but you can also use it offensively to damage all enemy units on a row by half of their base power. You can also boost your own if you decide to go into that direction, and we have a lot of large units in this list, so that might be the play. We've got Rain-Free's gang coming out at 6 points each. We have the Arctfian Tortoise at 7. We also have some strong bronzes here in the lower end that we haven't seen in the last season. We see these now after that recent soldier change in Nilfgaard, and they are powerful. We've got the Nausicaa Sergeant. If you've lost a round, this card will be able to boost itself up to 10 points. The Slave Driver is able to duplicate these cards, playing them again, and the Spotter is able to play for quite a bit of points if you are able to combine it with something like the Arctfian Tortoise. Honestly, this list is quite scary. I won't be surprised if we see it being banned every now and then instead of the normal Syndicate pick. But yeah, that is the next list. It is Syndicate.
It is indeed, yeah. That Nilfgaard list is a real powerhouse. It's quite scary to face, as is this. It is Golden Necker, Line Pockets, Poison Syndicate. You will know it well. We've seen versions of this for the last couple of months in different variations. Sirinova back into these lists as there are less Pellas around for that potential carryover. Of course, if you don't find it till round 3, as we did see happen to Kerpeton, round 4 carryover, not quite a thing, but it has so many ways to hurt you. The Conjurer's Candle for uninteractive spending, the Tunnel Drill for deleting, and the engines like the Townsfolk. I have always loved Townsfolk as a card, even when it used to be a meme. And it's a nice and simple one. There is no big, long dictionary definition here. Whenever you gain coins, boost self by 1. And the series you just saw, how huge were these cards when they weren't removed, when Kerpeton was playing them, for instance. An absolute powerhouse of an engine in a list that develops so many coins, especially with the leader ability. Every single click is an extra boost on this. Absolutely love to see it, and this is a powerful list, one that I wouldn't be surprised if we saw banned across the course of the weekend for those bringing it. But now, well, that's Kuna's lists. What has his opponent brought to you? Sif Great Wolf. Has he brought something similar? Oh, no, he has not.
Oh no. I spot a Skellige list. I see Onslaught and I am here for it. This is a Golden Necker list, meaning that all cards need to be 9 provisions or below for Golden Necker to do its thing. Golden Necker pulls out a special, it pulls out an artifact and a unit. It's quite strong, but this entire list basically revolves around thinning because we've seen Coral, Burnabrand as well as Darren here. And the reason for this is to end up with a hand with, or a deck that is, with less than 3 cards. If we can do that, we end up with Magic Compass being played, and Magic Compass can play any legendary card that is not in your deck. That allows you to play cards like Fukushia, Morgvarg, or even Camby, depending on the matchup. And it's quite the list. But yeah, Sith Great Wolf brought some interesting cards here. One of the first I see is Tempest, a card that I have never seen played before. Tempest is able to purify 3 adjacent enemy units and damage them by 2. Now, the immediate thing I'm thinking of is Azar Javed, potentially.
Yeah.
This seems to target cards like those, right? Purifying cards like the Scarabs, potentially. I'm curious to see if Sif is targeting Syndicates or whether he's going to be banning it. But other than this card, we also have something like the Tesha Mutna Sword. The Tesha Mutna Sword is a 7 provision card that damages by 5, but for every status on the card, it will damage it by 5 again. So I'm curious to see what Sif is targeting with this list. I'm very excited to see it in play, hopefully. But then we go on to another Guerrilla Tactics list, Lionheart.
We do, but this one is nothing like the others. This is a very aggressive, very control-laden Guerrilla Tactics Scoia'tael list. Yes, that is Heatwave, Maddock, Hengadith Sword as well, and all the bombs that come along with it. 2 Catwitcher Saboteurs for that extra movement and damage as well. I think if I'm Kuna right now and I'm looking at this lineup, I'm a little upset. He's brought Jerdans, he's trying to target those green boosts, and he's thinking, okay, fantastic, I can deal with Nilfgaard, I can deal with Northern Realms, I can deal with Harmony. And Sif has sidestepped so much of that with this lineup already. As you pointed out, Onslaught, very, very damage heavy, lots of removal. And this is no different. Even the Vanadane and Simless list as well. This is a very, very aggressive list. And I think Sif right now will be sitting pretty happy. The irony, normally Nilfgaard, one of the strongest lists, may actually end up being one that he struggles to get through for Sif. This whole series may come down to if he can get that through against all of the Jerdans.
Ironically, you're correct. I mean, this list is dodging Jerdans left and right. It's going to come down to Nilfgaard and Syndicate. But looking at his Nilfgaard list, very similar, but there are some texts that are different. Of course, with Renfrey, you only want units in your list to make her work. So instead of seeing Jerdin here, we see Vulgaforts instead. Vulgaforts, of course, being able to remove a unit. We also see some interesting picks here in the bronze category. I spot an Artfian Light Cavalry, also another soldier card that has been changed. This will damage the last card your opponent has played by 1 point each turn, but it does have flanking, meaning if you're able to play it in the melee row and it is at the far right or left of the row, it will instead do that twice per turn instead of once. We also see that Nausicaa Sergeant again. These cards just play for so much. If you're able to lose 1 round, which is to your advantage, you're able to play this with battle preparation, giving it 10 points. So if you're able to combine that with the Slave Driver, and you can do that over and over again, maybe even in a mirror match, you can use Duchess Informant to steal some of your opponents. These will definitely be Jerdin bait, in my opinion. But other than that, the list is quite similar, and we go on to the final list, which is Syndicate Line Pockets.
We do indeed, and as I said for Kuna, this is one powerful list. It's one that does get banned often. As we pointed out earlier, you mentioned Tempest. I think Sif may well be keeping it, so we will see some. And there must be some consensus across the pro players as to how this list should look. Because these two, have brought identical lists. This is exactly the same deck list, and there is definitely consensus that there is some power in this Line Pockets list. It has all of the value for Golden Necker with that tempo, some carryover from Siri, and removal everywhere you look with those poisons, whether it's from the Salamandra hideout and that failed experiment, notably only one of them for everyone now. They've decided that after the nerf to that a couple of seasons ago, just the one is sufficient, as well as those Blenheim brothers that just have so much power if you can't remove them. Going to be a fascinating series, Tia. Honestly, I can't wait to see how they navigate each other's lineups. I love it when we have two very different strategies, and I think it's fair to say these players have.
Oh, absolutely. And like they said, half the match is already won in the deck building stage. And I feel like Sif Great Wolf made a pretty good read here when it comes to the competitive meta. He saw those Yerdans coming from a mile away and he has dodged them quite adequately. Now, the question is what they will be banning. What have they been prepping against and what do they fear most?
Well, we will soon find out. In fact, we'll find out right now, as we can see, and you were right, the suggestion is there. It is Nilfgaard banned for Cuna.
Oh, that is rather interesting. That does mean that Sif has been targeting the Scarabs potentially with that Tempest card in his Skellige lineup, and Kuner decides to ban Syndicate. Not a bad choice either. Syndicate still being quite a hectic faction to be playing against.
It really is. There's so much power to it, and you can see these two probably going to end up taking most bans over the course of the weekend. But no matter which way you look at it, it's constantly that bravery of which way do I ban? Am I trying to get rid of the Nilfgaard? And then a target Syndicate seems very brave given its win rate and its play rate. But the same can be said the other way around. It's going to be one hell of a series. I am really, really excited to see how this goes. And now we have to dance around to work out who is where and what is going to happen. What are they going to start picking? Which is going to happen? Oh, Tia, I'm very, very curious to see what they're going to start with.
I'm very curious as well, and I just want to give a heads up that the power in my country has just gone off, but the old UPS battery kicked in, so we'll be casting in the dark as always. But yeah, we'll see Kuner going on blue coin, right? And what will he start off with is the question. We know he has Erendite in his monster list, which makes it a blue coin list. And we have Squirtle as well. That is possibly a more of a flexible list that can go on either coin. And Syndicate potentially on red coin, I'd wager.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. The Squirtle list, he's running Curse Scroll as well, so ideally he'd have liked blue. He's going to be happy that he has more shots at blue than red, something you would not have said in Gwent 2 or 3 years ago for sure. It's going to be very interesting to see which way he picks to start with here, as he does have both of those options. The monster list, something he's going to be keen to get through, I would say. It's all going to come down for me for Sif. Can he deal with the Nilfgaard? Can that Nilfgaard list go through for him when there are so many Yerdans around? Not something I think many people expected going into an open series, but when we were talking to the players, they simply said it just makes sense, especially for Northern Realms, but no Northern Realms so far.
I think they all had the same idea, which is basically target Northern Realms and all the other greedy lists, and don't bring Northern Realms because other players might do the exact same thing. You love to see it. It's like a hive mind. They all think the same, but some of them are just one step ahead, and we'll see if Sif's lists actually benefit from this decision. He has Skellige, Squirtle, and Nilfgaard is, like you said, probably going to be his Achilles heel, as it is one of the only lists that actually go tall and might be punished with Yerden, but there's no time to think. We will see them now.
And we do see Squirtle queued on blue for Cuna, and the opposite. We have Squirtle v Squirtle. You may think this is a mirror match, but I promise you, there is very little similar between these two, as we see those mulligans early from Cuna. Yerden in this matchup, not what he's looking for because of how aggressive it is, and certainly doesn't want the Milva either.
Oh no, definitely not. Now this is quite interesting that Kuner decided to take his flexible list on blue here. Perhaps Monsters was a little bit too predictable. But we see a lot of the great cards in hand. Saskia being pulled, Lockfian as well.
We do. I'm just looking at Sif's hand, and there isn't a single unit in his hand. And there's a card that he's playing Impenetrable Fog. He has gone full scale. That must be the first time Impenetrable Fog has ever made it into an open, as we see here an incredibly reactive hand for Sif. I don't think I've ever seen an open start like this with no units in hand, but he's on red coin. He's going to be delighted about this.
Oh, I'm certain he's very happy. He can just allow Kuner to play his cards and then get rid of them as needed. Now, he needs to be careful here with Antherian, as Saskia is likely going to be played next, and if that's the case, you want Impenetrable Fog to be targeting her. You don't want to decrease Antherian's value up until the point that it is the smallest unit on the board. He decides to go Vanadane though, decides to go with a unit. It makes sense. If you're going to be playing your Waylays, you want them to go for optimal value. Question is whether Kuner is going to allow that to stick. I see a poison coming down there, perhaps telling Sif there's another one in hand. Is he baiting it though? Is he prepared to play his only Treant right now to get rid of Vanadane?
Well, Willow's a very, very powerful piece, not just for its poison, but also for its ability. The amount of additional points, as you will have seen in Series 1 chat, when you made sure, I know all of you know what the Willow does now, the amount of power in that card, the amount of possibilities. We see Maddox thinned out. Is Kuner going to take this? Because he needs round 1, he doesn't want that extra Vanadane value.
Oh.
He does, jams it straight away.
That is a big play, Lionheart. That card is quite the finisher. It's something you want to end off on normally, as it can now boost itself by all the tags on your side of the board. It's also a Harmony card and a massive commitment, especially on blue coin.
Yeah, it is. He wants to get out of this round, and he wants to be in control of this round, though. He wants to be the one making the decisions. We can see his scenario is in hand for Kuner. The Heatwave existing for Sif. Having both Waylays in hand at the start of the game, as well as access to Vanadane, is fantastic. Because now, he's not going to find those other Waylays. He's no longer nervous about them. He is going to be very, very happy. Because they're at the bottom of his deck. He can take those mulligans freely. Those bricks are not a thing here. But he didn't get any value from that Vanadane, because he decided to use the bomb instead and clear up a Harmony engine. Is that going to come back to bite Sif here as he takes his time deciding what he wants to do? Is he just going to get those Waylays into the graveyard, or are we seeing more bombs?
Ooh, we see that sword coming out. Oh, what a steal. What a steal. Especially if you're playing Square Tile yourself, you can now use that card to your own disposal later. You'll have to see it also taking away the Harmony on Kuner's end. Kuner now needs to decide what line he is taking. Is he prepared to commit Saskia this late into the round, as she normally provides quite a bit of tempo, but that might just be wasted, especially if you're on blue coin here and you've already committed so much. Instead, we see another Harmony card. Saskia is not yet needed. Kuner decides perhaps we'll use it in round 2 instead.
Yeah, quite possibly, and it is a feasible option. Brings the Royal Decree to hand instead. Every other unit is fishable. Not too bad. 9-0 up here. That Antherian still not clicked, so didn't want to send Percival to Harmony 3. Instead, is very happy. We've seen that Hengadith sword used, and now has taken and stored a copy of the Willow. That is a huge steal for Sif here, because it spawns and plays another copy the next time it damages by 5. That's a big card to have access to for Sif.
Exactly. That is going to help Sif greatly in the next few rounds to come. Perhaps Kuner regrets playing it that early, but he was able to get rid of Vanadane, and he did calculate it to the T. Of course, we know Sif can't actually win this round, as he has no units in his hand. So he does decide to pass and goes through a card up into round 2. Kuner, of course, having round control here, might decide to bleed. It is up to Kuner what he wants to do here.
It is. Now, it was an interesting choice, because he could have chosen quite happily there. He could have had the opportunity to keep pushing a little, try and trade up those cards. You can see the Waylays in hand that he's just mulliganing away now instead of putting into the graveyard. Oh, and that's a horrible final mulligan. Gets rid of Waylays, draws into the Milville, which feels awful. In this kind of matchup, with the amount of tall that is potential for Kuner here, Sif would love Lassay, because the Heatwave could, and we're going to see that Heatwave drop down here, would not be surprised at all to see him use this Heatwave and use the Alyssa to have a second Heatwave instead. In some matchups, that's far more effective than bringing the Waylays back. And he's now very happily going to have access to all of that combo.
Ooh, and we see Fog being dropped there. It hits the dwarf instead. Now, I mean, Sif could have moved the dwarf if he really wanted to, but like you said, that Mulva is a brick and it would be a dead giveaway that it is in hand. Kuner's not stopping though, and it's too late for the Fog to take out Saskia. There are now 2 dwarfs at 2 points each, both going to be taking those Fog damage in her place.
Very much so. I think Kuner will have picked up on the lack of movement. Sif would always have moved that if he could have done, and then pulled the option as well from Milva, even if it costed a second one. I don't think he wanted to dice roll on that. I really don't. I think he's going to be... I think it will be visible to Kuner that that is there, and that he may cause him to push now. Has decided to take the 50-50 again, and wins it this time, but now Kuner will definitely know that it is in hand, and may decide to go for the throat here as a result.
Ironically, both Mulvas are in hand, which is rather funny, but we'll see if Kuner decides to use his. Of course, there's not a lot to target here if you're Kuner, seeing that Great Wolf is playing rather offensively, but Kuner doesn't have to. He just needs to set up his Harmony cards appropriately. He still has his Lake Guardian, which is a pretty strong card to end off on, especially if you have Last Say. So continuing your Harmony push isn't the end of the world here if you see it as potential carryover for a short round 3.
Yeah, most definitely. He does have that Chameleon, as you've said. Is he gonna... He moves the Madoc here. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. Kills that Madoc off. No Squirrel available in the hand of Kuner. In fact, in the deck of Kuner, so it's not a worry here. But has taken away that option. We, of course, get Saskia pulling out an Antherian, a pretty decent grab is Antherian there, but we do know Saskia is not going to tick again now. Big point gap. Sif really needs to close this quickly. His hand is not hugely favourable to do that either. It is a pretty awkward hand for him. A Spores playing for 9 is great. The Hengedith Sword here could be massive, but doesn't have a follow-up poison either in his list, I believe. So it's going to be really tough. Sif in danger here if he doesn't start finding some value. May end up having to use Simless from a Neuromancy at some point soon.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit awkward here for Sif. The point gap is rather big, as he points out, and Kuner has no reason to stop anytime soon. He's got his Dryads on the board ready to go. Just play that Chameleon. Of course, Chameleon can be played every turn until it reaches 1 point, and it will be triggering the Harmony cards every single time. No reason for him to stop at any point. I think he is going to go for the bleed here, potentially even push for the 2-0. But we see Sif coming out with Simlas, finally showing what he has in his deck, which are 4 Waylays. Ooh, this is going to be quite the swing.
Both of the Dryads suffer to the Elves. The Waylays come in, they clear up those Elves, now they're gone. And all of a sudden that is a big swing. We've seen some pretty big swings today already, but it doesn't get Sif ahead. Both players bricks in hand. And as you rightly pointed out, Kuner wants to keep this Last Say, so now he has to be mindful. But with the Chameleon on the board and no Harmony engines, it's only carryover that it's going to play for. His Dusk Guardian sitting at a pretty small 8 points right now, so he'd have loved to get more value on that. An 8 to 10 point slam is by no means as impressive, and he's got no guarantee of drawing it. Instead, he retains his Last Say and says, you know what, that is enough for me.
He decides to go for the pass. At least he does have Last Say now, and like you said, Alyssa might be able to shuffle back that Heatwave. It won't find the value now if it targets the Lake Guardian. Now, Sif Great Wolf has to be careful here. He has the Spores still ready to reset a target. He has Alyssa not really doing too much. He decides to go for Spores now. Knows he won't really find that much value in round 3 if Kuner is able to play around his resets.
Yeah, I could have used the Alyssa there, dropped it, and just given himself Heatwave as an option again to be drawing into. He's expecting something tall, but no Last Say. So decided against that. Has decided instead, as you say, to use the Spores. Not expecting to need tall removal, perhaps, or just going on the offensive instead with so much damage here. It looks like a hand that might not get it done, And yet, you just never, ever know. Decided not Red Haze twice. Ooh, a squirrel's not what he's looking for at all here. Was looking for the Zoltan Warrior. He was hoping for that Zoltan Warrior, pair it with the Chariot. Obviously, it did get reworked. It doesn't have armor as a base card now, but still very powerful as a combination.
Yes, that's a very unfortunate draw there for Sif. That squirrel's going to play for a solid 4 points. Kuner, on the other hand, shuffling away Yerden, knowing it won't really find any value, does draw into the Guardian, which can still play for quite a bit of points here. He needs to set up his Harmony first and take it from there. I'm curious, this might be closer than we think, Lionheart. There's quite a bit of potential here. Sif immediately takes out the Harmony card and is now going to get that Weeping Willow. That is going to hurt.
It is, and it's a great steal, the Weeping Willow there from that Hengadite sword. Not going to play for huge value here. It's only going to boost itself by 2 at absolute most, but... oh, in fact, no, slightly more. It'll play for 3, 4, maybe 5 additional points here. And as we know, it can't be removed. Not too bad. The removal does help Kuner a little, because playing this Dryad onto the board without another Dryad procs that late Guardian and his last say another time, which not ideal, but could be a lot worse.
Ironically, keeping Yerden might have been an option here for Kuner. Right now, that melee row is going to end up with quite a bit of points. Kuner did throw it away, and Sif is just playing into it as if he says, well, I don't really mind if you have Yerden or not. I'm going to play them next to each other anyway. I just look at those bombs, and honestly, Red Haze scares me. Kuner's going to have to play around that card because it's going to deal quite a bit of damage here at the end of this round.
Yeah, constantly. And we just see the unfortunate squirrel, not what you're looking for here at all. As the squirrel drops down, gains some armor as well. It's going to reduce the value of this Dwarven Berserker quite a bit, as everything is going to be pinging armor. It's basically going to play for 4 plus Harmony value. Not the best.
Certainly not. He does go with the dwarf on the range row, again proccing that Guardian. It's now at a solid 11 points. Not bad at all, really. Yeah, Sif Great Wolf here doesn't have that much. He might want to use a leader charge so he can use the bomb, as the bomb is right now it's going to do 4 points of bleeding instead of 4 points of damage if he doesn't get all of those cards onto the same row. Might also be a nice way to play Red Haze and kill off one of the cards.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. Obviously, he'd have loved to find the value. If the Dwarven Berserkers played in the front row here, the Dryad Fledgling would actually have died from making a bomb. 4 points of damage moving it to the back row, a 5th point of damage as a result of Milva's ability when something moves, and then the death blow from Milva as well would have been really, really big value. And we do see it is now pushed out. Sif decides the value is here. Are we going to see that making a bomb? We're going to see the Witcher instead. Interesting choice to get full value from that combination.
Alright, and the Willow is clicked as well, immediately giving it all of that value. Again, very curious, seeing that he doesn't know Kuner mulliganed away his Yerden and is just asking for it to be played right now. Kuner is still playing his cards onto the range row, giving some vitality to that Dryad. Again, rather scary, as Sif Great Wolf still has another leader charge left. And again, that Red Haze is going to play for so many points at this point in time. Sif probably just taking his time to see whether he can get an even bigger target onto the board, as Kuner will have to start playing cards adjacent to each other.
Yeah, he's going to have to pretty soon as we see that final leader charge drop down. Are we now going to see that Red Haze or the making a bomb? This is going to be the decision. Making a bomb's best chance is right now to find some value, but he won't get to kill the engine unless he decides to use Milva and cost himself that. So I'm not surprised to see the Harmony engine deleted at all, and finds Maddock on a row with a unit. Feels pretty good.
Honestly, wouldn't have minded to see making a bomb along with Milva, but decides to keep Milva on the board instead for the extra points. I do understand it. Now he's going to be struggling with that movement, so making the bomb is just Well, it's still going to proc Maddock. Maddock's going to come out onto the board for another 3 points, which is not bad at all. The bleeding is just going to be wasted a little bit here because of the placement of the cards. Sif ahead with quite a bit of points right now. It's starting to look scary for Kuner, but he still has 2 leader charges left. He just needs to use those wisely so he gets the most out of Mulva. Also has movement left in hand, so can play Mulva quite a bit if he does his calculations correctly.
He can, but that armor that has been developed all the way through, this Dwarven Chariot has done so much work, negating value from the Dwarf as well now as the movement of those leader charges. When you looked at Sif's hand at the start of this round and compared it to Kuner's, Kuner's looked so strong, so many points available, so much there. And then Sif just had a handful of damaging bronzes, and yet look at the current situation on the board. It is incredible to see how strong from Red Coin this list is in this pseudo mirror, as it were. Sif looking very good, but it is not over yet. As you point out, the leader, as well as this Catwitcher Saboteur, can be worth a lot of points if done correctly.
And Kuner only has 1 turn to do this, so he's going to have to think quickly on his feet. Rather scary. Sif shuffling another card into his deck. It doesn't matter though. And Kuner has quite a bit to catch up here. If he's able to pull this off, I would be very impressed. But there is a large gap between 19 and 36. Anything can happen though. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Close. Oh, it was very close. And when it comes down to so few points, you always wonder, you go back and think what could have been done differently, but he played around the making a bomb consistently very well. Maybe, as you point out, some of his cards there didn't trade too well, assumed he wouldn't find value in this matchup with Yerden, and the irony is it actually would have been a difference maker there, but understand why that mulligan was made entirely. 1-0 tier.
1-0. Yes, Sif showing that his decks might just be able to outpoint that of Kuner's. Again, Kuner shuffling away his Yerda, not thinking that Sif would give him any targets. Sif, on the other hand, playing into the melee row, which still surprised me quite a bit. But yeah, that was quite the match. So Sif bringing his square tile through. Now he's only left with Skellige and Nilfgaard. I really hope we get to see Skellige soon, especially since Sif is now on blue coin, and I think Skellige would quite prefer that blue coin stratagem.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Mask of Ouroboros. One of the things about this Onslaught list that is a little difficult is your choice of discards. Of course, it wants the discard package, it is running Magic Compass, so it needs to thin itself through, and it needs to thin itself through well, but you really have to target very few options in this list to thin properly. You need to find those skirmishes, you need to find that Morkvarg, maybe one of your other bronzes, but far less so than it would have been in previous lists, because you're not running the Heime Skald anymore. You don't have those backup discards. It is Coral, it is Burner, that is basically your options, and Darren, of course, as well for the Morkvarg. So you have to make sure you find them. If you don't find them in the right order, this list can be really awkward. That's why that extra availability of the Mask of Ouroboros can be huge. Because if you can't get Magic Compass value, oh, this list can fall to pieces. It really can.
Absolutely, and the other thing is you can accidentally thin too well and run out of cards. I mean, this often happens where you just have to go for that 2-0, because if you play your golden Necker, you're left with little to no cards for round 3, which could be problematic. So yeah, having blue coin obviously allows you to perhaps have more round control if you're able to pull off that tempo with the discards in round 1 with Coral, Mask of Ouroboros. But like you said, there are only so many cards you want to discard, and it can get rather awkward if you're left with a gold hand.
Yeah, it certainly can be very, very problematic here. I think you're right. I think this is going to be the list that Sif would want to take going in on blue now. Kuner will also be acutely aware of that. He will be thinking, okay, I don't have access to my Nilfgaard. I now do have my Syndicate, reasonably versatile, and I can play onto both coins effectively. Don't really want to use my Scoia'tael or my monsters on the other coin. Maybe this is what I go for. Just had to deal with some control and some awkwardness. Maybe this is what I do here. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if he does cue Scoia'tael again. I just get a feeling he wants to jam that Saskia on red and go a little bit smorky, but we won't have to wait too long to find out, as I believe Game 2 is queuing up right now, and we're going to be going into it any second. It's going to be so good.
Okay, are we seeing Syndicate or Squirtle? Oh, you got it right, Lionheart. Squirtle a second time. This is going to be quite interesting.
It is, and I like this choice. If he can find the right set of cards, and he can be very aggressive, because the Squirtle list is a versatile list. It's a list that you can use on both coins, depending on the matchup you're expecting. Sure, lots of these engines could be removed, but he can also become a little bit awkward and deal with some of the awkward boats with his Squirtle list and find a nice way to get it through here. He's going to be very happy. Oh, and that is a pick for Kuna as a final time, as we see the Golden Necker mulliganed away. Completely sensible, I know that sounds strange, in favour of finding other discard cards, which Sif has great looking options for both players hand-wise here.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting to see, seeing Sif now has a more control-heavy list versus Kuna, with a list that is rather, I wouldn't say solitaire, more mid-rangey. But this is going to be interesting, yes. So Sif can try and snipe that Saskia now if he wants to. He can play Coral and use the Mask of Ouroboros. I mean, there's a chance it hits Saskia twice. He could also just straight up kill the human and make it guaranteed. But I think he's going to go for the the gamble instead.
That's the first one, and as you notice, the leader charge from Kuna to try and protect from having the human card killed. Is he going to make it? The talent level. Oh my word! You can see Kuna there is not happy. It may be a tiny reaction, but that could be absolutely massive here. That could be absolutely massive. That double snipe. In theory, it's 50-50. It either happens or it doesn't here, and oh boy, it just did. That's massive for Sif on blue here.
Yes, if I were Sif, I would be jumping with joy, but Sif is keeping that poker face on. Yeah, that's certainly going to hurt. Kuna really needed Saskia to provide the tempo, to provide the thinning. Saskia's gone now, unfortunately, and Sif might be taking round one rather easily if he keeps on pushing. Is Kuna going to up his game though? Is he going to start committing other cards, or is he going to opt out of the round at 7 cards? That's the question here.
It is, but it's a perfect opening from Sif here. Has everything he needs to thin all of those discards perfectly. Whereas for Kuna, it has been incredibly expensive. Saskia committed, but loses it immediately, doesn't get to thin through some of those bronzes. 2 leader charges gone as well. Still within touching distance, and I can't see Kuna trying to run away from this round. I would imagine he's going to start working to try and build up some extra carryover instead, a little bit down the line, on the Owl, of course, on that Lake Guardian Dusk aspect.
Yeah, speaking of carryover, Sif is still playing that Terror of the Seas later on, and the fact that it's already in hand round 1 is very nice. He is just going to go into round 2 at 7 cards. It seems he's very happy here. I guess he's opting out of the round. Interesting though, I wouldn't have been surprised to see him pushing a little bit more, but he is giving Kuna round control rather willingly here instead.
He has decided to get out of the round at this point, looking perhaps with the brick knickers in hand, doesn't want to go too far. He's going to have to give the leader charge as well here. Kuna not going to be happy with this. Best option he had was the Barnabas, but it's not quite enough. He does manage to get rid of the Milva as well by choice, doesn't want it jumping back into the deck, doesn't have any more movement, so has decided to do that. Technically thins it. A very expensive round 1 there. Very expensive, but takes the round and now has the Harmony scenario with no Heatwave existing and a tasty looking hand of engines. Are they going to survive is the big question. Can he retain his last say and bleed sufficiently?
Yeah, Kuhner needs to be careful here. If he does decide to go for the pass later on at 7 cards, Sif Great Wolf is simply going to play Surrey and get that resilience. Kuhner might want to avoid that entirely and is simply going to go for the 2-0 push instead. Starts off with the Mysteries of Loch Fionn, gets a nice 10-point card onto the board. Sif Great Wolf has a few options up his sleeve to get rid of some of the engines later on, and this might make it a little bit difficult for Kuhner to build up those points.
Yeah, and that's why the first round being so expensive. That leader being fully used, so problematic, because it only managed to deal with just one of the dim and light longships. Now, an on-crate longship into a long round is going to be constantly ping and threaten your engines while building value up on Terror of the Seas, as you mentioned. Also up on Bjorn. It's a really scary situation here. It's not what you would want at all, but Kuhner, not messing around, has dropped Scenario and Waters of Broccolon, showing his intent here.
Ooh, I love that play as well. Is he going to ping it? He sure is.
Is he going to win?
Is he going to get lucky?
And again!
Of course he does. RNG is on Sif's side today. It is going his way all the time. It is... I don't know what deal he striked with Burja before these games, but it is working in his favor.
It is so far. Is he going to carry this luck all the way through? Because so far, this game has definitely been favoured for him. We see Bjorn drop down, and he's going to go for the snipe on the Antherian. The odds were in his favour to kill this one, so it is gone. Oh, that is rough. This is not going well for Kuhner so far, but it's by no means over. Can now proc this scenario. And a lot of points available, but so much bloodthirst with every unit he plays here. Ooh, the armor's not terrible. That's a really nice find. A Dwarven Chariot here, really nice find. So much armor, and now can start protecting units from this damage as well.
Certainly. I wonder how big that Terror of the Seas is right now, Lionheart.
It's 10 already. There is already 10 armor of removal here. As we see it drop down, you ask... and Sif provides the answer. Is it? But he misses for the first time. He finally misses.
All right, I guess it's just time for that pendulum to swing back in favor of Kuhner. Of course, Sir Great Wolf can also bring Bjorn back into hand now. Bjorn being a card that can take out Harmony cards at will. He just needs to be prepared to discard something if need be. Kuhner, though, denies the Bloodthirst 2 needed to do that by playing Percival. Sif Great Wolf still has a leader charge, though, can bring one of the cards into the red in order to do that if he wishes so.
Yeah, if he really needs to, that is definitely an option for him. As you can see, the Mysteries of Loch Fionn constantly preventing that Bloodthirst. Even though the damage is hitting from the longship, it is then boosting cards up by 2. Very, very nice. A constant threat. And a bit of irritation, really, denying that Bloodthirst. It hasn't gone all the wrong way.
Yeah, Kuhner getting some points here now. Sif Great Wolf started off great this round, but some of his cards are a little bit slow here in hand. Like we talked about earlier, Berna is in hand, ready to thin. But what is she going to draw? Is it going to be more gold cards? A little bit awkward. That Tempest in hand also doesn't do a lot here. We'll just be purifying 3 adjacent cards, damaging them by 2 each. Those armor are going to be taking a lot of the damage as well. Could get rid of the infused on the Dryad if Sif wishes, but I have a feeling he's going to want to discard that Tempest instead of actually playing it.
Yeah, in this matchup, it certainly makes sense. It is a bonus option. The infused is another Harmony, so it's not terrible, but it's very slow tempo here. Instead, looking to find some value there from the Hammond. I can see the logic in that. Makes perfect sense. The Bjorn and the Deranged Corsair not as a pocket for Hammond, so doesn't get that additional bleed. As we now see Kuhner really pushing in, trying to get some value from this Chameleon here to build up not just the number of Harmony engines on board, that's 5 points a turn potentially, but also the Lake Guardian as well.
And that is a beautiful snipe from Sif getting rid of the Chameleon. That Chameleon would have played for many, many points a turn. I believe it would have played for 5 points a turn. Adding that other Dryad Ranger would have made it 6. So getting rid of it, not a bad idea. does go with Burner, does draw into a bronze, but he can now get rid of that Tempest potentially, as it's just a very awkward card in this matchup.
He can, but it gets a little bit awkward for him here, really. Nikus has just jumped out onto the board. There are 5 cards remaining, so he does see all of them, and he has to be very careful about the way he does this now. He cannot commit this Hernkaduk. He can't commit Hernkaduk here, I don't think, because Golden Necker wants to play 3. There is only Vial of Forbidden Knowledge left in the graveyard, in the deck rather, as well as the Golden Necker and the Magic Compass that you want. So there is therefore nothing there. He has a single unit, Teshin Mutna Sword. He needs to either keep Hernkaduk or potentially put one of the 2 remaining units back. But he wants to drop the Siri. This could be really difficult here. Kuna now having to weigh up as well. Does he all in after this turn? Sif could do with catching up, maybe even getting ahead here, if it's possible. But don't think
Yes, Kuner doesn't know what Sif has in hand. He could have Golden Necker, which would get him ahead rather easily, and Kuner's win con will be on the board, meaning he doesn't really have a lot left in round 3. Sif does decide to go with the location card, making Golden Necker a little bit more difficult in round 3. But perhaps it's needed to get ahead here. I mean, Sif is in an awkward position right now.
He is indeed. Obviously, the pass here from Kuna. Kuna will be looking at this, trying to do the maths. He's on 40 points, it's equal because of the bleed. He then has the option of the Late Guardian, but he can't play it. Antherian is on the board and is a beast. It doesn't make, so you're not going to proc Harmony here, so you're not getting the extra value from the 5 points of Harmony you would have got. He's now sat doing the math and he's playing the card, hoping that there is enough here. And that
It's
it can't
not
be
enough.
done in one, but I don't think it can be. Siri dropped. He obviously gets both cards played here. There is no feasible way to do that, but now it's going to come down to Golden Necker versus what is left. Not good for Kuna there. I think that was the attempt at a 2-0 push, and it didn't go the way. It is now top deck and wreck, and we know what 5 cards are remaining, and so does Kuna here.
I mean, Sif simply takes this. Not only does he have resilience, he also has Magic Compass. Magic Compass being playable as he has less than 3 cards in hand. Golden Necker will he gets the sword instead. The sword is not
Mulligan for it.
Yeah, not the worst. Not the worst, but Golden Necker just is a little bit better.
Plays it anyway, right? He gets both now. He gets both now. Doesn't have last say, and the Yerden here not going to feel amazing in this situation. Vitality that you don't get the full value from, and Kuna says, there is no point me playing here. I need to reset. It is 2-0 Sif. Wow. Oh, that was a tough game for Kuna here. It's 2-0 Sif. As soon as that Saskia Snipe went down, the whole strategy of queuing that on red fell apart, and it was really, really difficult. A couple of big moments there, Tia.
I mean, that was quite the game. The moment Kuner wasn't able to take that 2-0, it was game over. I mean, Sif just had all his win cons left in round 3, perfectly thinned so that it wasn't too much, so that he still had a round 3. Something that's rather difficult to do with this list, actually. And he just played that brilliantly. Of course, got a tiny bit lucky there with that snipe, but it was calculated. So this is definitely Sif's game. Now, Sif only needs to bring one more list through in order to take this, and that is Nilfgaard. Now, ironically, this is the first list that does not want to face Yerden. So is Kuner's last 3 decks going to prevent Sif from taking Nilfgaard through? Is this going to be a reverse sweep potentially?
Well, it's on the table. It's by no means over for Kuna, because he will feel very happy. The Yerden that's been useless before, and his overall strategy so far, he's got a little bit unlucky with, as we just saw with the Saskia, but he'll have a much better chance with these 3 lists into this Nilfgaard list. We've seen how much power Nilfgaard has, and Sif has set himself up perfectly to have 3 shots with this. And I believe 2 of them are on red coin as well. Even better if he decides to go down that route. He's not overly worried, but he has so many proactive cards with the value of these soldiers. But it's not done yet. If you're Kuna, we've said it a million times, being 2-0 down isn't ideal, but it could be a lot worse. Now Kuna effectively is in control of exactly what match happens. He gets to decide what he's going to take and what he wants to take through first. Wouldn't be shocked to see him just go, again, let's take it. Let's go guerrilla tactics. I want to get this list through. I have found all of the cards consistently, but you now have a lot less aggression. You just have points, points, points. I might be able to take you in this matchup.
I mean, honestly, square tile isn't the worst option here, especially with that movement. It would be rather easy to stack everything into the same row, play Jurden. Of course, yeah, Nilfgaard is going to be rather difficult because Nilfgaard also has Triss, Meteor Shower, and that kind of wants to row stack, which is something Jurden wants. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Kuner takes a square tile list on blue. He also has a monster list that really likes blue as well, but he has 2 options of blue, so he's able to calculate this perfectly. I would put money on the fact that he takes square tile a 3rd time.
It's quite possible. It is quite possible. If nothing else, he's had plenty of time with the list to use it. It makes sense he's going to take us a minute here. If I was in his situation, I'd just want to reset. I'd grab a glass of water. I would pace around for a minute or so and get restarted. I hope we get to see the overwhelming hunger list. I hope we now get a bit of, parity on the board. I would love to see that overwhelming hunger list. For me, that list is huge onto blue coin, which is pretty much where you want it. The thinning is all reliant on that Brewers ritual. But if you don't find it, you haven't taken the Cursed Scroll because you need the Brewers with the Urn of Shadows for the tempo to build up your Erendite. It's going to be massive here. And if he does take it, finding that or a Neuromancy in hand could be series defining here.
Yes, I mean, I would very much like to see monsters. I'm a huge fan of monsters making it through into the competitive scene for once. Yeah. And yeah, that Brewers Ritual is a strong card. It really is. I've watched quite a bit of prepping yesterday between players, and it's interesting what that card can do on blue coin. It also pulls out a lot of cards from your deck, meaning you are often left with very little Deathwish cards remaining, so you want to be left with those big ones. We see,
and it is.
Yeah, Kuner going through again with square tile.
It makes sense, but he's drawn a particularly decent hand here. The Nilfgaard list ultimately is a powerhouse. We know this, but Kuner's lists are prepped and prepared to deal with some of its threats. The resets, in theory, all of that value from the Triss, potentially negatable, which is decent. It does also just have huge base power and engine value as well, though. And Kuner will really want round control here. He will feel necessary to find that. As you pointed out earlier, the Nausicaa Sergeants and the Slaves Drivers can just be so many points that if Sif can put himself in a situation where he can force the Jurden out early, it may be GG.
That is very true. Kuner is going to want to get round control here. He certainly cannot allow to give up last say, as Jurden's going to be absolutely crucial in this matchup. Is Sif potentially going to slam Triss rather early in to gain round control and tempt out that Jurden? That is also an option here in this line of play.
Yeah, it certainly can be. Just thinking for Sif here, less options to deal with the Saskia. Ultimately, there's no high roll coral pings this time. Can't target it either, of course, as we all know she is immune. But the Ardfian Light Cavalry can target it. And it can target it very happily because it was the last card played. Summoned units don't count, of course, which is why I would be surprised to see anything but a unit here from Kuner. He'll be very keen to protect this. He decided not to play it on the melee row to get a double ping, potentially, simply because he knows by that point there is going to be another unit played. He would rather build up the armor value instead.
Yeah, rather interesting deciding to use the flanking on the range row, so we'll get more armor, but instead he could have played it on the melee row for a double ping each turn. Very interesting, actually, quite interesting. Kuner now having to decide what he's going to play next, goes with the Harmony setup and slams Antherian onto the board.
Yeah, Antherian, a fantastic card. It is effectively double Harmony, but you can split it. It's a beast as well. You want to use these early, as we just saw. I think if Kuner didn't have the Antherian on the board and had a different Harmony engine on the board, that game would have been exponentially closer. If it was the Weeping Willow, for example, that he'd managed to find instead of that, would have found the value from that late Guardian. That last match was very, very painful. because of round one, because of the snipe, but also losing those leader abilities, denying so much value later on, or could have denied so much value later on.
And we see that Spotter coming out. Now, Spotter is quite a strong bronze card at 5 provisions these days, especially if you can find the bronze cards in your own deck, like the Tortoise. If Sif is able to do that, it's going to be quite a few points here. Only committing bronzes, playing steadily, playing slowly. Still has all of his leader charges as well, not spending any of them right now. Potentially not really interested in taking the round, just waiting for Kuner to play all the cards necessary to get into round 2.
Yeah, and as you just saw on the screen there, so what's the way Spotter works, it looks at the top units in your deck based on the amount of armor it has and boosts itself, or gives itself vitality, depending on what you pick. If it's a soldier, it'll boost. But that gives us some information. It gives him some information. He knows he's not drawing into Brathans or into Renfrey effectively in 4 of the next 5 units. Now, there are only units in this deck, so as a result, he's going to have to mulligan pretty hard to find what he's looking for. They are not cards you want to miss. Ooh. That Amnesty, oh, if Saskia wasn't immune, that Amnesty would have been terrifying. What does he choose to take here? Decides to take the Viper Witcher. And
what are you throwing back, though?
Kuna's life. Yeah,
yes, goes with the door. Oh, well, I don't believe Adrenaline has been triggered anyway. So we just see the bleeding coming out. Kuner hasn't used the scroll yet, hasn't decided what card he would like to put in his hand. Probably very happy with what he has at the moment. I don't see a reason to throw anything away. I think we're going to see that Spotter getting poisoned, as that is a 9-point card right there, and it is going to guarantee Kuner quite a bit of points.
Yeah, great value on removal, but the Purify available for Sif keeps him in the round here, and it's unlikely that you're going to have the other 2 poisons, is the way Sif is looking at this, thinking, you know what, the odds of you having 3 is very, very minor. And we see him use that lock to destroy the Chameleon. Lovely play. I think most of us, when we first started playing, have made the mistake of letting the Chameleon sit on board and build that carryover. You just can't. It's deadly. Even if it's only trading even on board when it hurts itself, the value of that late Guardian is just massive. Right now, it's already sitting at 6 in round 1.
Yeah, it's rather scary, and I think Last Say is going to be very important in this matchup, not only because of Jurden, but also because of that Vulgafort's removal. So, yeah, gaining round control here is rather important. I don't think either player can simply choose to opt out. Right now, so Great Wolf is row stacking, something we should take into account. He is potentially setting up Triss himself. It's always an option. But it is something one notices more often since Triss has entered the game. We see Slave Driver coming down onto the board and plays another Spotter. You love to see those Spotters getting ample points. You can also see what cards your opponent still has in the deck, giving you a bit of insight into the next round.
Very much so, and you also now know that the extra poison, you already knew it wasn't there anyway, but if that had gone the other way, you would have known it was a bluff and wouldn't have had to worry about it. It would have given you that extra information. Spotter, more than just the points it provides, both offensively and defensively, huge for future draw issues.
Okay, Kuner decides to finally draw that artifact, make sure it is in hand. And what do we see being played onto the board next? I guess the least commitment would be your Bronze Machine, and it does trigger all those Harmony cards quite beautifully.
It does indeed. Nice little jam, a lot of points, and using that stratagem, a little bit of a signal from Kuner saying, I feel like I've committed what I need to here. This is going to be me coming out. I know I'm going to get a decent reach here because I'm going to proc my Harmony, but oh, okay, he now knows he's drawing Renfrey, it's card 5. But also, obviously, Saskia pinging out as well. This will be Sif here, trying to get as close as he can. Doesn't decide to use the leader charge to aggressively win on even. Instead says to Kuner, okay, keep playing.
Yeah, that's interesting. Sif also potentially bluffing here with the Triss. Kuner doesn't know whether he has it in hand or not. We can see Triss ready to be used, and he is guaranteed to get ahead if he does that. Though, Kuner has Jurden ready to go. Are we going to see these cards being played in round 1? I think both players are ready to go all out for round control, as last say is so important in this matchup.
It really is. It's absolutely huge. You can see a decent amount of value, a 21-point lead, which is actually a 22-point lead because of the vitality here for Kuna. But Triss can delete that all on her own if she wants to. If he manages to get that out, it's a lot of those points dealt with. The Yerden existing here is massive for Kuna if he has to use it to take this round. It's going to be the moment he chooses to use it.
Yeah, Sif needs to be careful though, because if Kuna passes, he can then play Triss, and Kuna won't be able to counter it with Yerden. If he plays Triss now and Kuna plays Yerden, Triss is basically redundant. Sif needs to decide whether he's going to risk it or not. He is going to risk it. He's going to play it on the range throw, and I'm sure Kuna is going to take the opportunity to counter it with Yerden, though it's not actually enough to get him ahead, which is interesting.
Yeah, and again decides not to use the leader charge to at least keep himself ahead. In fact, he's behind by 1 point. In this matchup, those are the boosts. The others are the Nausicaa Sergeants, and that's the scary thing. If you leave those Nausicaa Sergeants to go and run wild, you're in trouble. And Kuna says goodbye here, and I actually like that. If he commits the Yerden here, you think, wow, it's so many points. 2 Nausicaa Sergeants is not all you're going to face. You have a chance that Vigo can make another. A Slave Driver will make another. So you could potentially be facing 4 of those, and they are exponential value. Ooh, having to give one of these isn't amazing though. Reduces the number of Nausicaa Sergeants already by 1.
That is rather interesting. A little bit late for that play, though.
Manages to get... Honestly, that Mage Infiltrator tick is massive because it kills the Saskia. The Saskia was about to pull something again. That would have been absolutely huge, could have been really problematic and resulted in awkward calculations. Finding that turns that option off. Would feel really, really good there. Coming up pretty well for Sif, and now has round control as well.
Yeah, you can't help but think that Sif baited that pass from Kuna. It was within his reach to get ahead with the leader charge. He purposely didn't. Kuna decided to take the bait and pass. We're going to see how this plays out now, as Sif is entirely in control. He can decide to go for a long round and have last say. He can also decide to bleed Kuna's cards out, which is a bit dangerous because you might be giving up last say and won't be able to deal with that late Guardian. Sif is thinking about it. He is doing some calculations here, considering what must be done. I'm sure he has faced this matchup 1,000 times by now and knows exactly what is favorable and what is not.
Yeah, it's a difficult option because he knows the Yerden exists. I would say normally in this matchup with no Yerden, a long round 3 here, Nilfgaard is going to decimate the Harmony list, even with the risk of poisons onto 1 unit. But he knows it exists. That's the risk for Sif here. He's thinking, how do I deal with this scenario? And he decides, you know what? I can spread my points. Even with Yerden, Sif going for the long round here. Interesting choice. Are we going to see probably Antherian dropped now, I would suspect? Because it's the only remaining beast, meaning that you haven't got that late Guardian issue a little bit later for Kuna, and that is what I see here. That makes perfect sense. We are going in. It's engines v engines with a side of Renfri and Yerden. Oh, for Kuna, this could be it. This could be a 3-0 to Sif Great Wolf. If Kuna can't pull this off here, this is going to be massive.
Yes, this is going to be absolutely crucial here for Kuna. Luckily draws into Mulva, immediately gets to mulligan that pesky brick away. Sif Great Wolf, on the other hand, wanted to go into this long round, has last say guaranteed. We know that this late Guardian is not going to survive if it gets too big. Sif also has range free. Now I'm sure he'd like to get rid of those leader charges as quickly as possible so he can perhaps go for a passive ability like that of kindness, being able to boost his cards 1 or 2 times depending on where he places them. It's going to be really interesting. He also has a lot of control here. Has 2 locks, potentially even 3 if he uses them with Ramon.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think one of the things Sif has done very well, and something that some players don't do so well in a rent-free list, he's held those leader charges knowing how valuable they're going to be in their own right. He does have access to 3 potential locks here, albeit I would wager Ramon is probably for a Nausicaa Sergeant. He's not going to need that many. but the constant threat, being able to just deny one of the engines, is really nice here. He didn't use it, didn't get baited into it to try and lock Kuna into the round. Said, I don't need to beat you on even, I just need to round control. I need to be making the decisions. He'll be very happy with the way this is playing out, but I agree that Renfrey passive, the longer you have it, the more points it is, right?
Oh, absolutely. And we do see Ramon coming down, going for the Artfian Light Cavalry. Rather interesting, but I like it. It means that he can use something like his Mage Infiltrator. If played correctly, he can take out cards. He just has to make sure that they are damaged appropriately. But right now, nothing has yet been played, so that card isn't doing anything.
Correct. Nice from Kuna there. Spawning instead, we see that final lock. I think you might be right here then. The next option is probably Renfrey herself, unless Sif decides we're going to get rid of these engines, we're going to lock them all, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some value now. Get that Renfrey down, try and get as much value from the passive as possible.
It's rather awkward, isn't it? Because you also want to lock those Harmony cards. It depends what you're going to be getting with a Renfrey, and right now Sif is weighing up his options. We do see Renfrey. Okay, time's running out. What are the options we have?
Okay, Envy, Pride, Gluttony, Lust, and Wrath. And then has Diligence as the blessing. Cooldown has Chastity, Humility, and Temperance. Didn't find it. Did not find what he was looking for. He has taken Curse of Pride, destroy an enemy unit with 8 or less power, and then 6 random damage afterwards. Nice from Sif. Has the ability to delete something moderately tall and do damage all across the board here. As we see, the late Guardian, just jammed now, has decided he wants the engine on board rather than in hand, isn't going to be messing around, and just wants that on the board. You can constantly see the Percival not finding value as a result, probably expecting it to be killed.
I mean, yes, it will probably be killed. It's still interesting seeing the Guardian come down this early into round 3, though. I would have liked to see Percival on the board, but there comes the first lock. Kuner, probably happy that is not used on Percival instead, is hoping Sif uses more of his locks. Maybe hasn't drawn into all of them, but we know he has, and Percival is certainly not going to be surviving that long.
No, don't hate the Hawker Smuggler here. That little bit of extra value. Obviously, it also does boost. Is he going to... Yes! Uses the leader charge on the Percival to pull it out of the range of Curse of Pride. Obviously, the original version of Renfrey's Curse of Pride would still have deleted this, and I think we're all very pleased to see it just a little bit reined in.
Yes, I quite like that play from Kuner. Very nicely done. Now, are we going to see a lock on that card, or are we going to see it continue to do its thing, potentially being taken out by Vilgefortz instead? Sif has many options here.
I think I'd
quite
lock.
a few.
I'd probably end up locking this. Oh, the unfortunate, the Hawker Smuggler boosting the Chameleon here. Obviously, it's going to lose that boost when you replay it anyway. Not ideal. Wouldn't be surprised to see that jammed immediately, as we do get exactly that and create a Machine Chameleon.
Yes, Chameleon coming down onto the board, not triggering that much as all the Harmony cards are almost locked at this point. Sif still being able to just take out that Chameleon right now. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised to see that happening, but he also has to take into account that something like the Weeping Willow is still a consideration and is going to be boosted if it is allowed to survive for one turn, since it does have that order ability.
Yeah, and you can see the Weeping Willow will drop down at only 6 itself, unless it gets another tick of hand buff and then the leader charge. You're right, does just use the Curse of Pride. Honestly, don't hate it. And then the Mage Infiltrator finds amazing value here.
Beautifully done.
It's
Absolutely
tight, so
beautiful.
close. 9 points in it now, so a 10-point game effectively. But this Eda Purify onto the Percival could be massive here. Could be absolutely huge. Vilgefortz going to delete the tallest unit, but there are lots of different options, and with Royal Decree still available for Kuna, the options aren't great. The Yerden is useless, and the rest, it's a Milver you don't want to play from hand, and bronzes. But Catwitcher Saboteur is one of those bronzes, and could be huge value. If you compare it, you're going to end up pulling out the Milver from the Catwitcher Saboteur as well. I would wager that is likely the target. you just want to hope that Vilgeforce doesn't end up stealing that from you when it burns your unit.
Absolutely, and we do see the elf coming down there, also purifying Percival. Percival now in the game again. Now, Sif needs to put that light cavalry onto the board, or else it's simply not going to get points anymore. Now we have 2 of them, and flanking is activated, so they are going to start pinging away cards, actually playing for quite a bit. I suspect Vilgefortz will be the last card being played, as Sif is just waiting for Kuner's cards to grow exponentially tall so he can pick his pick. That's Nausicaa Sergeant going to play for 10 points as well. Question is, what is Kuner going to go for here with his Royal Decree?
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if the Royal Decree doesn't end up being that Catwitcher Saboteur. Love the last leader charge there. Turns off one of those Ardfian cavalry, and we see it now. What does Sif find when he burns it? Okay, he finds... Oh, that's not amazing. The Milva can now be used on the Mage Infiltrator. Absolutely huge value, effectively, to be able to put that back in and still Royal Decree out the Catwitcher Saboteur. That could be the difference. If he'd managed to burn out that Catwitcher Saboteur, I think this game was done, that this series was done for Kuner. But now, I think he has a chance.
Honestly, Jurden would be an option ironically, but I think Saboteur is the better option, because that melee row is looking rather red at the moment. But Saboteur is going to... Yeah, Saboteur coming back, like you said. Oh, it's playing for a lot of points. Yeah. I don't think Sif is going to catch up here.
No, and one of the big things for this, Sif didn't find his Nausicaa Sergeants. Kuner is on the board and Nilfgaard is struggling. Even when Jurden didn't find its way, decided to take the long round, thought it was going to be enough. It was not enough. It is 2-1 tier. The reverse sweep begins? Maybe.
It is a potential. It always is. It's never really a surprise when these players pull it off. Now Kuner has the option of finally playing his Syndicate on red and his monsters on blue. At least this gives him the best chance of taking each list through, and honestly I'm glad we can see them in play. I just want to see the monsters list. I'm a little bit biased. I hope he makes it to the next round so we can see monsters in action here.
Well, we can hope. We always like 5-game series. We want to give you the absolute best opportunity to claim all of those rewards. We are nearing the 2-hour mark now, if not already at it. So those of you that have been here from the beginning, make sure you redeem your rewards if you've got them so you can start earning the next one.
Definitely do click claim rewards, yes, or your drops won't keep dropping. This is a mistake people often make in chat.
I have done this myself before. I was not happy. I was very sad when I did this. But they are not messing around. No gap, no break here. And we don't need to guess what they're going to be playing. Kuner was always taking Syndicate here into this matchup. It's big. As we've said it a million times, when you're in control of the coin and you have 3 choices, your opponent has 1, it is a powerful position. And this Syndicate list on red coin, it's going to find a lot of value in the poisons that can struggle to be answered by Sif. This will be a tough one.
Yes, and this is the only list that Kuner has brought that does not have Jurden, but it's not really necessary when you're running so many poisons. So
no,
it's
not possible either.
No, not really. Not if you're playing Golden Necker, that is.
Sif did say in his interview he likes playing in matchups that he feels are unfavored. I think he specifically mentioned in his interview that he likes playing this matchup. A little bit of mind games, or genuine confidence that he feels he knows how to get the best out of the matchup. I guess we're going to find out.
Yes, Kuner also said he likes animals more than humans, but
I mean, I understand.
Me too, to be honest.
Met humans, terrible lot.
Oh yeah, of course. I prefer my cats. But we've got Saphir going with the cavalry right off the bat. Not a bad opening, to be honest. Definitely the least commitment from his end. And we just see Poison coming down, not giving him any targets, really. Kuner already at 9 coins in the pocket.
He is. A lot of coins there available. Just trying to stay uninteractive, saying, okay, show me your points. I am not worried at all. Nilfgaard a lot better at this than it used to be, though. Nilfgaard used to struggle for proactivity quite a lot, but these soldier packages a little better. Of course, Renfri's gang also an option, but Sif isn't going to want to drop those kind of cards just for the sake of it when he could trust Meteorite Shower. He's showing here he has played a Backrow Alba Armored Cavalry. Now, there was nothing on the board to lock anyway. He is trying to show that maybe he can stack for Triss here instead. If I were Kuna, I'd be thinking, okay, I can potentially hold you here. You are not going to like what I'm going to do.
Yeah, very interesting play here. Of course, we know Sif doesn't actually have Triss in hand, but really, what other options did he have? He doesn't want to commit Rainfree's gang yet, as that's normally your best Triss target, even though it does thin the deck just a little bit. Right now, he still has plenty of locks. He's saying he doesn't really need that one. He has plenty more, even with the Slave Driver, potentially. So decides to, just throw it into the range row, just taking it slow.
And so the Slave Driver is a huge commitment here, because he's created another flanking unit, which is fantastic, very nice, and finding really good value. But it's a unit you can't use later, and we've seen the power the Slave Driver has with those Nausicaa Sergeants, or indeed with the Cavalry. Instead, he knows he's valuing this round here, wasn't expecting Kuna to go anywhere either. They are going to fight for this round quite heavily, I think. Sif having to decide if he's going to keep up the fight himself.
Yeah, playing one of the Blaneham brothers is peak commitment. You don't just throw those out for fun. He's definitely indicating that he is going into this round. Won't be surprised to see more poison cards coming out onto the board soon. Maybe even the other Blaneham brother potentially decides to go with Morale instead and takes out one of the cavalry engines.
He does, so we see Morale dropped there. Now, the leader ability imprisonment always tells you it's going to be effectively clicked to deal with this Morale. More often than not, you're very unlikely to risk that your opponent doesn't have another poison available in this list particularly. Even though both Fistex have gone, you know the shady vendors exist, you know there are so many ways to transition poison here, and Sif has to make a decision on blue. Can I afford to keep going here? I've been offered a pass. Do I have to take this pass now? No, he says not, and he knows 3 pretty good cards coming up.
Decides to go with the Spotter. Doesn't really have to commit much. Spotter getting 8 armor is quite nice, because that is going to find quite a bit of cards in his own deck, being able to boost Spotter with the next click. Though Morale still has his order ability. Morale is still in play and is just lingering with that poison. We see the vendor coming down here. What are we going to see being played?
Takes the damage with the assault here. Does have both Salamander units, so got the full value, and moves, uses the poison from the Morale as well. But Kuna will now have information. You mentioned the 8 armor for Spotter. Well, that will tell Kuna, in my top cards is my Ciri Nova. So we'll know he's drawing into that for round 2. Gives him some information on his mulligans as well.
Ciri Nova, do you mean Triss?
No, because when it's deploy, it looks at the ones in your opponent's deck on deploy. So
yes.
the drops showed the opponent's deck. So now he knows.
I do not have access to those.
No, I know. Don't worry. I do. It's all good.
That's why we need you. And this is where Rainfree's gang is coming down, finally thinning, but not being able to use Triss. Still threatening Triss, though. We don't know whether it is in hand if Kuna's end. He still has quite a few cards he can technically commit here without going overboard. Doesn't want to really use Golden Echo yet, so is going to play around that. Gets a Spender, which is not too bad. Not too bad at all, as the Blaneham brother can only spend once a turn.
It can. It's a little bit interesting for Sif, as you mentioned. Could play the Vigo here, and probably is going to play the Vigo here, but Nausicaa Sergeant is what you would have liked from that later on. Instead, takes a Slave Driver to give himself some more value, and these are the 3 cards you can see on screen there, the top 3 units now in Kuna's deck.
Okay, we get another Spotter, which is not too bad. Getting it with the Slave Driver. Now, Kuna has a bit of a stretch here to get ahead, needs 11 points. Going to get 2 points there with the Blaneham brother, needs another 9 points. is he finally going to play the other Blaneham brother potentially, or is he going to commit one of his other golds? He's running out of cards here, and it's getting rather tight between the two of them as both are left with golds in hand.
It is, and instead, Kuna takes the pass here. Feels like it's a bit too late to commit that Blenheim brother. If he was going to do it a little earlier to find that extra value, would have been better. Feels he still has enough to take this fight, but Sif will be very happy that he's managed to deal with the hand state that he had and take the round, and then find Rent-Free on top of that. Wow.
Yeah, it's not looking bad here. Kuna drawing into a lot of his good cards though, getting that resilience, getting the Kecker still in hand. Even the Tunnel Drill is really going to do some damage if he's able to protect it with Azar Javed. Unfortunately, Sif isn't playing Skellige right now, so he's not going to be able to get past it that easily. That is if Kuna is able to protect his Scarabs with a potential Candle. Right now, Sif still has 2 locks with his leader charge, which would be able to deal with both of them.
It would, and I'm not surprised to see Sif play here. He's decided to drop this down and is going to play the spotter, give himself a little bit more information, because he knows that Siri Nova is in hand. He knew the top 3 units himself going in, so he doesn't just want to give him a free pass with that extra value. He wants to push in a little bit harder here and knows he needs to get some of these big pieces out. If you don't manage to get that the drill out, it can be terrifying. It can be so painful.
Yeah, potentially trying to go with the location artifact. Doesn't actually find it. He really needs the candle. Yeah, because Golden Necker isn't guaranteed to draw the candle now. It might go to the location instead, and he needs that candle, or else Tunnel Drill is not surviving.
Yeah, that's not great for him at all there. He's going to be very unhappy with the way that panned out. He saw, I believe, 8 cards, but both of his artifacts are down. He would have taken the candle if he could have seen it. I honestly think, as you say, he'd have taken the hideout to give himself the guarantee from Golden Necker. Doesn't feel great. That's rough for Kuna here.
Yeah, that really hurts. That really hurts. And it tells Sif quite a bit. He knows Kuna was trying to go for a card with the Vivaldi Bank. Obviously didn't find it, because Freak Show is not the card you're looking for here. Sif might take this information and just roll with it. His hand isn't looking bad. Putting Rain-Free up now is not the end of the world, and that spotter is certainly going to find even more value. Kuna just rubbing his dog there a little bit. I think it's a dog. Is it a dog or... Yes, it's a dog. It's not a cat.
I think
Cute.
so. I think so. You see, it's a great break here as he now works out what he's supposed to do. Drops the Roland Blenheim and just says, you know what? It's difficult. You could say, why is he not playing the Azar Javed? He knows he needs that, and he knows it doesn't survive, even with just the 1 lock. Maybe one of them does, but he has to find a way to keep this Tunnel Drill alive. That is going to be his win condition. The tempo of Golden Necker, it's a real risk just to dump that on the board right now, but it may be something he has to choose to do. This is going to be tough. This is going to be close. Does Sif let up?
No, the Blaneham brother does absolutely nothing for Kuna at this point. It's a really awkward card. And Sif decides to push, goes for the spotter once again, setting up that melee row. Still doesn't have Triss though, so not really needing to row stack, but does it anyway.
Yeah, and there's no huge threat towards doing it. The amount of armor developed on these cards is going to be a problem for the Tunnel Drill, of course, because even though it's a great spender, it's useless into armor, so it will find some value, not a huge amount. And I think Kuna's going to have to start considering committing some pretty big pieces here, as we do see him drop the Tunnel Drill, and he's going to spend... He spends twice to damage this Ardfian Light Cavalry twice, getting rid of its barricade, turning the entire thing off, effectively.
A very awkward spender, very awkward, but he doesn't have any other spenders, so he might as well use it right now. Sif definitely has a few options here. He needs to click that spotter, does decide to go for Rain-Free, Only gets 3 options though.
Lust, Wrath, and Gluttony. Just the 3 options, as we say. Hasn't seen the Rune Mage yet, so he has gone for, we'll find out. He finds Kindness though, so he does have boost in between. He finds Chastity as well, which is if leader ability is not used, boost the lowest power unit by 1 at end of turn. And Humility, +4 on a pass to the lowest power. He took Wrath 6 damage, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him potentially use that here. And he does. Oh, Wrath deletes the drill, and now Kuna has no choice but to drop the Golden Echo.
Okay, let's see. Getting Townsfolk, not bad. Getting a Spender, even more necessary, as well as Eventide Plunder. Okay, this Golden Echo might be saving him because it's everything he needs right now.
It is, and that Sea Jackal could be huge here because he's going to overprofit slightly from this candle. Actually, a decent amount from this candle, but instead takes the poison. Interesting. Doesn't want the spender to grab as much value as possible, and going to use the candle's value for that instead. Can he catch here? Sif might be smelling blood and thinking 2-0 is on the cards. No.
Sides to pass. Interesting. Okay.
Can he make this?
I mean, I feel like he can make this quite easily. It's an interesting pass coming from Sif, knowing that Kuner has, giving him quite the upper hand in round 3 here.
It is. There's still a lot of power, of course, to be drawn by Sif, though. He's missed a lot of his cards. Missed the Triss, missed the Rune Mage, still has Vilgefortz and the Roderick to find them. Even the Bronzes, the Nausicaa Sergeants, as we pointed out earlier, are playing for 10 points. So he doesn't really have bad cards to draw into, honestly.
Not at all, it depends. What are we drawing? There's still so many cards left. RNG is going to have to save both players at this point.
Oh, that's not bad. Removal, Engine. I actually think Triss is the weak link here at this point. I can't believe I just said that. The Team Yen in chat are rioting with joy.
I'm Team Triss.
I see we've picked violence today in our cast. Fantastic. Me too. Why not? Let's go. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, hey, Triss can still find quite a bit of value. It probably would feel bad throwing her away. Yeah, still gets 2 points with Brothans, 3 with Vilgefortz, 2 with the Sergeant, so not bad. Kuner has to go first, still has 8 points of carryover, which, I mean, that's not bad at all in a short round 3.
It's not. No, he's going to pay the tribute here, I think. I think he pays the but I don't think he's supposed to, because he needs the coins to boost this. And he doesn't. I love it. And then he'll boost it. I'm pretty sure he uses the candle here and boosts that Scarab. The reason he's worried, Brathans, of course, can create a Mage Infiltrator and destroy both Scarabs in one go. He decides not to boost it.
Interesting. Are we going to see that Infiltrator coming down there? Because right now... Oh, beautiful. Right now, Triss is going to find more value damaging the opponent's side of the board because you've got a 5 and an 8, and the shield is now gone on Suri, meaning she's going to be damaged by 4 points if Triss finds her way.
Yeah, very interesting. Maybe there's a consideration that perhaps this Azar Javed should have gone to the left of Siri to defend that shield disappearing. Certainly something to consider as we see another failed experiment drop down here, looking to have tall poison options if he wants them. Not going to be given them. Vilgefortz drops out. Ooh, Kolkstein. The Townsfolk would definitely have been a better grab if you are Kuna. This is going to be tough. As you say, offensive Triss could be a lot of points here.
Yeah, that works out perfectly for Sif. I bet he's rather happy with that. Of course, we already have 4, 7, 10 points of damage with Triss, making Triss a 13-point play right now.
And is he fishing for the poison? Because he can still technically find a second. He doesn't find the poison. Hysteria. Is that what does he take? He takes the Create. Ooh. Doesn't find another one. Does not find himself an additional failed experiment, which is what he would have been fishing for here. This is going to be tough. Still got some coins to spend and plenty of options for spending them, but not what he wants, I don't think.
No, certainly not. I mean, he still is ahead by quite a bit, but Sif is sitting on some big cards here. Right now
It's going to be so close. Oh my god.
Yeah.
He's got only one Salamandra unit, so he doesn't get the double value from this stolen mutagen. Actually, no, wait. He does, because the hideout now has Salamandra tag. I'm wrong. The change, it finally has the Salamandra tag.
Oh, is Triss cutting it? No, it's a tie.
It is a tie. Game 4 is happening all over again. Oh my word.
It's always a tie. It's always a tie when we're casting, but you love to see it.
I had a feeling we were going to get a tie today as well. I just knew it was coming. Looks like Game 4 is happening all over again, Tia. That was so backwards and forwards. That was so close. I'm wondering... Kuna wins that if he places the Azar Javed in the other position. If he can retain the shield on the Ciri, as you mentioned, then all of a sudden that additional value disappears. So many different ways. When it's a draw, it could always have gone both.
Interesting. I mean, you purposely play it next to the artifact for a reason, so I don't know why, but he did. Well, if you think about it, the infiltrator would have hit Azar instead, taking 3 points off versus Ciri, which has a shield protecting it with 3 points. So at the end of the day, could have been planned a bit.
It's still more points to remove that shield long run because it cost you 4 overall, so net you're already 1 up. And that would have been enough. 1 would have been just enough, but it is those micro decisions. That was frantic. That was so close. And now they've got to go again. This series, I was worried we weren't going to be able to live up to the previous one, but you know what? That might be the first tie in quite some time. I think we've cast quite a few in a row now with 0 ties. So I think we were due, and they had to deliver the drama.
Hey, it's alright with me. Whatever it takes to get more hours into this game, get everybody their drops, I'm happy. So we're gonna see the exact same decks being played, the exact same coins now. We're going to see Sif trying to take through his Nilfgaard once again, and Kuner deciding to go a Syndicate on red. Now, how are they going to differ at this time? We saw Kuner committing his one Blaneham brother in round 1. Didn't go for both though, but also had an awkward hand, was trying to find the candle or the location, didn't find it with his Vivaldi bank. Would this have made a difference?
A huge difference, yeah. If he manages to find that, he's guaranteeing a better golden necker. He over-profited by 3 to 4 coins when Candle was deployed. If he'd found it early on, even if he had to spend every coin to do it, it's always about the efficiency of your coin spending. With Syndicate, that little difference is what makes it. If he finds that from there, there's so many little things. The final roll doesn't find himself the failed experiment, which there's so many different things, but that's why we love it as we go back in and we start this game all over again. It was good the first time, it's going to be great the second.
Okay, let's see how this will differ. This time Sif immediately draws Triss, has that option for round 1 if he really wants to get ahead. Kuner, on the other hand, very similar hand to the previous game, has Morale, has Ciri, has both Blaneham brothers, also has Townfolk.
He does, and I'm curious to see, because he could have committed both Blenheim brothers earlier. Usually, you tend to see one of them committed the Geller into round 1. You try and hold the Roland to give yourself the extra coin generation later on with all the poisons. Kuna held onto it and went down that route, but didn't pay off, ended up getting no value from the Roland in that additional round. Is it going to change his strategy here? Ooh. We're going aggressive on both points here. You can see, as you mentioned, Renfri's gang does thin, but you don't typically drop it immediately unless you're going to use it with Triss. That's some symbol from Sif there saying, I have what I'm looking for this time.
Weirdly also placed the gang on the range row, knowing he has several cards that need to be played on the melee row, like that lock. Now Triss is going to find less value if he actually wants to be playing it. Ooh, beautiful. Beautiful infiltrator.
Absolutely speedy there from Sif. Has the answer instantly and is not messing around. You can see that Townsfolk, incredible engine, if it's not answered, is sitting not very happy right now, I'm afraid.
We see the Blaneham brother coming out a second time. Are we going to see the other one coming out this time or not?
Again, lack of access to a spender makes it really difficult for Sif, because the spender he has is the failed experiment and it's quite slow. He's going to have to make a decision. Is that what he wants to do here? Does he want to start developing that on the board and using that for removal? Because it's going to be, it's an effective spender for the poison, but it's a slow spender once every 3 turns.
That is true. Does decide to go with the failed experiment though. Goes with the failed experiment, has it on board, is able to remove a target in 1 turn if he decides to do so. Can use morale, can use Fistic. Fistic will give him the coins he needs to use the failed experiment as well. But it gets locked. Sif doesn't give him the option to do so.
Sif does not, and once again, no Salamandra hideout. Cannot grab the Salamandra Lackey. The ability, of course, purify and gain coins for removed statuses. No other purifies available in his hand, because Kalkstein has been missed again as well.
That is a pity. That is a pity. It's a bit of a point difference right here, but Kuner has a lot of options up his sleeve. Sif's still sitting on 2 locks with his leader ability alone, which is rather daunting. You don't just want to be throwing out any cards knowing that they will get locked. He does throw out Morale though. Morale gets thrown out, and the Blaneham brother is ready to be locked as well now, seeing that immunity has disappeared.
Yes, now which one do you choose here? Sif could lock both, but we've seen Sif reluctant to just double jam those leaders, likes having the option, especially when he's already committed both armor cavalry. In fact, leaves both unlocked, really, really valuing these leader charges here and saying, you know what, I don't need to commit them.
Did he not leave Morale unlocked in the previous game as well?
He did indeed. This time we're definitely seeing a double stolen mutagens here, as we see gets the value of both of them, and now is ahead, has a veiled unit. Keep jamming that Gellert poison into effectively 2 points of engine to turn, but just 1 coin.
Sif is treading on dangerous territory here, potentially losing on even in round 1. He does have some pretty good cards still, but he isn't committing them just yet, just keeping his engines on the board. They are doing some damage, that's for sure, but Kuner has a lot of options up his sleeve as well. Decides to go for the Horizon Freak Show, gets rid of the light cavalry, and that reduces the engine value by just a little bit.
Yeah, by just a little bit. And Sif's going to want to... It's difficult. He's going to struggle if he leaves this Ramon as a brick here. Probably has to consider using it with the spotter, giving himself more units into the front row, and hoping that Triss gets him out of this round here.
Triss is a rather awkward play. I'm surprised he didn't commit to 1 round. He placed his cards in different rows, making Triss just not as valuable as she potentially could have been here. So I'm curious to see if Sif actually plans on playing her round 1, or if he decides to keep her for later.
I don't think he has too much choice. He knows the 3 cards being drawn doesn't give him huge hand information here about what's there. I think he has to do this. I think he's in serious trouble if he doesn't, and now we see a lock as well to try and give a bit of a gap. Those engines, of course, still pinging every turn, and Triss will play for a lot of value. Might give the spotter instead if it gets him ahead, but it's a big if here.
Yeah, it really is. Now, Kuner has little options here at his disposal. He's going to play Fistic, though he can't actually get rid of that spotter. He doesn't have another poison in hand. Sif doesn't know this, however, and Sif has to assume that Kuner might potentially hold on to another. Decides to play his other spotter as well, indicating that he's willing to play his final card in order to let that order ability be played. Kuner passes, decides he is heading out of this round, and Sif gets to hold on to Triss for round 2 or 3.
Absolutely huge here for Sif. That's massive that he gets to hold on to that. The Siri carryover now not existing. Probably wants to take that round 2 into round 3 anyway. Really, really nice play there from Sif into that round, using those spotters and the Ramon very efficiently, constantly threatening the existence of the Triss, but without the worry of it. Still has 4 golds in deck for Sif as well. if he's going to try and fish to find something from the Roderick.
And Sif decides to go into the round. I mean, he knows Kuner does have access to Candle, potentially even Surrey, so that's a lot of carryover for Kuner if he is able to survive this round, which I'm sure he's very capable of doing.
He is. Now, what you're seeing on screen right now are the top 5 cards. Okay, so Spotter is currently looking at the top 5 units. He knows he's finding his cards. He's going to be very happy with this, so realistically, what he finds here could take the Rune Mage, for instance, now to effectively carry over value for that Renfrey a little bit later, if he decides to go down that way. Same again for the Vigo as well. Looking not terrible. Would have hoped. Ooh. Is that what he's going to go for? Brathens instead has no real benefit. You're destroying your own spy for very minimal value here, or creating nothing but negative points. So pretty much has to take the Rune Mage.
I hope so, but he is taking his time. Rune Mage decides to go for the Brathens. Very interesting. Honestly, very interesting. I mean, potentially wants to keep Rune Mage for round 3 instead.
Maybe.
Yeah, interesting choice here from Sif Great Wolf. Rune Mage obviously would have been the RNG of Rainfree. Can still do that later on.
Yeah, it can do. It's still an option. And finding that failed experiment this time for Kuner, massive. If he finds it in the previous series in that round 3, we do not have the draw we have. Has found it and left that poison on the Spotter, giving Sif some serious thinking to do. Does he want to use this Vilgeforce, knowing that it's pulling out a Shady Vendor? Because he's seen that from Spotter. So he knows what he's pulling. He knows there's no risk of, oh no, I'm going to pull you Siri, or I'm going to pull you the Tunnel Drill. So he knows the trade he's making, if he's going to do it. There's no guesswork for him.
Yeah, come to think of it, yeah, Spotter does indicate that he would have drawn into Rune Mage anyway, which is potentially why he went with Brathens, as he wouldn't be guaranteed that draw in round 3. But yeah, Kuner now having the option again with Vivaldi Bank to take a big chance here, or can start stacking up cards like Siri for potential carryover.
Yeah, it's cool. This is going to be interesting. He's worried about the Renfrey, Kuner, which is why he's spent there. Doesn't want Renfrey as the final card here to end up then being able to delete the Siri if he finds the right option.
Is Sif actually considering this stress is the question.
He's looking through the deck now. He's going to be thinking to himself, what beats me? What 2 cards beat me, and can they do it in 1? If I play this, is there a version of reality where Golden Necker, for instance, is played, and I've given up last say, I've given up my win con. Nice pass here from Sif. I can completely understand it. As we see the Roland Blenheim drop down, a single spend is enough. This is going to be a much tighter. The last one ended 24 all. It is going to be a very, very tight round 3, but both of them have power pieces left this time. That wasn't the case last time for Kuner.
It's going to, well, so far it's looking very similar, ironically. We again see Siri on the board, and we again still have Triss. Now, that shield is still a bit pesky and needs to go if you want to use Triss offensively, but Sif might not use it offensively, might use it on his own cards this time around.
It might do. He may well do it, as you can see the Rune Mage in hand, as you mentioned. I'm just looking at Kuner's hand here. He has a mulligan and he can't take it. His hand is not what he wants. He's missed Golden Necker, he's missed Tunnel Drill, he's missed Javed, he's missed Royal Decree. But he can get one of them from bank, which will be the Golden Necker. The problem is, if he takes the mulligan and finds the hideout, he ends up bricking his Golden Necker effectively and throwing the game quite substantially. A significant risk, and ends up just holding the hand that he had. It's not terrible, but could have been a lot better with a mulligan.
That is for sure. Well, Townsfolk still plays for quite a bit of points. Still one of the best 6 provision cards in the game, in my opinion, right now with the Syndicate archetype. Yeah, just a beautiful card to see. Yeah, Sif though, Sif having 4 golds is going to hurt. He might want to go with the Rune Mage to increase his RNG, though he is considering it. Yeah, it does depend when you decide to play what card. I mean, Rainfree has some abilities that allow her to get you card points the quicker you play her, but It doesn't help if your RNG is limited to cards only, so going with Rune Mage first does guarantee a better chance of getting the abilities you want. Does do exactly that. Are we going to see that assassination coming down? Yeah, beautiful assassination, getting rid of 6 points right there.
It is, and that townsfolk, the boost of using the Conjurer's Candle to keep the townsfolk above and out of range, really nice, because it would have been deleted there, and Kolkstein could not have purified it and kept it alive. Really nice here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of leader charges, as we do there. Very nice, keeping the townsfolk alive and ticking once again. This is going to be so close.
It sure is. It really depends what Rainfree is going to be drawing here. If Rainfree is able to kill some of those engines, that is going to help quite a bit.
Pride,
Let's see.
Envy. Has missed the 6 damage. Does have Pride. Has Lust, which is spawner-based copy. Has Sloth, play a bronze from hand, which would be a brick. Envy, damage all by 1, which you don't want. And Gluttony, boost an allied unit by 2. Increase the value by the target's base power. Probably going to end up taking Pride here, I would imagine, as a result, which will destroy an enemy unit with 8 power or less. And then the Blessings, Patience, no good. Humility is just 4 points when you pass. End of turn is only 1 point per turn. Play the lowest card from your deck, provision-wise, is what is taken. Has taken that, and the lowest provision is at 7 point Ardvian Tortoise, possibly.
Ooh, that's not bad at all.
Oh, Golden Necker sat right at the bottom as well. That is frustrating for Kuna. That's so many points potentially lost, but at least he finds them.
Oh, you definitely can't complain when you do find them, though. He is getting quite a bit of points here, getting Azar. Going to potentially only get 1 Scarab, keeping the coins instead. Oh, goes for Tunnel Drill.
And here comes the Tunnel Drill. It's going to be protected, and it's an incredible spender here. That is not terrible at all. Could he take the Salamander Lackey right now instead of a poison and purify something for the sake of it, just to gain the coins?
That is an interesting play. I would love to see. And that's exactly what he does.
Yes, that's huge. What a great play. Absolutely love it. And even protects the Scarab tier. I have a feeling this series is going to a game 6 of 5, unless I am missing some maths. But hey, there's still a long way to go yet.
Oh no, that was a beautiful play, and the Shady Vendor is going to give us the crime card we need to use that Tunnel Drill as well, which is going to be quite a bit of points. Sif spending his leader ability here with Rainfree. He still has a bit of points here with Trust. I mean, his melee row is looking rather stacked right now. He's going to get quite a few boosts, right?
Yeah, and of course the passive as well, really not terrible here. Catches up in a heartbeat, and Vigo should be able to find a Nausicaa Sergeant as well to proc for huge value. But I think it's going to be Crime Card, and what does the Tunnel Drill do?
It goes brrr, Lionheart. It goes brrr, and it is going to be used. I suspect that is why Sif decided to play Rainfree, because he knew those cards were not surviving. Hence the reason he didn't play Arcturus first, and I don't think he has what it takes to catch up here. I think Kuna takes this game.
Oh, he does. Kuna recovering from that draw, and Sif has watched his lead evaporate. It was 2-0. It is now 2-2, and we have a final game. When we looked at the deck lists, ironically, the powerhouse of Nilfgaard looked like the possible weak link, and it's the one he's struggling to get through.
It is, it is. I mean, ironically, we really haven't seen Geralt being used much with Jurden yet, but
No.
we're gonna see it now. We're gonna see Monsters v Nilfgaard. It's the game we've been waiting for. Monsters on blue. Now, really, the only thing that can spite Kuna here is if he doesn't really draw the cards he needs in round 1. Cards like Brewers Ritual is so important for thinning, and
It really
it's
is.
going to make sure that Aeronite keeps on growing as well.
Yes, which is going to be massive. There are 2 ways of drawing it. It's a Neuromancy or Brewer's Ritual. It's going to be huge. The deck does thin well if you find Brewers, and thins terribly and doesn't have the best tempo without it. Death Wish can be really useful. The locks are going to be really awkward into that. I'm so excited for this series. I'm so glad when we get these big reverse sweeps. They are so much fun to watch. What a series.
Oh, absolutely love it. We got a tie as well, so I'm happy. Very happy. We'll probably go late into the morning hours, but it's absolutely worth it. I got my cup ready for some coffee, obviously, so I'm here for it. But yeah, looking very forward to this one, and maybe Yerden comes into play this time around. If Kuner is able to secure around control, he will be able to use Yerden, potentially last say as well, so that might hurt Sif. On the other hand, Kuner could go for the 2-0. If he's able to keep Erendite growing, pushing into round 2 is brilliant, and you deny Nilfgaard the Nausicaa Sergeant. So
absolutely huge, yeah.
Well, not exactly deny it if you win a round, but it certainly denies it in round 3, right?
It does. Oh, this is going to be absolutely massive here. Game 6 of 5, so close. Just double checking in the background, Kuner taking a second. Looks like we are close here to going into the next game. Oh, honestly, I love when this happens. The Nilfgaard list, so strong, so powerful. You wouldn't think to target it. I wouldn't think necessarily. And I know it's not a hard target of the list just by including a Yerden, by any means. But knowing it exists in an open deck list and having the coin of choice can make this situation so much more tenable for Kuner. He has managed to grab and claw his way back. He had some terrible luck in those opening games. That Coral snipe of the Saskia in game 2, harrowing. I've cheered when it's happened and I've done it, and I have been very unhappy when it's happened to me, and it can happen at any level of the game. But he's brought himself back, even after the draw, to take that. Really, really impressive.
I mean, very nicely done, of course. And yeah, it's ironic that Sif's Achilles heel is the one list that does boost. It's a pity you couldn't really make a Nilfgaard list that doesn't have cards like Nausicaa Sergeant in them, cards like Triss. You had to include it. It's one of the strongest lists at the moment, including that of Syndicate.
Yeah, and I think a lot of players, when building their lists for this series, will have decided, okay, the 2 lists that I'm pretty confident everyone's going to take, so Syndicate, Nilfgaard. You could probably argue a version of Scoia'tael Harmony as well, albeit Sif has bucked the trend there. So which one am I banning and which one am I trying to find a way to make sure I beat? That is a huge decision, and we're going to see which one of these players it's going to pay off for as we go into, I'm going to say game 6 because it is game 6, and I'm pretty sure we are going in now. I believe it's any second now, I think we're going there. Should be okay, but I'm not sure. I thought I'd seen it go live. Doesn't look like it has.
I love how you're buffering in real time.
No, okay, never mind. I was just teasing, chat. I was just teasing. Don't worry. And no, I wasn't. Gotcha. Yes, intentional, always round. It's game 6 of 5 tier. This is what comes down to it. Who is booking their place in the semi-finals tomorrow?
Okay, this is really important. Does Kuner draw a Neuromancy or Brewer's Ritual? If he does not, it makes a massive difference.
It can be absolutely huge if he misses those, and it's what he's going to be looking for. He is trying to use the Aneromantic skills of those chopsticks from the Cyberpunk anime. He is trying to summon it now. He is using the power. It is not working. Change the color, Kuner. Try again. No, one final time.
Come on, Kuner. Come on. Oh.
He doesn't find it, but it's not a terrible opening hand. He does still have Horn to try and power out of the round, and he has some great gold options as well to double the value of the Urn of Shadows. It's not what he's looking for, but it could be worse.
It could be worse. I mean, one of the pros of going blue coin is, of course, that stratagem. So you're able to set up some of your Death Wish cards before using them, and it gets locked. It gets locked immediately. I am not shocked. This is one of the unfortunate things about this matchup is the amount of control. Whereas Monsters is normally a bit of a solitary matchup, this is, it's not that easy to dodge control like locks from your Nilfgaard opponent. He does use the stratagem, again now sitting on Manticore, being able to use it at any point, and it gets locked, not being able to use it.
It could have decided to hold the Manticore there so that he could have paired it with a leader charge to get double value a turn from now. Decided against that. Is he considering Arrakis queening that? Because it's not, it's an option. Instead, he probably just wants to start dropping some Bronze Deathwish cards here, which doesn't surprise me. Drops the Foglet into the melee row here. This is going to be interesting for Kuna. Does he just try and avoid losing on even and get out at 7 cards? An option that has been taken from him rapidly by Sif here.
Sif's in a great position here. Sif is absolutely going to deny Kuna from gaining round control if Kuna can help it. We see the Toad coming out there. One of my favorite cards. The Toad will come out in round 2 or 3 if you're able to play a Deathwish card onto the range row. We also see the Foglet being played, and it plays for quite a bit of points. Okay.
Now, this spotter is huge. This spotter is massive for several reasons. Firstly, it just gave Sif the information that Jurgen's not in hand for Kuna. Oh, big steal.
Okay, RNG has switched in favor of Kuna getting the spotter and Sif passing out of the round. I'd say those chopsticks are starting to work, Lionheart.
Looks like it. It looks like he channeled that. He won the 50-50 there, managed to steal it. It's a huge swing, and now gets out of the round. Sif knows what's coming into the hand now. The top 3 units, he will be acutely aware. We know that Brewis is also still missing, and the Neuromancy is still missing, which is not fantastic here, and has missed it all the way down. One of the serious risks of this list, if you don't find them, but does have a lot of points between this haunt. Erendite currently already sitting at 6.
Yeah, that's the problem with this monsters list. It has quite a few win cons, which is nice because if you miss some of your cards, you do draw some of the others and you are able to use them effectively. But oh, is it inconsistent? You just constantly lose. Ooh, okay.
So that's Kuna saying, I'm not playing this round. I don't want double value. I believe my long round against you because I have Jurgen is too good for you. He is just getting out of here. He's taking the carryover, leaving himself 2 frogs in the graveyard and saying, thank you for playing. I will take my long round. He will have scrimmed this match plenty. He will be well aware with the hand that he has that this could be his best shot. Oh, it all comes down to this, 4th place in the semis.
Kuna has to draw the cards now, Lionheart. If he doesn't draw them, then it's really bad for him. He needs to get his hands on a Neuromancer or the big old thinning card that's gonna guarantee him loads of points.
Misses. Oh, a Neuromancy and Brewis sit in the bottom half of the deck.
Ouch.
Does not find either of them, which is a serious risk. It was something I was worried about when I looked at the deck list. I played something very similar to this, and it's happened to me a few times. But by no means does this end this. Long round, last say, has access to a continually, hopefully for him, growing Erendite, and that will be the challenge for him now. Keep this Erendite growing, because Brewis would have enabled that on a permanent basis, effectively. Now he has to constantly fight to catch up. One of the reasons Sif has just jammed 10 points onto the board so quickly and so aggressively is to say, your Erendite sits where it sits now. I am not going to let that grow again. Great play from Sif.
Yeah, exactly. And Sif is ahead here quite by a few points, with the Nazca Sergeant being played immediately, denying Erendite from growing too easily. Kuna has to be careful though, as Sif still has both leader locks. Okay, only one now. If he plays one of his win cons here, the Arachas Queen of Detlef, he needs to be able to consume those immediately, because they will be getting locked otherwise.
Yeah, most definitely. One of the things he's going to consider, maybe he drops the Detlef now. Uses the spawn from Haunt, that Barghest, to consume the first one, the leader charge to consume the second, so that Arachas Queen can consume the pointless version of it and save himself some space to create a new one. The danger is if he hasn't got the tallest unit, the other Barghest then can't do what he needs and consume it. It's a risk.
It is quite a big risk, and we see that cavalry engine coming out onto the melee row this time, meaning it's going to tick twice every turn, and not just
the
once.
toads.
Okay, love to see a Toad coming out clutch, and Detlef gets consumed twice. Very nice play there. You always forget about the Toad in the graveyard, but when you need it most, he hops out onto the board and saves the day.
He does, and there's another yet as well. We see the lock. Now, the lock
I know what this means.
but he's going to kill it. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do, and this is huge here from Sif. He's going to kill this and prevent the consume There is not going to be an extra Detlef now. Arrakis Queen not looking too amazing. It's going to end up being something like a Rot Fiend, which, okay, is fine, but a lot of the value of the Rot Fiend is going to be eaten up by armor.
Yeah, it's fine, not great. We do see the Rot Fiend coming out. Boom, Toad consumes it. That's kind of a problem.
The Toad consuming it ends up being because he plays it onto the back row to make that happen, means it can't be taken from the Arrakis Queen, but does kill the Brathans. That Brathans was only at 5. Potential create options here: Rune Mage, Artorias Vigo, whatever it created, the Nausicaa Sergeant again. A lot of additional points there in that 1 in 5. That's the difference of maybe 5 points in this round, possibly more, getting that snipe right now. That's before you take into account the armor that would have cost points as well. That is a massive, massive grab.
It's not bad at all. Certainly not bad. And we see an interesting card here. Deciding to go with the Servant. All right.
Servant's great because it basically copies statuses and moves them. So it was a free lock. Not terrible there as a pick for Sif. Denying more value from Deathwish units yet again.
It's not bad at all. Kuner here, still luckily having Erendite grow. Consumes one of the smaller cards there. He is going to have to be careful here in which order he decides to play these cards, as Arrakis Queen is now going to have to go for the biggest option. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes with something like Were-Rat even. If I'm going to be honest, you're going to have to go for your biggest unit at this point because you're not going to be able to abuse a Deathwish ability.
No, and that's the point, right? They're not going to be able to do that at all. So here's where I was looking. The Slave Driver now has been created, and then created another card in the Ardfian Light Cavalry. Brathans would have found so many extra points from that. We've also seen the Erendite just yeeted to delete one of these Light Cavalry because of how scary they are as engines. There's so much value.
They
Got
sure
frownables.
are. This hand of Kuner is just so awkward. I think he needs to start focusing on moving some of his cards out of the melee row if if Triss is going to be played. Decides to go with the Were-Rat. Doesn't really have anything to lose by playing it, unless Rainfree takes it out a bit early.
Yeah, now there's an interesting strategy here that you can see. You're looking at the Thrive card, the Drowner, and going, it's a Thrive card. It's a movement card. You can move cards out of the melee row to give less Triss value. He's going to do the opposite. He's going to wait until that row is all but full, and then he is going to move this Nausicaa Sergeant into it. Not to brick Triss, but to stack as many boosts as possible for himself for this Yrden. That's why he's holding on to this, I think. And we have from left to right Gluttony, which, oh, never mind, I didn't even get a chance. He picked exactly what he wanted. We have Cooldown. We do find Kindness, but it's a bit late. We find, if Leader isn't used, boost by 1. Temperance, set lowest power ally to 10 as well. He takes Envy, which is damage all units by 1, a pretty big take, which is what he was looking for. And play lowest provision unit from your deck when your Leader is used. Will give him an Ardfian Tortoise. He does drown.
Alright. Okay, does decide to get rid of the cavalry, gets rid of the engine, and moves it out of the row. Does make Triss's value a little bit weaker, but I think he's more focused on simply getting rid of the engine in itself. That Were-Rat is looking dangerously low on her health.
And there is the Brewess. We can see she was the next mulligan after the mulligans that went away. But still no, potentially, unless an Aeromancy's in between, because it only shows units.
Now the thing is, Kuner really wants to eat that Were-Rat. I'm almost sure of it, but can't, because Vulgaforts is still in the hand of Sif. Though I wouldn't be surprised if he just holds on to Vulgaforts for now. He can simply play Triss and keep Vulgaforts for the time being. Kuner needs to be careful here, depending on what his main plan is.
Yeah.
Both players thinking about it carefully, as it really does matter in which order you decide to play these cards.
It does, and he wants to use the Leader ability Sif first, because he wants to play the lowest provision unit to get even more value from Triss. He wants that Tortoise on the board, doesn't want to lose the value of that. Knows that Yrden exists, he saw it was going to be drawn into already, knows he won't have missed it. There's no way he would have mulliganed it into this long round, so he knows he's going to lose some value on it. It's all going to come down to now, what do you pick? How are you going to do this? Which way round? Takes the Vilgeforce now, is going to burn the 9.
Alright, knows you're going to draw into the Cleaner Harpy as well, because you did use Spotter, so doesn't have to be afraid that you're accidentally going to give him something like Brew's Ritual. Now Kuner can go with the Arajas Queen. He just needs to pick his target. He needs to go for the biggest one, of course, so he is able to get another unit on the board after using Death Wish.
Yeah, takes the Harpy, and he's going to hold here because he needs every possible point, so he wants to spawn that Arachas Nest as well before consuming to find the extra value, as well as knowing the leader ability that exists, of course. Huge option here. Ooh, finds the Mage Infiltrator, which is by no means as good, but Triss is still an exponential amount of value.
Ooh, goes with melee.
Very clever, very nice option, because now this is worth far less here. And I think that offensive Triss here.
Oh,
wow.
Brilliantly done by Sif. Absolutely outplays Yerden like a champ.
Wow. Did not worry about it, and that is Sif here, looking absolutely thrilled that he has taken Series 1. That was a battle. That was absolutely huge there. 2-0 up, dragged back to 2-2, including a draw. Keeps his cool, gets himself through. Kuner played so well there, and to miss the Brewers and the Aneromancy, especially in that early round, all the way through, that is going to feel really bad for him. Commiserations and well played, but what a series, Tia.
I mean, that was brilliantly done. Played until the last match, and really Sif knew how to play around Yerden. I mean, as a noob, I probably just would have used Triss on my own cards without even thinking, but knowing Yerden was a possibility, absolutely making the biggest difference at the end of the day. It was brilliantly done by Sif, and Kuner played well with the cards he was given. Unfortunately, pushing Yerden into every deck simply wasn't good enough against an opponent that was actively avoiding Yerden in every deck.
Yeah, he'd gone for a very aggressive tactic himself. It was the Nilfgaard list that I was worried about for Sif against that lineup. I don't think I'm going to be worried about it against any other lineups unless they're very similar, but it is going to be very interesting to see how he does, and we don't have to wait any longer to hear from him. We can send you over now to Sif being interviewed.
Being interviewed by who, Lionheart? You forgot to add that. By me. Yes, I am back here with Sif Great Wolf. 6 series out of 5, a long game. How did it go for you, man? How you doing? You're chill as always, as I can see.
Yeah, actually feeling nice. To be fair, we had some strange games, but
yeah. I really like your Scoia'tael list, the one with Madoc. When did you come up with the idea to bring that list to this Open?
we have practiced with Nequist, and we came to the point that this deck is good against Harmony, and actually can play against other decks too. So I thought Harmony is going to be hard targeted in this tournament, so I brought this version of Scoia'tael.
Yeah, it's a very nice control list. Not a lot of units in it, but once you get a couple units in, you're pretty much doing quite well. Going against Kerpetten tomorrow in the semifinals, have you seen his lineup? Is there anything that you feel might be problematic there, or are you going straight for the finals?
Yes, a very similar lineup to Kuner's, so, but he has some different cards. Yeah, we will see how it goes for me tomorrow.
Yeah, as always, calm and collected. Flake calls you the Iceman. How do you feel about being called the Iceman, as being someone who is very calm, collected, not a lot of emotions. How you vibe with that?
Yeah, maybe the viewers can call me that, but actually I worry a lot, but not trying to show it.
Nice, nice. Well, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow in the semifinals, and thank you for this interview.
Thank you.
But wait, there's more, as always. Finally. You know, Ryan did not take my job. No worries, I am still here. And I got leaks aplenty because we are finalizing everything for Chronicles, which come out next week on Tuesday, October 4th. So yeah, let's throw it in. Let's throw it in. Let's see the new monster card. And you saw this one in the reveal thing that we had. It's Tirnalia. It's a location for the Wild Hunt. And it has resilience, deploy, boost an ally unit by 0, increase the value by the number of unique bronze Wild Hunt cards in your starting deck. Order, spawn, frost on your opponent's melee and range rows equal to the amount lost on the last round's transition, then spawn and play Red Riders. So yeah, that is a lot going on in that card, but I feel like it's gonna leave a mark for monsters. So excited for this edition. Can't wait to play these cards. But yeah, let's let it over to Thea and Lionheart. Maybe they can talk about the card a little bit more since they are probably better players than I am.
Surely not. Surely not. Never, never, never. Borja looking absolutely fire as always. I would never forget you. I just wasn't sure if Ryan had usurped you yet, my friend. Yeah, what Tirnalia? Oh my word.
That's absolutely huge for monsters, and Frost getting more support, Wild Hunt getting more support. Absolutely love it, especially since the starter decks for beginners normally start out with the Frost archetype. So the more love they get, the more happy I am at the end of the day.
Unquestionably, so much going on in that card as well. Borja just gave us a run through of it. Boost an allied unit by 0, well that sounds terrible, but increase it by the number of unique Wild Hunt bronzes in your starting deck. And then there's more. The order ability sounds terrifying. Spawn Frost on your opponent's both rows effectively, equal to the amount that you lost in the last round's transition, and spawn and play Red Riders. That is so much Frost. Oh my word.
That is crazy. That is crazy, especially if you combine it with something that likes, you know, there are quite a few cards that will... Yes, exactly. Now with the Winter Queen, you don't have to worry about having too much Frost, because if you go into the next round, she's just going to boost herself for all the Frost that hasn't been used yet. So rather scary, actually, rather scary, but I'm here for it. I love seeing Frost archetypes getting a little bit more love at the end of the day.
Completely. I think we've all wanted to see a little bit more Wild Hunt, and it's going to be really, really nice to see if it can find a place in the meta. That is a lot of weather. Everyone wanted Dagon. Well, tough, you get a little bit more Frost instead. That's what you're going to get. But I think we should take a look at the bracket here. We should see who is going to be advancing. Let's take a look. We've seen Sif go through. That is a first semi-final to watch.
Oh yeah, the Iceman versus Carpeton. You love to see it. Yeah, that's going to be quite the semi-finals. Now, we'll see if Sif's lists are able to withstand Carpeton's list, as it has done with Kuner's so brilliantly. Next up is going to be Trusky versus Pieball, though, Lionheart. That's quite the series we're going to see here after.
It is going to be Poland v Poland, an amazing game. Before we go to them, of course, we should check out the prize pool as well. We have seen these players earn some money already, with plenty still to go here. Both 3-2s, so you can see that those progressing have a little bit more money in their pocket.
Yes, both actually the exact same amount. Kuner and Kaneki going with 1,100. Not bad. Sif Great Wolf and Kerpeton 1,280. Honestly, you can't complain. It's only going to get more if you go through to the semi-finals.
Most definitely. And the people playing Gwent Open Bingo that Ellis has done will be very pleased so far that the quarterfinals are all 3-2, because I am 99% sure it is one of the squares. We're not going to count the draws. Trust me, I have officially said that it's still on. You can have it. But that is all from the two of us for the first of our quarterfinals. Still plenty more to come today, Tia.
Yes, I can't wait. You'll see us later tonight, but for now, it is Shanmiri and the lovely Seely going to cast the next series. We'll see you later, and hopefully no more draws tonight. You've had enough.
We can certainly hope so. We will see you next time. See you later.
Hello everyone, I'm Trusky. You can recognize me from previous Opens. I already participated in 2. I play for Team Elderblood. I play Gwent from beta quite a long time. And beside Gwent, I'm a computer programmer. I'm also a student. Right now I'm finishing my master's. I only have my thesis left, but competitive Gwent is not helping writing it. I think this Open is pretty stacked. There are 4 pretty good TLG players. There's me, there's Kaneki, who is also a very underrated player. He has great ladder efficiency scores almost every season he plays. And I scrimed with him, so I already know he's a good player. And there are also 2 underdogs, Civ Grateful and Spelling Bee. Both of them already have been in Open, so they are also not bad players, definitely. So I think the competition is very strong. Pikes in air, swords to sky, Nilfgaard scum must die. I really enjoy beating Nilfgaard on ladder, but especially on tournaments when I kind of target Nilfgaard. Unfortunately, this patch I think this deck is just too strong to target. But yeah, beating Nilfgaard is always a really good feeling, especially because their cards are really toxic and not fun to play against.
My name is Pajabol. I'm a Polish player for Team Leviathan Gaming. Most of you probably know me, but those who don't, I'm just some random Pepega that happens to qualify for the tournament somehow. When it comes to my opponents on this Open, we have a fairly stacked lineup again. Obviously, 3 of the players are my teammates, Cam, Skner and Kerpeten. I hope I'm not gonna match them too soon. And yeah, the other players are also, most of them, very decent players that have played in the Opens, except Kaneki, who is definitely an interesting player too. He always has a very high win rate on ladder. So it will be a good tournament. I like beating the most. I mean, I think you guys know the answer. There is one deck that I love beating the most. Unfortunately, it's not around these days. And it's Kelly. All the tournaments I've won so far were because I was, in a way, targeting Kelly, and it was always satisfying because it's a deck I really dislike. So it was always nice to beat it.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 3rd series of today's Open Games. Absolutely wonderful interviews. I got really happy when Pajabol said that he loves beating Kelly. So do I. It's not a fun one on letter. I sometimes call it Smelly Kelly because I just like it so much. And of course, Trusky there, a lot on his plate right now, writing a master's thesis as well. Gwent is kind of holding him back, he's saying. But I mean, in the Gwent world, he's super successful. How are you doing, Shinmuri? Are you excited for the next series?
Oh, very, very excited. 2 top players here facing off. And that second quarterfinal that Lionheart and Tia just casted was another nail biter. that went the distance, actually 6 games instead of 5. And so we've had two 5-game matches so far. And let's see what Trusky and Piable are going to bring to us as well in the third quarterfinal. Piable, always a fan favorite. You can't help but love the guy. Trusky, also really, really nice guy that we both had the pleasure of meeting in Warsaw recently. But when it comes to the Twitter polls, when it comes to the audience, Piable is the uncontested favorite. He has won Opens in the past. He's won Gwent World Masters in Season 2. Trusky, I don't believe he's won a single Gwent Open yet, but maybe this is the one.
Maybe this is the one indeed. We'll see how he fares in the upcoming lineups. But yeah, no surprise here with the Twitter poll. It is a big gap there. Piable is definitely one of the strongest players, one of the players to beat. But Trusky, of course, really, really impressive track record. He's always coming up with something new. And I think, this series, I'm just very excited to see.
Yeah, so let's just jump right into their deck lists and see what they've brought. First up on Blue Coin is Trusky. He is part of Team Elderblood. He prepared for this tournament with Kaneki Amori, his teammate, and they have brought the exact same lineup. It's Deathwish, Overwhelming Hunger, Guerrilla Tactics, Harmony with that single Vanadane, Imprisonment Renfree, and Line Pockets Syndicate.
That's right. We can talk a little bit about this Overwhelming Hunger, a list that we did see in the first series. Very kind of aggressive deck, likes going on a red coin, likes utilizing Abaya to its advantage as well. AQ can be used on something like Brewis Ritual for a lot of points, and the Succubi coming in there in later rounds, really utilizing the carryover that you've established with the Giant Toads, ideally, and also creating more Succubi. Fun deck indeed, and even more Deathwish, so we're happy, right?
Yeah, really powerful list, but if you remember back in the first 2 quarterfinals, both players who lost, this was the faction, the deck list that they couldn't win with. The Deathwish Overwhelming Hunger deck was the one that kept them back. So we're going to have to see what Trusky can do, how he'll manage to be able to pull off a win with this deck. And next up, we've got Guerrilla Tactics Harmony. Harmony been a fan favorite archetype for a long time. Went away for like over a year after nerfs to the archetype, but recently Mysteries of Loch Fane, this scenario, extremely powerful scenario, has come back to breathe new life into the Harmony archetype.
That's right. Mysteries has the passive that you all know about, so the cards needs a little bit longer around to truly shine and accumulate points in over time, but it's a massive source of points for this Harmony deck, so you definitely hope it doesn't run into resets or gets heat waved or bled out. That is something that it could be weak to. But yeah, this card alone can be reason enough to not face ST in a long round here, and you want to then bleed out this value. It can force the deck into awkward situations with Vanadane Waylays, as your opponents could be likely to push into this round if they have the tools needed. Again, we talked about that Vanadane before. It is an interesting play. Things worked out really nicely for Kaneki when it came to the exact same deck, so let's see if the same is true for Trusky. Could potentially be a little bit awkward depending on how long round 1 goes on to, and if you have any bricked Waylays in your hand.
Yeah, and the thing that really stands out with this scenario, Mysteries of Loch Fane, is that it has a really high tempo on its prologue. When you slam it in this deck, I think it's getting 10 points immediately, which like very few. There are no other scenarios really that get you 10 points on your prologue immediately. So very good for using this scenario to defend a bleed, because you often get ahead as soon as you play it.
That's exactly right. Pretty cool points that can be divided over rounds overall. Yeah, moving on to Imprisonment Nilfgaard. There is a card that we saw in the previous series kind of do some good work for Sif, and that is something Trusky is hoping that this card will do as well, and it is Renfrey. A very important card, I think, in this imprisonment list. Of course, the Rune Mage is there so that you can hit the best Renfrey options for whatever situation Trusky might then find himself into when he's playing the game. So despite Renfrey, of course, not being as dominant as before she got reworked, she still has found her place in Nilfgaard because the faction does not really mind the 25 unit limitation as much as other factions. You have so many locks and removals in Nilfgaard that are unit based that you don't really have to rely on any specials for removal. And Renfrey just makes Nilfgaard very flexible, which is really a super card for this already powerful list to include.
I think you summarized it really well. It's a ton of power with a lot of flexibility. A lot of times in this imprisonment list, it's going to look to use its leaders aggressively to win round one, and then play Renfrey early to look for something that has a long value over time. Something like Blessing of Kindness, which is if you play an odd unit, you boost it by the number of even units it's adjacent to, and vice versa. Can rack up like 20 points in a long game if you play it early enough in a long game situation.
That's right. And then we have aligned pockets, of course. We saw a little bit of similar or maybe exact same version earlier here with the Horsens Freak Show being included. It's just one of the most dominant decks of the past few seasons in Gwent, and it's definitely showing no signs of slowing down considering it has been brought so far by every player. It has points engines as well as control, and hence it can be very difficult to deal with as this deck can adapt to almost any situation. A couple of keycards with Azar and Candle, for example, can help you protect your very valuable engine.
Yeah, and we've seen Golden Necker swing like crazy in those games. All right, let's see what Piable has brought to face off against Trusky. Piable, being a member of Team Leviathan Gaming, prepped with Cuner, who we just saw in the second quarterfinals, and they actually have the same lists as well. So we're seeing like a Team Elderblood versus Team Leviathan Gaming showdown here. Two different lines of thinking. Piable has the Death Wish Overwhelming Hunger, but this is the control version without Succubi, with Maruna and Manticore and Rotfiends instead.
Yeah, that's right. And speaking of Miruna, we could take a look at her. She's a threat that your opponent constantly has to keep in mind during the game, and she can steal very valuable engines at 4 power. I think we saw Cuner there steal a spotter, for example, from Nilfgaard, which is not a bad play at all. Saskia would be a perfect steal as well. And the presence of Miruna, Manticore, and Rotfiend definitely can force your opponent into awkward sequencing to play around these cards. So even if these cards won't achieve above average points every single game, they will definitely get their value by forcing your opponent to play kind of suboptimally, and therefore they might be losing some of these invisible points that you may not see, but can happen.
Yeah, exactly. So Piable's Death Wish list, much more control, but also lacking the explosive power and point potential of Succubus. So we'll have to see how that matches up, because this matchup could really come down to a Death Wish mirror.
Oh yeah, it definitely could. That would be an interesting one to see, definitely. Very different ways of playing Death Wish.
Okay, and second deck for Piable is the Guerrilla Tactics Harmony, this version with Barnabas. Barnabas, not a too shabby 14 for 8 now if you have an Elf, Dwarf, and Dryad on your board, with that valuable Gnome tag too. So this is, again, powerful Saskia list for round 1 with the Cursed Scroll, and Piable rocking that triple Yrden, as we've seen with his teammates Kirpiton and Cuner. Yrden in Monsters, Scoia'tael, and Nilfgaard.
That's right. It's a very interesting take on Scoia'tael. I do like it a lot. Something to note here as well is there is no Simlas, kind of meaning that it could potentially make you a little bit weaker in short rounds. This is just a deck that absolutely loves those long rounds. So let's see if Paya can make that happen. Of course, Yrden, last day, we know the drill. Very, very important.
Yeah, an imprisonment Renfrey, similar to what Trusky has, a little bit different in the choices of bronzes, but we've seen this deck in action a lot already. Yrden here in the imprisonment list as well as a big finisher. It's very, very difficult to push imprisonment because of these Nausicaa Sergeants and these big tempo plays. but nothing really new here, I feel like.
Yeah, we can move on to the aligned pockets list here. Also, pretty same from what we have seen, but one card that is especially important, which is a card that the whole list is based around, is Golden Necker. So I think we should take a look at that and talk about why it is there and why it's so strong that you want to build your deck around it. So again, we saw this earlier in the series. This deck is really strong when it's bled, because Golden Necker can help produce such a big point swing with multiple threats as ones on the board is what it can do. So timing of the Golden Necker becomes very important, because you can overwhelm your opponent with engines that then ideally would be safely tucked behind something like Azar's Scarab. So big tempo play for the deck, and it makes the deck overall less polarized. You can see a lot of the similar cost golds there, but this means then that your cards have a high average value and there's less of a difference between your strongest and weakest cards. So yeah, this card brings out an artifact unit and a special card, of course. So you have to keep an eye out on your mulligans. It's a bit risky as well to commit the card too early, because you may then overcommit your resources.
Yeah, in simple terms, for the most part, the game of Gwent is based on playing one card at a time, and Golden Necker lets you play 3 cards at the same time. So, of course, it is a huge power play for the deck, and you just have to be careful about not bricking your artifacts specifically in this list, only having 2 of them with Condor's Candle and Salamander Hideout.
That's right. Very flexible list overall. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see kind of the lineups that we saw before now go head to head. Fireball versus Trusky. Kaneki did not make it to round 2. Neither did Kuner. One of these players, however, with one of these lineups is going to. And
I know.
I bet it's going to be a real nail biter. I mean, the games today have been absolutely fantastic. I'm sure there are more to come. And speaking of those games, I guess we should check out what the players are banning.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the bans. We've got Piable banning Trusky's Syndicate, whereas Trusky is banning Piable's Nilfgaard. 2 different lines of thinking here, despite having the similar lineups.
Yeah, that is correct. As you said earlier, both Nilfgaard and Syndicate are some of the strongest decks, so it's a natural thing to happen that one of them will indeed be banned, and that is exactly the same thing that happened here in this series. So
big stakes for both players and the teams that they're representing, because yeah, it is like Team Elderblood versus TLG. Like you said, both of their teammates have fallen so far in the first 2 quarterfinals, and both of them are back for redemption, for vengeance for their teammates.
That's right. And of course, in terms of coins, Trusky will be going blue coin here. Piable responding with the red coin. So let's see what they are about to queue. Trusky might be going for something like Scoia'tael on blue coin. Paya on the other hand, yeah, responding.
I take Death Wish for Piable. Death Wish for Piable going first. Or no. Sorry. Trusky's going first, right? Yeah. So Piable's... I got confused. I thought Piable was going to go first, but Piable's going to save his monster list for blue coin because he has the Erendite in that list, and he wants blue coin to build that Erendite a little bit easier. So on red coin, Piable might be thinking Syndicate? No, Scoia'tael? Yeah, Syndicate or Scoia'tael?
One of the 2. Of course, he will have more red coins, and Nilfgaard, usually a deck that prefers to go on red, got banned here, so Paya is not able to take that one. So yeah, I think the choice is either Scoia'tael or Syndicate, and I believe we should be quite ready soon to jump into the games to see what they decided to go for. Oh, wow.
First 2 series of today have been extremely good. I think the level of play has been super high so far today, and these 2 are not about to disappoint.
No. This series, it is going to be good. They've practiced these decks. They are confident in their own versions, and now they just need to find the cards that they're looking for and perfectly execute the strategy, which, hey, it's a card game. Anything can happen, but you hope for the luck of the draw, and it is looking fairly good here for both players in the mulligan phase.
Yeah, Scoia'tael Mirror Blue coin for Trusky, red coin for Piebald. Both players have access to their Saskias. Trusky getting his through Cursed Scroll if he wants. And Trusky also has the double Waylays. Perfect hand, really. He's going to open with an Antherian and just develop that Harmony engine first before making any commitments.
We saw an interesting strategy from Kaneki earlier, where Kaneki decided to commit the scenario early because he played against the Yrden deck, and that is what Trusky is doing here as well. It's Igni versus Yrden. Trusky has the Igni, Paya has the Yrden. So would Trusky pull a similar line potentially or not? Also, another thing is that Trusky is on blue coin. Piebald has the Yrden in hand. So we could potentially, if the round goes deep enough and Piebald has reach or potential to even win on even with that Yrden, it might be coming down here. So Trusky definitely has to be a little bit careful. But we'll see. It looks like it's a Bandane. Curse Scroll, putting one of those Waylays at the bottom as soon as possible. Still holding on to it, thinking about which card to draw from the deck. Will it be Saskia? Will it be Mysteries? I think one of the two has to come down to help kind of Vanadane tempo-wise for blue coin.
Yeah, I agree. And I like the way you put it. It's which is the best Geralt, Yrden or Igni? Find out
this
today.
Is the decider.
Yeah, exactly. I think in this matchup, I mean, both can get extremely good value. Both are aided by these movement leaders, guerrilla tactics, to really help set them up. I think it's going to be a little bit easier for Yrden to get really good value against like in the Harmony mirror, but Igni is going to be no slouch.
Absolutely. I can definitely see that with Yrden. You don't have to worry about the numbers as much as having all the green cards on one row. While Trusky, on the other hand, definitely has to keep an eye out on how to set up the best possible Igni in this game. And it's going to be interesting to see where the values of these two cards will sit at. Now, last say is very important in the series as well. So let's see who takes it and who gets that sweet, sweet last say for potential big point swing of a Geralt.
Right. And we see Trusky actually using a leader charge here on blue coin, committing a little bit more, killing that Harmony Dryad, but not willing to play the Saskia or even grab the Saskia quite yet. Maybe perhaps waiting to see if Piebald commits his Saskia first.
Yeah, if Trusky can keep the tempo without having to commit, because you don't want to overcommit either in a situation like this. You want to even out your resources. But it is getting a little bit iffy with this Vanadane getting poisoned. Piebald going in for the leader charge, putting pressure on the board as well. Trusky has to make a decision. Also, definitely wants to use the Curse Scroll to put a Waylay at the bottom. Two Waylays in hand is not what you want to see here in round one, especially now that Vanadane's out of the picture. He's been poisoned and he's not coming back.
Yeah, remember, this list does not want to play these Waylays from hand. They just want to mulligan them to get 4 of them out with Simless because there is no Alyssa. And now we finally see the Curse Scroll. Curse Scroll using to get Royal Decree rather than the Saskia. It's an interesting decision to make, right? Because yes, now Royal Decree gives you flexibility now in this round, but if you are planning on playing the Saskia in the first place, it's better to get the Saskia and then still have the Royal Decree in your deck to get something like Late Guardian Dust aspect as a tutor potentially down the road.
Yeah, you might also need that Simlas once the Waylays go back into the deck. So I completely agree with you. Maybe this is indicating that Trusky is not really wanting to even go for that Saskia, but that seems a little bit risky as Piebald is playing still not wanting to commit the Saskia either. Both players holding on to their resources here.
Paya is actually just offering a pass.
Yeah.
He's offering a pass to Trusky, being 1 point short, and Trusky is considering this. Neither's really committed too much other than 2 poisons, but if Piebald gets last say, it's going to be much easier for him to get a game-winning Geralt Yrden. So it is a difficult spot for Trusky to be in. He wants to win this round, but he also needs to be very careful about not overcommitting.
Yeah, and Piebald on the... Yeah, sorry.
I was going to say, if you play something like Chameleon to try to develop carryover, well, it's in the perfect 4-power position to just die to another leader charge, and then you're risking losing on even. So now he's going to go for, I think, the Royal Decree.
Yeah, I definitely like that point. And the Saskia line is definitely not happening, is what Trusky said here. Going for a Dwarven Chariot. And just like you said, Jeremy, Piable is in a more comfortable seat because he can respond with the same amount of power level as Trusky is going for here, also without having to commit too much of his own resources. And constantly having that reach and that last say applicable if he so wants to. But yeah, interesting decree there from Trusky into the chariot.
Yeah, wow. He's using the chariot now to protect the chameleon so that the chameleon can survive a leader charge, and makes it awkward for Piable to kill this, and that will build more carryover, trigger more harmony on this board. But I can't help but think that that Royal Decree would be really useful later on if he had figured out this line of play or decided on it 1 or 2 turns earlier. He could have just taken the chariot from the Curse Scroll rather than the Royal Decree.
That dwarf also pinging down the armor, otherwise Piable actually would be ahead if it doesn't hit the 1 in 3. But Trusky says not over, continues playing and actually plays one of the waylays from hand, gets rid of it, says I'm not going to get it later with Simlas, but if I can stay in the round, not commit too much here, I'm going to do it. And so the waylay carryover, one of them is already out the door, and the Simlas will be a little bit smaller now.
Yeah,
with
only 3 waylays left available for the Simlas, but they are all 3 at the bottom of the deck. Trusky does not have to worry about drawing into them at all for the rest of the game. And he also doesn't know if he's going to draw the Simlas anymore. But Piable now, very, very late, 4 cards left, decides to play the Saskia, says, okay, I've got you right where I want you. I made you think that perhaps I didn't have access to the Saskia. I made you feel safe and comfortable, made it so that you didn't take a Saskia with the Curse Scroll, and now I'm going to win on even. Or you're going to commit your scenario or something. But you don't even have... Trusky doesn't even have Harmony
exactly. What is he going to do here?
Activate the scenario. So Trusky is in a really rough spot. I don't think he can get out of this round anymore.
It looks really rough. Piable really waiting until that last minute to play Saskia, saying that if I win on even, it will certainly still be worth it. Here comes the Saboteur. Last leader charge used on this hillock to put it to the melee row where it boosts itself by all of the other tags on the board. And Milva will not be coming back into Trusky's deck because the last leader charge is gone. The order has been used. The Saboteur as well. There's one Saboteur sitting in deck, which will not be bringing her out. But Trusky saying I need to establish this point gap. Need to make it difficult for Paya to catch up. You're not going to win on even.
Oh, actually...
Interesting.
With all this extra commitment and using the final leader charge and the Milva, Paya actually decides to pass. Even though I think he has a pretty good Yurden in this round if he wants to keep contesting. And Saskia was about to pull something else for him, too.
Yeah, I can definitely see the line as well, where Yurden is just so important in the round where Mysteries of Loch Fane comes down that Paya wants to hold on to it there. But yeah, pass is there. Now Trusky, will he find the cards that he's looking for? We saw the decree into the chariot, meaning there are a lot of golds now in deck, and if we don't see Saskia, it means the thinning is not going to happen either. So will Trusky find important cards like Simlas and of course Saskia then? Has a bit of time to do that before round 3. And Paya here, on the other hand, has to commit something on a dry pass, and it's not looking like anything in hand. Looks like something you want to throw out for a dry pass. So Decree comes for extra thinning and goes for the Swordmaster.
Yeah, I bet Trusky is really regretting wasting that Royal Decree now. But he still has 5 more chances in round 3 to draw into his gold. So missing both Saskia and Simlas. Oh, there she is at the very top. We got one of them.
Yeah, that's good for Trusky. Definitely looking for a Simlas still. Will he find it? One more mulligan left. Peller goes, and in comes a Dryad fledgling, not a Simlas. I wonder how much of that is going to hurt Trusky here. Piable, on the other hand, is looking for Water of Brockulon, mostly.
Yeah, and I just noticed that Trusky does not have his cam on, and we should make a note of it. He's had his cam off just to conserve internet bandwidth. out of concern that maybe it might cause him to disconnect. So that's why we see a still of his beautiful, beautiful face.
Exactly. No, it's actually just Trusky there, keeping still at a statue as he focuses so hard on this game. He's not even blinking. But no, yeah, internet is a difficult thing. And
He's doing his best Drax cosplay.
And the scenarios are out, mirroring each other nicely. Both 10 power tokens coming down here. The passives are going to start ticking. Fireball, of course, with the Yrden, and Trusky on the other hand with the Igni. One problem for Trusky here is that all of the leader charges have now been used for this Igni to kind of, or be able to set up the Igni. So he kind of has to take whatever Igni value he can get. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no Water of Broccolon on Piable's side, so usually that would be a really good Igni target, right? The double Dryad fledglings, but it might not be the end of the world for Piable to have missed that card now.
No, and let's see here. Dryad coming down first, Harmony Engine before the Saskia will be established. Saskia ideally bring out something like Elven Swordmaster, could still help a little bit with that Igni setup for Trusky.
Yeah, and Saskia needs to be played next turn for Trusky in order to pull out a total of 3 units. One on deploy, then the second one after 3 turns, and the third one after 6 turns.
All right.
Piable finds an Empyrean!
Seems great.
With the Beast tag. And that is a big high roll for Piable. Now, gets the extra double Harmony Engine, and still with a Chameleon in hand to potentially activate that 4 extra times along with other tags as well.
And speaking of chameleons, here comes Trusky's. I mean, Swordmaster could be nice. We see the units on Piable's melee row are very close in power. 1 leader charge left for Pia, however, to potentially disalign any Ignis if need be. So that's something he can definitely utilize, or, of course, use it offensively to get that Milva out and also setting up a Yrden. So yeah, a bit of a rough spot here for Trusky.
Such a difficult decision for Piable now. Does he use the leader charge to kill this Chameleon, which will activate Harmony repeatedly, or save it for the threat of like a Swordmaster, like you said? Swordmaster would set that Weeping Willow to the same power as the Antherian and the Dryad, but Piable would have the option to click the Weeping Willow maybe a little bit early just to disrupt or to disalign those power levels again.
Yeah, that is right. It is a lot of back and forth, a lot of mind games, and a lot of small plays that can be done by both players to try and prevent these big point swings that will be happening at the very end. There presses the Chameleon. Chameleon ended up being an elf here, expecting Trusky to develop more Harmony Engines here. And there is the Dryad Ranger. Looks like we are going for a Cat Witcher Adept here. Going to be played either on melee row, I believe, here, or ranged.
Unfortunately, this is more boosts. This is more vitality and boosts. Maybe it would have been. I mean, Trusky didn't really get any good options, but like he had. So now he's going for the bleed. Okay, because he thinks that most of his boost and green power will get reset, so decides to go for offensive bleed instead.
That's right. It's not a bad pick either for the Mysteries of Lochfane. Unfortunately, the Witcher tag does already exist in Trusky's hand, the Cat Witcher Saboteur. I'm wondering, there was the option to go for a dwarf tag.
There was a dwarf, a 5-power agitator, I think, maybe. But does he still have like a berserker in his deck for Trusky? Potentially, that's why he didn't take the dwarf.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's coming out with Saskia. It's a really good point. So should the elf once the Chameleon gets clicked. So 2 options still for Trusky and his Saskia. She's going to be pumping out either a dwarf or an elf here on the next cooldown. And Antherian probably coming down then to continue with the Harmony Engine value. 1 row, of course, is going to be Yrden later on.
Yeah, Trusky playing it slow, making sure he thinks ahead in terms of which rows he should be putting his Harmony engines in, trying to keep his rows relatively balanced with the consideration that one of his tallest units might get moved.
Let's see here what the Igni is going to be able to do. Sequencing is interesting here. Piebol does have a dragon currently on that chameleon. Barnabas in hand is looking like it is missing a dwarf, and also playing into boosts. So let's see how bad Igni gets.
Will this chameleon be a dwarf?
Could.
If it gets a dwarf tag, Piebol might not click it the last time and just keep it for the Barnabas.
Yeah, but then you have to play either like Guardian Dusk Aspect or Geralt Jordan before, potentially. But there's still one more turn for Paya to be able to then click it. But here is the Dusk Aspect, and it looks like this will be the best possible Igni for Trusky.
Yeah, blocking the front row, making sure that there will be no shenanigans where you get 3 11s lined up and then a big Igni, which wouldn't have been possible with the initiative tag on Igni just yet. Trusky, let's see if he has any funny ideas, funny tricks up his sleeve, because
Yeah,
I think he's
players.
he is in the underdog position right now, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Trusky down 20 points, decides to just take the big Igni. Yep, there we go.
Swordmaster is still lining them up. Igni, that is not in Trusky's hand right now. Okay. And maybe in round 4.
Still, old habits die hard, right? You see the 12 sticking up and you just gotta pop it down.
No dwarf there for the chameleon. It hit the beast tag, which is something that Piebol was hoping to high roll to get full Barnabas value, as it now will only hit 2 units here. But still, not bad value. Also proccing all of these Harmony engines, as Barnabas, of course, has the gnome tag.
Yeah, the gnome tag's very, very valuable. Only Percival has the gnome tag in this deck, and usually Percival is often played earlier in like round 1, so Barnabas often the only gnome in round 3 in your deck, so almost guaranteed to get you an extra Harmony.
All right, Piebol going ahead, just using that leader charge to set up an Igni, or the best possible Jordan, because of the initiative then, or never mind, you don't need initiative on Jordan, my bad,
No,
but still went ahead. Yeah.
Piebol doesn't have last say anyways, so he figures that he's never going to get the Lake Guardian Dusk aspect, and what's on the board right now is basically what he's going to get with the Igni, or with the Jordan. And here, Jordan hitting for a ton, resetting that prologue Dawn aspect, and Trusky with the Dust aspect finisher, but it's not quite enough. With the Dwarf coming out last, still a 17-point deficit, and Piebol takes the round 1 Scoia'tael mirror on red coin.
That's right. A lot of things happened quite fast in that game. Yeah, nice Igni, nice Jordan for both players there. I think Trusky, of course, was at a big disadvantage because of the fact that he didn't have the Simlas, he didn't have his Waylays. Those would have helped a little bit there in the round. Still, Royal Decree in round 1 may haunt Trusky a little bit, but very tight game there.
Yeah, so next game number 2 is going to be the coins reverse. Trusky on red, Piebol on blue. I actually expect to see a Deathwish mirror following this Scoia'tael mirror, Sealy.
Interesting. Yeah, let's see if that actually ends up happening. I mean, Piebol, as you said, wants to take the Death Wish list on blue because of the Erendite. Trusky, on the other hand, plays a monster Death Wish list that really enjoys pushing rounds from red coin, putting a big threat on the board. So I think you're right, Shin-Marie. I would not be surprised at all if we do see the Death Wish mirror, which is going to be a really interesting one to see kind of these two different lines of Death Wish kind of play against each other, the more control-heavy version versus the point-slammy version by Trusky. And here we are, Death Wish mirror it is.
That's what we're getting here, and it's control versus point slam. Trusky I think from Red Coin, Trusky really has the option whether to play it slow, save resources, give up the round, or go super aggressive and commit things like Brewis and potentially even Haunt.
Pieball, on the other hand, will be trying to grow this Erendite as much as possible because that value will be very, very important later on. And again, it's a Yrden mirror, so you know that last say is going to be very, very important. Now, Pieball playing out this Were-Rat for a potential Brewis coming down there. Let's see how many Death Wishes are in the deck. Enough.
I really like this
for a double Brewis, yeah.
Sorry. I really like this opening play by Pieball with the Were-Rat because it's so many options. He knows that the Were-Rat cannot get punished, and it has so many options in terms of like getting a Rot Fiend right away to kill like this Death Wish and fizzling the Bridge Troll Death Wish because there are no other allied units on Trusky's board. It gets nothing from that Death Wish, and now still able to threaten something like a Manticore if Trusky wants to play Brewis without activating her to deny something like an Abaya or an AQ.
Yeah, we did talk about these cards that is something that Trusky has to keep in mind the whole time. Rotfiends, Manticore, and Maruna. So that is something to keep an eye on, and this Were-Rat is not going anywhere unless it's getting Yrden if it gets very, very big, but that may not be something that Trusky is looking to do early on. Just setting up carryover, it seems like here with the Succubus. Trusky also has 2 Toads in hand. Those are looking to go into the graveyard as well for nice carryover for later.
Yeah, Trusky doesn't look like he's gonna commit too hard in this round, maybe because he did not draw the Abaya or the Arrakis Queen. And pushing hard in round 2 up against a Brewis that has a stratagem to double trigger it, could be a pretty tough uphill battle for Trusky.
Yeah, taking it slow so far, mirroring what Paya is doing. And of course, Trusky does have the advantage of having both Roach and Best Boy help him out a little bit when it comes to just point value in round 1 and keeping up with whatever Pieball puts on the board. But here is the Manticore coming down there, wiping the Roach off of the board. Giant Toad on the other hand as well, getting ready for more carryover. Trusky still does have reach, so let's see how far this round 1 goes.
Yeah, Trusky might actually just look to be playing these 2 Toads out, just generating as much carryover as possible, but giving up round 1 can have dire consequences due to the nature of Yrden and being able to, for your opponent to be able to fully Yrden you and you not being able to get your opponent's final play. Not as crucial, I think, in this mirror as it is in potentially like a Scoia'tael mirror or a Nilfgaard, where there's like the Triss Meteor Shower last play. So I think Trusky's deck is naturally favored with the additional value from the Succubi, whereas Pieball doesn't run that card and is running more control and fewer points. So maybe Trusky feels like despite losing the last say, this matchup is still in his favor and he's willing to do that.
Yeah, if you go into a long round, the question then is that if Paya gains round control, potentially wants to take advantage of the Erendite echo value, would he even consider pushing Trusky a little bit there before going into round 3? Or is he saying, hey, no, Yrden is enough for that long round, even if you have all of your Succubi? It's going to be interesting to see what the player who wins the round decides to do here.
That's such a good point, and it's like a tug of war for Pieball. He does end up winning round 1, and now he has to grapple between, do I prioritize pushing round 2 to build my Erendite, or do I prioritize dry passing or passing early once I get to 7 cards so that I guarantee that I have my last say with Yrden? They're like opposing forces here, and you'll have to pick one.
Let's see what happens there. Best Boy probably getting mulliganed here from Trusky. Pieball finding a Giant Toad, which is definitely a bit of carryover that you want to set into the graveyard. But yeah, Shinmarie, I can't wait to see what Pieball decides to do. Finds a double Toad. That's very nice for the graveyard.
You like to see
later on. You do like to see it.
Yeah, Giant Toads are such great cards, but they are kind of weak when you don't get them until round 3 because it costs an extra consume to put them in their graveyard in order to get the extra consume back. So it's kind of like a wash in that case.
That's right. Now, I do believe Piebald really has access to everything he may wish for here, so the choice has to be made. Trusky, on the other hand, is still missing a Baya. Yep, there is the Haunt, kind of indicating that Paya is indeed going to take advantage of the round control he has and push into this round.
Trusky, though, has to be very careful about replying with his own Haunt because the Banshee could get Marooned, but the location being on the board, spawning those the larvae or the drones will make this Maruna a little bit of a high roll in order to get a Banshee if he wants to open Haunt as well.
I like this a lot from Trusky, keeping it in mind, constantly being vigilant and saying that if I'm forced to play Haunt here, you're certainly not getting my Banshee, or you have to high roll for it. But here is Trusky's Brewer's Ritual, hovering over it, doesn't need to do anything now. Paya's Erendite would be in reach here to wipe out the Brewer's Ritual if he thinks that there's going to be a Baya and AQ all over the place, but maybe that's not something you want to do because Piebald needs points of his own. So here is the Brewers instead, thinning out 2 Death Wish cards and putting a lot of power on the board. I'm wondering when Trusky's Haunt is potentially coming down.
Yeah, Trusky has quite a lot of Death Wish units in his hand, so he doesn't feel like maybe necessarily a pressure to play the Haunt right away, but it is coming down now. Still not consuming the Brewis quite yet, probably going to go Arrakis Queen into consume Brewis, and then the Chapter 1 of Haunt to consume the Arrakis Queen right away.
Yeah, I think that's a very beautiful play for Trusky, and it will put a lot of points on the board, as well as thinning the deck for later on when you're looking for a Kairan in the Succubus round, for example. That's something that Trusky is still missing. Piebald, on the other hand, has to decide whether he will continue with the push here. I mean, you'd like to see those Toads going into graveyard before round 3, definitely. But also, in terms of Death Wish cards, you have Detlef and AQ to trigger this Haunt, unless you want to go for something from a Neuromancy. That's a little bit slower.
Yeah. Piebald currently, commits the second Death Wish with the Detlef. Piebald doesn't have any Toads in the graveyard just yet. Trusky has 1, I believe, and despite being down 31 points here, I think Trusky actually has a huge play with Arrakis Queen. Okay, decides to go slow. Plays the Siren instead.
Knows that the big play is possible to do, so doesn't have to rush it too much, but no AQ coming down there on the Brewis, saving AQ with Detlef, potentially hoping that he's able to keep those 2 together, which will be interesting to see if Trusky can do that. That was a big potential as well to go for the double Brewis, as you said.
Here comes the Maruna, seeing all these 4s in the front row, and one of the drones has been destroyed, and he gets a Siren. Very, very nice pull for Piebald. I think that is the best one you want. Obviously, don't want the 1-power drone. And Foglid isn't great, isn't as good as Siren, which provides an additional, both a consume and a Death Wish.
This point gap is definitely getting bigger and bigger. Trusky has to catch up, decides to play the Detlef here. Not yet utilizing the Toad that is in graveyard, going to do it to instantly get the Arrakis Queen potentially procced because it won't be row space necessarily for the order ability of Arrakis Queen.
Yes, exactly. Trusky's probably not going to click the Arrakis Queen. Piebald still has not played either one of these Toads yet, and probably still wants to develop them. Oh. Best boy, bad boy. Is that a bad boy moment, filling up the front row? Could things get a little bit awkward for Trusky?
They could indeed get a little bit awkward because of the leader and how it works when you consume something and your row is indeed fully blocked. So it might be that a consume has to even come down on a unit that is not a Death Wish card in order to get rid of that. Also blocking the Endrega here for a double consume on Death Wish units, which hurts Trusky quite a bit.
Yeah, it could be a little bit awkward now. Trusky now going for the Arrakis Queen on a Dettlaff. Look at that Toad come out with the power play. 2 Dettlaffs all of a sudden, and another Consume with the Barghest. Double 16s. Luckily, no Igni on the opposing side. And Trusky takes the lead.
That is a 1-point lead. The Order Consume coming in really, really handy there from the Siren. Let's see what Piable says now. Does press AQ, continues to play. As we talked about these Toads, they kind of need to be in Graveyard before round 3, so Piable is going ahead and still pumping up that Erendite value. Erendite's currently sitting at 11 points of damage. That is certainly not something to be sad about. Erendite has got its value in this game.
I mean, at 11, Trusky has to be careful about this Banshee. Like, he might want to use the Banshee sooner rather than later, because Piable could go Erendite next turn, kill the Banshee, get rid of the engine, as well as the extra Consume.
All right. Here comes a Succubus. The Adrenaline is activated, and we have 1 Succubus in the graveyard that was created by Doldu Lock. So now Trusky can start consuming those for extra points, going for the leader to make sure that he stays in the lead.
Exactly. Perfectly calculated. Unfortunately now, kind of the Ekimara from the leader kind of breaks up the pocket for the Endriga Warrior to double consume Dettlaff and the Suck.
And here is another giant Toad for Piable coming into the graveyard. And Leader Charge used on this Dettlaff. Pretty big point gap now. Piable really going in.
So many points, so many big numbers, so much boost. Will the Yurdens, I mean, I feel like the Yurdens are going to get played this round, right? Because this is the round with most boost. And Piable still has an Erendite as well. Here's the first Yurden. Trusky resetting the front row. Now up by 22 points. Piable now can decide, okay, I commit my Yurden as well to kind of swing it back, or I lose the card advantage to hold Yurden. I don't think he's going to want to do that. Holding Yurden for a short round 3 where he doesn't even have last say, it's going to end up being relatively weak. So I think Piable's probably committed here.
We're going to see here, I like the play of, again, utilizing just the Echo card tag there, making sure he gets to play that big Erendite twice and can now hold on to Yurden. Of course, from Trusky, there might still be a play in a short round with the K-Ren consuming Succubus and a little bit of Yurden value. Maybe the Yurden value is just good enough for Paya to take it here into a short round, saying that this is enough and I've bled enough, I've done enough damage.
Yeah, and that Banshee did die to the Erendite, never using its consume. Could have gotten something like extra value on the Death Wish of Siren or Foglet, perhaps. Okay.
Yeah,
Piable plays the Yurden. Trading the Yurden. He's only up 11. It's not that much, but Trusky also doesn't have much space.
Yeah, Trusky has to use a consume here as well that he might prefer to keep for later. This is tight.
Trusky has 11 points on a Solano Harpy onto Dettlaff, but that's only a tie. So how does he get another point here? That Banshee could have been used to click like a 1 even, just to make space.
And there goes the leader.
Trusky has to leader, yeah. Trusky has to leader and then play like Endriga Warrior onto the Dettlaff and another unit to make enough space.
There we go.
So basically that cost him a leader charge. Now, neither player has any leader charges. Trusky does have an extra card now, but Piable has that. How big is that Erendite now? Like 14? Something like that or more?
Let's see. The Erendite's sitting at 13 for now. Definitely not bad. Let's see here. Trusky does find the Whispering Hillock to tutor out a Death Wish. Succubus here is something you want to see. You can still consume it a few times. K-Ren to consume, as well as Solano Harpy. Piable, on the other hand, does have a hand that is as good as it gets, I would say, with the cards that he still has left.
Yeah, and here we're going to see the difference, I think, between the Succubus potential and Pyble's control list, this single Succubus is going to play for 20 points. And Pyble has Toads, which is nice. 2 Toads, 2 Death Wish units. Gonna get him some points. Erendite's not growing anymore for him in this round, so I believe that Erendite is going to be played as a 13 power play. And
Yeah.
I think this single Succubus is going to carry it, potentially.
Let's see the power of one Succubus and how big it can be in a very short round with limited amounts of consumes. Harpy consume, as well as the Karen here. Also eating the Succubus from the fog there, or the Toad from the fog, making it really nice and denying the value there completely.
Yeah, Trusky playing the Karen before the bridge troll. I think does he still have 1 Toad left in the graveyard? Oh, it doesn't matter here.
Yeah, there's no Toad, but it does not matter. Very, very close game. And that Succubus coming in very handy. Wow.
Trusky takes the Death Wish Mirror, tying up the series 1-1, showing that maybe Succubus is the superior version of Death Wish today.
Maybe that is so. I really liked the bleed that Pyble went for. The points we saw in round 2 was absolutely amazing, and it looked like such a close call, and it would have been for Trusky as well had he not made it into round 3 there. But of course, that one Succubus was able to still really work it out for Trusky in a short round 3. So 1-1 is the situation right now.
I personally can't blame Pyble for pushing round 2.
No.
He can't see his opponent's hand, so he knows that he has the nuts, he has the best possible round 2 hand, and potentially Trusky hasn't drawn that well because Trusky hasn't played Brewis in round 1, right? So he didn't do any thinning, and other than the fact with Roach, I believe. So Trusky had a really high chance of kind of having a mediocre or dysfunctional hand, whereas Pyble could have just gotten a 2-0 if he went all in.
Yeah, I think Pyble was definitely playing to his win cons and his advantages, and potentially Trusky, like you said, drawing a bit suboptimally there. Did not work out for Pyble here, and Succubus does take it in a short round. I think because of the versions and them being so different, Pyble was also expecting that, yeah, in a long round, Succubus is just too many points to deal with, even with Yrden, and therefore decided to utilize Echo Value, go for that bleed. So I think it was the best he could do in that situation. Trusky defending the bleed very nicely and really coming in clutch there in round 3 as the cards worked out for him. Very, very nice game, I would say, for a monster.
Yeah, well played by both players. Looking forward to game number 3. Pyble back on red. I'm fairly confident he's going to bring Syndicate now on red. He's going to want to play that Overwhelming Hunger on blue again with the Erendite. So knowing this, if you were Trusky, would you bring Scoia'tael or Imprisonment Nilfgaard against Py's Syndicate?
I see Trusky has chosen here that he goes for Scoia'tael, but I think because of the list that Trusky is playing, it makes a lot of sense. Again, you have the Vanadane, you need to utilize your scroll to be able to put some waylays back into the graveyard from this Vanadane in your opening hand. So the scroll helps a lot for Trusky and for round 1. Let's see if Pyble is going to really go ahead and push it here. I think round control will be necessary because I cannot imagine things going very well for Harmony in a long round against Syndicate with things like Drill and having good removal. I would be very scared to face a Syndicate as an engine heavy deck.
Yeah, the one difference, though, the main difference for Trusky is that he plays this quadruple waylay, which affords him a lot more damage control. Maybe they can help get through things like the Defenders, the Scarabs, or even just use leader charges to get through the Scarabs, and then like 4x waylay 2 important engines afterwards. We'll see what his strategy is, but so far, so good. Very standard Vanadane opener into Curse Scroll Saskia, and putting on the pressure to win round 1.
That's right, there is no Jurden here in a Golden Necker list, so Trusky can freely play the Saskia now and save the Mysteries of Lockfane, ideally for a longer round later on, or even bleed with it if he so chooses, if he can gain round control here. We talked about Syndicate potentially being a little bit vulnerable to having its rounds split a lot, so maybe that is something Trusky would try doing once he takes the win here in round 1. It's very difficult for Piebol, I think, to compete with a Saskia.
Yeah, and we also see Piebol's Roach in his hand, so that's another card he can't play, and 4 tempo that he's missing right now. So it's probably very likely Piebol will just pass relatively soon.
Yep, establishing a bit of carryover here. Still in it, of course. Trusky, again, also establishing carryover by playing this Chameleon that will start ticking away as it will boost the Lake Guardian Dusk aspect in Trusky's deck right now.
Piebol is going to play another card here. Decides to poison the Chameleon rather than the 7-point Vanadane because doesn't want him to build any of that carryover. But Piebol also might want to pass next turn to deny the Saskia from thinning another card for Trusky, because the more Saskia thins, the better it is for Trusky, a better chance of him drawing well, although he has already drawn both his Simless and his Scenario.
Piebol still playing a little bit further, going for the Shady Vendor, finding Bloody Good fun, smuggle, even more coin carryover as well as points on the board. Definitely making Trusky work for it, but just like you said, the Roach is in hand, so it's going to eventually be a little bit awkward as the round deepens. And Saskia here does get her last inning. The Machine Chariot is out.
But what Piebol gets for his trouble for pushing a little bit deeper in round 1 is that Trusky played his Waylay from hand. So once again, only 3 Waylays on the Simless rather than 4. So that's a nice extra 6 carryover Piebol just kind of got from playing an extra bronze.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Trusky decides to do now. Does have the Igni, but Piebol played one of the townsfolk early on there in round 1, so I'm wondering how good value Igni can get. Of course, leader charges can help you, so that might be something that Trusky is looking out for in a long round. Piebol, on the other hand, establishing Candle as carryover. Yeah, let's see how this long round situation goes. I am very curious.
This Roach being bricked in round 1 actually ended up being a blessing in disguise for Piebol, allowing him to play the Candle as the dry pass card, pulling out the Roach for the points that you need to win the round. Normally, you wouldn't be able to play Candle like this because you don't have, say, like Flying Redanian to come back and give you points. So that was actually a really nice, upside, silver lining of bricking the Roach.
Absolutely coming in clutch here. Yeah, what do you think about this long run scenario? I'm curious to see if Trusky can get through these Scarabs now that the Candle is online. Can Piebol potentially hide something like a drill behind Azar's Scarabs? Freak Show can also do a lot of instant value removal here, as well as the poisons being able to take down a lot of Trusky's very tall engines. It's going to be really interesting to see how this all turns out.
Yeah, Freak Show is the difference here between, like, say, when we casted Kaneki versus Kerpiton earlier today, Kerpiton didn't play Freak Show in his list. And now Trusky has to be worried about Freak Show killing multiple Harmony engines as the turn that it comes down, because, yes, it's melee lock. Yeah, you can move it if you have access to it, but it can do a lot of damage before you can do anything about it.
I like this coin use as well here from Piebol when the townsfolk comes down, boosting it by 1 point so that Trusky's leader charge doesn't just swoop in and remove it completely. That is nice. And yep, Scenario is out on the board, looking to gather up as much passive value as possible. Azar doing his thing, going on melee row to protect things like Morale and Freak Show behind these Scarabs.
Yeah, so, okay, here's one Scarab that is at 4 power, essentially. That's the right level for Guerrilla Tactics to kill it. So Piebol might even consider double leadering and then using another charge like so, putting everything out of Guerrilla Tactics range, making it very awkward for Trusky to answer these Scarabs.
Yep, he does have the waylays, only 3 waylays now from Simless, but could utilize them and leader charges if he really needs to get through these scarabs. But once you do that, you don't have much engine removal left anyway. So let's see what line Trusky takes here, establishes his own engines, but goes for the Pellar Purify, which is really nice. Now we only have to get through the smaller scarab on the melee row there.
Exactly. Purifies the bigger one. We'll find another solution, probably damage for the smaller one. Piebol needs to be very, very careful. I'm always so stressed when I'm playing against a list that I know is running Igni, because like, especially when it's guerrilla tactics, because they have so many combinations that they can use with their leader, with their Milva to just set something up. Like in 1 or 2 turns, this townsfolk might be the perfect power for Trusky to move to the front row and then double Igni with the 7-point Scarab. And as the round gets longer, the more opportunities there are, such as what I just mentioned, for Trusky to really pull some fancy shenanigans with Igni.
Yeah, and Piebol for now leaving the smaller Scarab, allowing Trusky to deal with it. It does have to be quite a bit of like either leader charges that then could be used for Igni or the waylays coming down as well. Roland has been established here for Piebol to get max value out of these poisons. Both of the poison brothers will do a lot of work. Trusky, on the other hand, does want to develop his own engines, maybe can stall it a little bit because of the poisons that will be coming in later. Here is the Antherion waiting for the damage. Maybe like you said, Shinmari is looking out for the perfect Igni situation.
Yeah, Piebol beautifully lining up, or disaligning, I should say, his front row. Look at that, 4, 5, 6, 7. Very tricky for Trusky to do anything about that so far.
Here is the drill. It's going to hide behind these scarabs, and it can immediately start pinging stuff up. Or
that
down, rather.
That is some signature Piebol talent being shown off right now with no setup, just Golden Necker into drill, into crimes, so that you can use your drill immediately as it's played, and finds the 1 damage ping from the Savvy Huckster, so he only needs 2 charges rather than 3 fees to kill that Antherion at 6 power.
And that is a huge play, and that's just proving the threat of Golden Necker, of establishing multiple engines here in 1 turn. Gets the failed experiment, has a Savvy Huckster on the board, as well as a drill that immediately starts pinging. That is a beautiful Golden Necker, and if you're playing this deck, you love to see it. Trusky, on the other hand, is not happy. I mean, that was a brilliant high roll as well on the Golden Necker, and with that poison on the Lake Guardian Dusk aspect, you have to be worried now, and you have to find points somewhere because the point gap is looking quite scary. But the Scarab is going down potentially here. Drill first, and then let's see. Maybe the Scarab just sticks. There's nothing left really that you need to remove except for Freak Show on melee row or Mural. Yeah.
Does Trusky use his final leader charge to kill the Scarab? No, he saves the leader charge in case there is a Freak Show, valuing that a little bit more. Uses the Order ability on his Milva, and now the Scarab could potentially be reboosted by the Candle, making it difficult for Trusky to get through.
It can be reboosted, but it cannot be removed. So at least the melee row, Trusky has opened that up and is able to now interact with those cards, yeah, Freak Show and Morale, which is really important. So maybe the Scarab doesn't even have to die here.
Yeah, that's true. What does Trusky have for the Royal Decree, you think, still left in his deck? Like a Saboteur, potentially?
There is no Saboteur left here for Trusky. It is either, it's very likely to be a Chameleon or Weeping Willow, depending a bit on the Harmony Engine situation or the tag situation. So that is what Trusky is looking for.
Okay, so that's why Piebol has not only poisoned his Scarab, but also veiled it so that it cannot get re-poisoned by any of Harmony's poison cards. And look at all those statuses on the Scarab. If I mean, if there was a Salamandra Lackey right now, she'd be like all over that.
She would be all over that, indeed. But yeah, that's a chunky Scarab, a Defender, Doomed, Poison, and Veil, and it is looking like it's going to get boosted by quite a bit. Pieball not worrying too much here about Igni. The townsfolk is huge. It's a big Igni. Like, it's a nice Igni here for Trusky, and Paya knows it, so he doesn't have to worry too much about that townsfolk. It is going down, and the rest can be boosted and played as he wishes.
That's true, but like if Igni only gets a townsfolk, you've played a 10 provision Igni to trade up 2 points to a 6 provision townsfolk. That is not really what you want to be doing as Trusky here.
Here comes the leader charge and a poison coming through with the movement there.
And
the Scarab
a movement
to the
if you
melee
want
row.
it.
Yeah, a movement, and now the melee row looks kind of nice for Morale and Freak Show once the Scarab has been put back there.
Okay, I like that play. I mean, there's a lot of different things you can use your leader charge for. That was one of the good ones, I'd say. Get the Scarab back in the front row and poison the failed experiment, the only failed experiment that Pieball had on his board, because Gellert was going to keep giving the poison back to that failed experiment, and it probably would have meant at least one more successful poison for Pieball.
But here comes the bank. It could go into another failed experiment.
He does find it.
Re-enable it. There are not a lot of cards left in Paya's deck, and there it is. Exactly. Coming down here, and the combo continues.
Oh man, so how many points? Oh wow, so much power still left in Pieball's hand. He's got this failed experiment will be ready to poison again. Morale will get 2 poisons, and then the Salamandra location will get another poison. So there are still going to end up being 2 fully procced poisons at the end of the day.
That's right. Trusky, on the other hand, is looking at a nicer and nicer Igni as time passes. It is happening on the townsfolk. Trusky trying to get through to the Gellert here with the Duen Canal charge, which is really nice, but unfortunately not enough to kill that. And Squirtle has used up all of the control options now. Whatever Pieball has left will go through. Trusky, on the other hand, still has an Antherian and a Lake Guardian Dusk aspect. The Dusk aspect may not be as tall as you would hope for, but Trusky does enjoy the perks of having last say here.
Trusky would have loved like extra leader charges here to, you know, for more control, to move potentially like this Weeping Willow to the front so that he could click it after Pieball finishes his last play. Trusky has 2 Harmony engines left, but he's not really activating the Harmony anymore, right? He's got the Beast tag that will activate once on the Dusk aspect, but there's no Chameleon. And this Igni is not a Scoia'tael unit, so he's not going to activate the Witcher tag.
That's right. It is looking like Pieball's poisons are going to do a lot of work, but 21 points Igni now for Trusky, which is certainly not bad and makes the point gap seem a lot smaller.
He still does have this chapter 1 of his Harmony scenario going, providing a couple extra points to this Antherian, coming down as a 7. Morale has to be played second to last here because it's got order, and the Freak Show will be last and probably not even spent anything on this Freak Show. It ended up being pretty much a non-factor in this game.
Yeah, that is right. Maybe you would rather want it to be a best boy like Kerpiton had in his list in this instance, but still it's a nice card to have in case you need to use that removal for anything instantly. And here comes the Igni, wiping down that townsfolk that was going to be the target all along. Horson's Freak Show now coming in as the last play. Pieball making his final poisons and spending his last coins.
7 coins left. There's another poison coming from the Salamandra location. Up by 8. Not many coins left to spend, though. Gellert spends 1, and Freak Show spends the other. It's just enough for Trusky. Wow. I almost thought it wasn't going to be enough, but then the surprise 2 points from the chapter 1 of the scenario ends up carrying it for Trusky, and he's up. He's in the lead now, 2-1. over Pliable in this nail-biting series.
I actually love that we highlighted the card of the scenario and we talked about its passive and how powerful it is in a long run. I said I would be scared to go into Syndicate in the long run because of the removal value, because of the poisons, but Squirtle is proving that it can handle it. It has enough points by itself, despite all those poisons that went through for Pliable. Beautiful golden necker as well, but it just quite wasn't enough to take the series there, but very close as Trusky is in the lead here.
Syndicate's power is that it can remove a few of your tallest units, but the Scoia'tael passive on the Harmony scenario, it spreads all that power out on every single unit that you play, which is why you see so many Yurdens in this tournament so far, is to be able to reset all of that spread out power, or at least, all of it on one row, rather than focusing on removing 1 or 2 units with poison. And now, Pliable still needs to find a win with both his Syndicate and his Death Wish control list, and Trusky only needs to win with Nilfgaard.
Yeah, if Pliable aims for the sweep here, which I'm sure he does, because both of the players really want to win these series, you have the choice of which coin you want to queue, either Syndicate or either Nilfgaard. This time around, the coins will be swapped. Trusky, on the other hand, does have one deck exactly left, and that is Nilfgaard, a very, very threatening deck. It's going to be hard for Pliable to make it here and get a win against Nilfgaard, but anything is possible. It's certainly doable, so let's see how this goes. Now, what do you think Pliable is preferring to queue into this Nilfgaard?
Ah, man. So he's on blue now. His Death Wish deck is a blue coin deck with the Erendite, but it's also the worst matchup in my opinion. So if Pliable wants to recover and get momentum back and get a little bit of extra money in his pocket, maybe Syndicate is the better option, but his monster deck, if he queues it on red, if he saves it for red, that Erendite is going to be fairly useless, and that's going to be a weak point in his strategy.
That's right, and I also think that it will be a little bit scary just to take that Syndicate as well on blue coin and sweep the coins of those decks, because Syndicate can definitely be vulnerable to Nilfgaard pushing quite hard. So yeah, I would expect the same thing for monsters to be the designated blue coin deck, and we continue with that, and then Syndicate would be the one to go on red. So yeah, let's see what choice Paya ends up making.
Wow, okay, so last series, in the second series of the day, Kuner almost reverse swept Sif Great Wolf's imprisonment list, which is very similar to Trusky's. Trusky does have that Traherne, that nasty Traherne to potentially mill one of your win conditions. But, Kuner almost pulled it off, and now Pliable needs to win 2 in a row against imprisonment.
Yeah, that is exactly right. It is doable. It is certainly doable, and Trusky needs to focus on this match as well to get the Nilfgaard through. But I'm really, really wondering if we could see some crazy Traherne action. That is something I'm sure Pliable is hoping we don't see, and that is something Trusky might be hoping we will see. So, yeah, it will be interesting.
I feel so conflicted about this card.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great content, right? But I also hate to see competitive tournaments being decided by a card like this. We've got Spotter. We had what was it? Viper Witcher Alchemist, right? Yeah. It was the original form, and then that got removed from the location, and then it got moved to Spotter, and Spotter then got reworked, and so that now that Alchemist ability is gone, but Traherne still lingers. And Trusky figures, hey, if I'm going to bring this deck to an open tournament, I have so much tempo in the rest of the deck with things like Sergeant. It's so hard to bleed this deck because nobody wants to push into Sergeants, right? So if they're going to just dry pass me, and why don't I just play as high of a carryover card as I can in something like Traherne and try to high roll your win condition? I mean, it's not his fault that the card exists. It's maybe the best option for his deck in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. I can definitely see that. The Nilfgaards being a little bit different depending on which player you'll look. But if you get really good carryover with the Traherne, why would you not play it? It's certainly a card that Trusky believes in, and I believe we've seen that card from him before as well in terms of competitive Gwent.
I think in the first series of the day, Kaneki got a Traherne on the haunt of Kirpiton, right? And that basically sealed the deal on that game.
That was a pass for Kirpiton. Yeah. He did not want to go into that game at all. Wow.
Oh man, okay, so we are going to be setting up game number 4 very shortly here between Piable and Trusky. This is another crazy one.
It is another crazy series. I feel like every game that we've seen so far has been very intense, very close, and all of the players today, I'm so impressed. I feel like everyone has played to their strengths, and it's just fabulous to see competitive Gwent at this level. Very, very cool to be part of and watch.
Yes. Okay. All right. So if we're expecting Syndicate versus Monsters versus Nilfgaard, right?
Yeah.
Normally, I would say that Nilfgaard is pretty favored. We did see this matchup in the last game, in game number 5 in the second series between Kuner and Sif. Sif had some really nice plays, and I wonder if Trusky was watching that series, if he's taking notes, or if he's also thought of these sort of interactions. Like, the one that really impressed me was knowing that there's not that many Arrakis Queen targets in Piable's deck. The main one is Detlaf, that Sif saved his imprisonment leader charge to lock the Detlaf and then kill it immediately with the Mage Infiltrator, either from Brothens or from Arturius or from hand. That puts it in the graveyard. Since it's locked, even if it has charges left or counters left, it will stay in the graveyard and not come back and kind of deny that only good Arrakis Queen target. The other one being Brewis, but usually that gets committed very early.
Yeah, that is something that Trusky should consider doing as well if he gets the option to. I think a lot depends as well on how round 1 goes. Piable has the Yrden again, which can definitely help having last say into Nilfgaard. As we talked about, their boost or their points come from boosts. So having that last say reset for something like Triss, we did see Sif go for the offensive Triss, for example, to kind of counter the Yrden. So there's definitely a lot of plays you can make if you're on the side of Nilfgaard. And for Deathwish as well, utilizing the Toads nicely can work out for you to guarantee getting your AQ. So both, it's definitely not a decided game by any means. And another thing is that there are many locks in the Nilfgaard list, but Piable does not play the Succubi, things like that. So they're not as vulnerable to those locks either.
Yeah, exactly. His death wishes are more spread out, so it's not like Trusky can just lock a couple of sucks and then it's game over for Piable. And I think, after thinking through this matchup, I think both players are going to want to fight very hard for round 1. Piable to build the Erendite, Trusky to make sure he has last say with Triss Meteor Shower. And so I think we're going to see some big commitment here in the first round if that is the matchup that we get between Monsters and Nilfgaard.
Yeah. I would assume that would be the matchup we get, but you never know. It's a lot of mind games as well, and it's, like you said, if Piable wants to build momentum, potentially thinks that Syndicate just has a better chance, then he would go for that.
Yeah, on the other hand, like Kuner did win game number 4 with the Syndicate matchup, so Piable is gonna queue up Monsters on Blue Coin with the Erendite. This could be the final game of this series, Sealy.
It could be, but it might not be. We're going to have to see exactly how this plays out. But either way, the stakes are very, very hard. High for this one because, whoever, or if Trusky wins the series, he will be moving on to day number 2. And if Paya wins the series, he still has a shot to fight it out with Syndicate. So
this is going to be the harder. This is going to be the harder game for Piable to win for sure. If he wins this, Syndicate on red versus Nilfgaard has a really good shot. But this is the one that is going to be the biggest uphill climb for him. And in round 1, he's missed his Oniromancy and he's also missed his Brewis. So not a very good start to the round 1 hand for Pliable.
I believe we saw something similar from Kuner as well, not really finding that Brewis, and that definitely hurts a lot in terms of the tempo, in terms of building your Erendite, and it allows Trusky to really push round 1. We're starting off with Rune Mage. A couple of options here that Trusky can choose from. There is Slave Hunter, Fire Scorpion, there is Emissary, Diplomacy. We're going for the Create here with Diplomacy, it looks like.
Yeah, you've got a Thrive unit in the Fuka, or maybe just like 8 points of Frost. I don't know if you go for that because it's going to be hitting a Death Wish unit, but that is the 8 points of Frost is maybe an option as well, or just the 5-point Immune Werewolf. I haven't seen this card in a long time, Sealy, but Rune Mage never fails to disappoint.
No, Rune Mage has been pulling out Carrick, the
City Guard, yeah.
City Guard, exactly, and now also this unknown werewolf. Maybe it's a secret ingredient to victory, we don't know yet, but Pliable choosing to go for the Werat here, putting tempo on the board, consuming that Death Wish, and hitting Rot Fiend value.
Yeah, if anyone's wondering why didn't he take the 6-power, 6-point Emissary, it's because Trusky is scared of a Manticore. That would have put only one really tall 11-power unit on his board and would have given Manticore a ton of value with this strategy.
Looking at Trusky's hand, we also have the situation of Traherne as well as Spotter. So let's see if Trusky will utilize those for carryover later. Of course, Spotter is also a nice card for Miruna to steal, so Pliable will want to take this Miruna where he gets it. And
honestly,
we'll see.
Yeah, same. That's also a good target here is the Light Cavalry. Could just Maruna this, stopping it, changing it from his Trusky's engine and giving Pliable an engine of his own. Decides to go with the Rot Fiend instead. See what it hits here. Does take out the Soldier. It's very nice for Pliable.
Yeah, I do like the Miruna still being in hand because there is the Urn of Shadows that could come into play. Trusky just using Mage Infiltrator maybe to play around something like Miruna. Doesn't want Miruna to potentially double steal to engines like a Light Cavalry and a Spotter. With Werat active, that is definitely a threat.
I like that. Getting the one back over to your side with the Death Blow to lower the Maruna chances. And Trusky now
going for
this
the
Spotter.
Spotter.
This is the Spotter. He sees what's on top of Pliable's deck. It's 3 bronzes, right?
3 bronzes, yes.
Yeah, so it's not going to be a good time for him to go for the Traherne. And this is how, like, Spotter gives you so much good information. Now Trusky can save the Traherne for round 2, potentially, to try to get a bigger impact.
That's right. Traherne isn't blind anymore. The Spotter is there to help him to keep a lookout. So yeah, not a Traherne for this round, but maybe later. Renfri's gang coming out as well, and Trusky is putting the pressure on the board. No Maruna targets now. This is looking a bit scary for Pliable. He has a lot of very important golds in hand here that might have to come out if Pliable still wants to fight for this round. There's Death Wish and AQ, can be played together. Maybe that's something Pliable is willing to commit if it means he wins the round. Haunt also sitting there. Maruna right now, no targets. Rough hand for Pliable.
Really rough hand. And Detlef having to come out in round 1 on blue coin. And he doesn't even have any targets yet for this this stratagem, this Urn of Shadows. It's been 0 points so far. But now, with the Light Cavalry played again, Pliable could decide to go for a Maruna here or even Arrakis Queen. Those are the only 2 viable targets for this Urn of Shadows.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we actually saw the commitment of Arrakis Queen, just to make sure you don't lose the round on even, and that you have the round control, and also that you keep developing your Erendite. But yeah, Maruna currently does have an active target, so she's definitely now a card that Pliable could play if he's happy just getting that Light Cavalry.
You know, Pliable probably clicked the Were-Rat earlier, spawning these rats to try to lower the power of the Were-Rat himself, so he doesn't get Vilgefortz give as much value to Vilgefortz. But the downside is it's now spawned 3 rats in between the Were-Rat and the Dettlaff, so it's a little bit slower if you wanted this Were-Rat to consume the Dettlaff for the extra death.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But yeah, Pliable definitely keeping all the threats in mind as he's not letting that Were-Rat grow too much. I do enjoy seeing that. All right, we have a decision now. Looks like an Artorias Vigo coming down, deciding for which bronze to go for. Of course, Nausicaa Sergeant not able to come out here. There are a couple of other choices. So let's see. The Duchess's Informant has been decided here. What is it going to copy? Is it going to
I like maybe copying a Toad and getting a Toad into Trusky's graveyard so that he can use Brothans or Informant to copy a Death Wish unit in round 3 or round 2 and get it eaten by the Toad immediately. So this is like almost a carryover play for Trusky now.
Yeah, and a nice placement of the Informant as well, again slowing down the Were-Rat even more to get to the Dettlaff. Now here is Maruna looking to steal that Artorias. It definitely is a nice Maruna for Pliable to take their Assimilate engine away from Trusky, and the point gap is getting quite big now.
Trusky actually could have avoided that if he had played Artorias in the range row. If he had done exactly the same things to play Artorias in the range row, there would have been no space for the Artorias to go over, and then Pliable would have been stuck with like almost no play, except committing the Arrakis Queen. But now Pliable gets to save the Arrakis Queen. Wow.
All right, we're moving on to the round. We did see that Pliable had on top of his deck 3 bronze cards, and when you're looking for Brewis Ritual, that's not really what you want to see. His first mulligan is going to be into Giant Toad. Unless it's a special, an Aeromancy, which is good. So yeah, not looking too bad now with an Aeromancy actually being able to find the Bruise Ritual. So yeah, here we go. In for the bleed.
This is not a bad push hand for Pliable now with the Oneiromancy getting him his second Death Wish card. Which one do you think that will be that he wants to copy with the Arrakis Queen? It would be Brewis, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Brewis has enough units to come out. There are 4 Death Wish cards in the Pliable's deck right now. So if this Brewis works out nicely, then that's going to happen. But is Traherne going to see something?
It was very fast. I think it was another 3 bronzes, and Trusky chose not to put any of them in the graveyard. Yeah. So the Traherne kind of fizzling here. It's hard to say. Like, am I happy to see it? Like, I love Trusky. You know, I would be very happy if he won this match and the tournament in a whole. But I'm kind of happy to see Traherne miss for once.
Yeah, Traherne can definitely be very, very nasty. So if Pliable's Brewis Ritual, for example, would have been banished there, that would have been really, really quite rough. But yeah, here's the instant consume as well with the Barghest from Haunt. Brewis is out, and so is 2 Death Wish cards now. Erendite growing a little bit more, sitting at a comfortable 11 right now. And this Traherne, the tempo is so slow. 3-point play that didn't establish any significant carryover. Not too good for Trusky. Means some points are going to start to come down from Trusky as well.
Yeah, Trusky needs to start catching up quickly here. Maybe consider to play like a Brothans so that get the Assimilate engine going, copy a Death Wish unit, put it on the range row, and get that Toad out from his graveyard.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing here. Copying the Foglet and Toad coming out to consume, proving that Trusky's carryover play in round 1 was very efficient.
Yeah, and this is almost all but caught up for him, but now Pliable still has Chapter 2 of the scenario. Not a great one, to be honest. Spawns just a Night Wraith for 5 points, but potentially another 2 points on Consume. This second Toad is not doing too much. It may be going to consume one thing. Pliable actually taking Arrakis Queen on a Foglet. Not something that you see every day. It is a backup target, and plays the Arrakis Queen on the other row smartly so that he feels fog on both rows and doesn't have to wait 6 turns to get full value from this weapon.
All right, and Night Wraith, not too bad after all, as the rats it spawns do go right into the fog here, tanking at least 1 turn now of the fog. So Pliable is quite happy about it. And look at this point gap, and look at this fog on the board. It's all of a sudden I can't see anything. I don't think I've seen this much fog in
When's the last time? When's the last time you've seen fog on 3 rows in a game? Like, it's gotta be when Dagon was still in the game. What could it mean, Sealy?
Oh, is it the sign?
The conspiracy theories are going crazy in chat right now.
All right, there is a fast choice from Trusky there, choosing his blessing of temperance, blessing of charity, kindness, chastity, and humility, something he is holding on to. And it looks like he chose the one where whenever you play a unit with odd power, you boost it by 1 for each adjacent even power unit, and whenever you play a unit with even power, boost it by 1 for each adjacent odd power unit. A pretty fun passive from Renfrey. And of course, the order ability is tutoring a card. So play a bronze unit from your hand, which in this instance would be Trusky's Nausicaa Sergeant, then drawing a unit of Trusky's choice. So that could be anything really. Another Nausicaa Sergeant, a slave driver perhaps, coming down. Of course, missing Ramon here is not great for Trusky. Can't he tutor for it either? And nice tempo pass from Pieball here.
Yeah, tempo pass from Paya, up a cool 27 points. 29 if you take into account the fog that's still on the board. Trusky now going to take a Vilgefortz. He should know what unit this was going to get, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because he did play Treherne earlier. And Vilgefortz being played in between those 6s. Remember, it's really easy to forget about the Blessing of Kindness. Like, people who have watched my stream know that I always forget about this. But these players, they're much better, and they will not forget. They know the placements, and this Blessing of Kindness is going to end up still getting so many points despite being played like halfway through round 2.
Yeah, it's a bit like the passive from the Mysteries of Loch Fane, where it's kind of similarly when you play out your cards. So constantly having that passive open is definitely nice for Trusky, but the point gap is still there. And it's looking a little bit rough for Trusky, having to commit some important cards here to catch up, and also going down cards.
Yeah, I don't think Trusky has enough points to play this in 1 card without leader. Does he?
I don't believe so.
Triss, I think the Triss is a tie. If he plays Triss range row, he gets 3+3+2. That's 8 boost in the front, plus Triss will be a 4-point body because of kindness, and that's 12 points. That's exactly not enough. I think he might have to use his leader here or play both cards, and he's going to be 2 cards down or a card down with no leader.
All right, and it is 2 cards that Trusky decides to go for, playing out this Nausicaa Sergeant, keeping the Renfrey leader up 2 cards. But will Trusky be able to pull it off? He still has a Ramon. He could find a Nausicaa, and he could find a Slave Driver, which will generate a lot of points still. Pieball, on the other hand, does not have that much left. There is a Yrden, which is not going to do very much now. There is a Manticore as well, but no, the second Toad was never established in the graveyard. But will this Erendite be enough? It's a 14-point Erendite. It's big. It's really big.
2 extra cards for Pieball, triple last save, but we're talking Nilfgaard here with a Renfrey Sloth leader that is going to grab this Ramon, which I assume will be played here to block a potential Manticore. So we're going to see Ramon into the Sergeant and stacking the row. But there's a...
I said that Yrden wasn't going to be very good, but all of these boosts that you see on the board right now will be wiped out by Pieball's Yrden if he so chooses to go for it. An Airmancy, of course, has access to Yrden, which is now looking like a fairly likely candidate for Pieball.
Stacking the row probably because Trusky wanted to try to get kindness value, and then he's going to play the other sergeants in the range row is the plan. This Foglet is really slow, and there's a lot of armor on the board, so it's very difficult for this Foglet to really get any good value here.
Yeah, Piebol valuing the Manticore as well, maybe expecting a 4-point unit, deciding to take the Manticore leader charge where he has it on a 5 power from Mon. Now Slave Driver will be the last play left for Trusky, but it will be no small one. So let's see which row Piebol ends up resetting. Just a small Foglet now, coming down, hoping to maybe get a turn of Fog. But yeah, looking like a 4-point card so far.
So the Slave Driver played in the front row next to the odd unit, maximizing kindness value, hitting the armor, getting more kindness. All right, so up 30 points. Piebol has 3 cards to play. This Fog is going to do very little. It's going to do 2 damage total. You still got an Erendite, which is what you said?
The Erendite is sitting at 14. It is definitely not a bad Erendite for Piebol to have, but is the reset here going to be enough? Trusky nicely being able to divide the rows and the boosts sitting on them there. Piebol taking his time to think.
Right.
There is a way out of this pickle.
There's 10 boosts in the back. There's got to be more. How much is in the front? There's 6, 7, 9 boosts in the front. There's only 10 boosts in the back. 9 boosts in the front. So if he goes Yurden now, he can get 12, plus his 14 is 26. It would be 1 point enough, but then it comes down to a 50-50 with the Fog. He has to Yurden first, and now the... Wait, what?
Oh, wait. This is enough.
Oh, it's enough. Okay, it's enough. It's enough. Oh my god, I thought it was going to come down to a 50-50, but Piebol finds the line, successfully wins this unfavored matchup with 2 card advantage in round 3, and this goes to show that Traherne is not without its drawbacks, without its liability. Trusky thought he could get a cheeky Traherne in round 2, thought that maybe there would be an opportunity to play a low-tempo 3-point play, and Piebol punished him the heck out of that, right? Played just big tempo, slammed the haunt.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then the Traherne was so slow that Trusky needed to play 2 extra cards. It was just 1 point away. The Triss was a tie, and it was so close.
It was very, very close indeed. A lot of different layers to these games. There's, like you said, potential 50-50s, a lot that happens in the Death Wish plays as well. With the Fog, it didn't end up mattering here, but if it was down to 50-50, it would have hit the right unit as well, not the armored one, if the Yurden would come down on the back row, which was what Shinri predicted there. But what a close game. So intense, I can feel my heart beating through my chest, and I'm not even playing this game. I cannot believe what the players are feeling right now. We talked a little bit about where we're at. I think Piebol's very, very happy to get the win in here with Monsters now looking to fight with Syndicate. We're going to see Syndicate versus Nilfgaard, and Syndicate gets the preferred point. It would rather be on red than blue, which is something Pia is, I think, very happy about. Trusky, on the other hand, has a very, very strong deck at his disposal, and let's see how he can play out this Nilfgaard game, and can he get the final deck through, or will it be Piebol? Either way, Shinri,
I'm still in shock. I am still in shock. This is now the 3rd series of the day, all of them going to the final game 5, and this one, nonetheless, is going to be between Nilfgaard and Syndicate as the final game today. This is a showdown between the 2 titans of the meta and the 2 most banned decks in this tournament so far, or the only 2 decks that have been banned in this tournament so far. And it's Nilfgaard versus Syndicate. What more can I say? Like, I didn't really expect us to see this matchup that often because they would be so popular ban targets. And now we've got game 5. It's all on the line for Trusky and Piebol. Who will take this series? Who will avenge their teammates from Team Elderblood or Team Leviathan? Let's get this started.
Let's get going. This is it. Prepare your snacks. Make sure you've already taken your break, because you will want to stick around for this one. It's going to be a very, very intense game as Nilfgaard and Syndicate fight it out in a duel of the Titans, like Shinri said. So let's see which of these decks will prevail as potentially the superior deck of the season.
Yeah, a lot of slave drivers in Trusky camp. He's going to get rid of one. Oh, and he bricks into the... Oh, no! Into the Renfri's gang. Now, it's... So, I think this matchup, like, Nilfgaard really wants to win this round 1 normally, so that it can control the rounds, push round 2, try to divide up some of Syndicate's win conditions and combos. But now, with this brick Renfri's gang, you're... 2 cards you can't play. You've got the Traherne that's low tempo as well. Kind of a bad situation for Trusky to be in. Meanwhile, Piebol, extremely strong hand. A lot of golds, maybe even too many golds, if you ask me.
Yeah, I can definitely see that for a round 1 situation. Trusky is not giving up, though, trying to establish the Ardfane Light Cavalry alongside Ramon, saying that is very, very crucial that he does indeed win the round. Now, the Traherne is interesting. You do mention it. Lucky for Piebol, he does have a lot of the ideal Traherne targets already in hand, such as Golden Necker or Zar Javed, for example, because there's not that much that Nilfgaard can do when it comes to those Scarabs. So Piebol has to be happy about finding a lot of key cards here, but Traherne could still find something nasty like a Hideout or a Serenova, so we'll see where it ends up coming down. In the case of this game, Shinmari, we are going
It's so fast. It's so fast. 4 cards have just been played in that amount of time. But Freak Show coming down early by Piebol, taking out the armor of both of these light cavalries, basically shutting them down. They don't do anything if they don't have armor on them. And this being round 1, there's no way there's like a sergeant that can put battle prep and re-armor these light cavalries. In Sif's series, in the last quarterfinal, we saw Sif playing his light cavalries in the range row quite often. And this is not the case for Trusky, deciding to greed and go for the front row. But if he had put them in the range row, they would have gotten armor back. But look at that. Trusky still finds a gold, deletes the Salamandra hideout location, and now Golden Necker only has the candle left as an artifact. Piebol won't be able to play those cards in this round. We'll have to mulligan the candle for later, and when he does play the candle from Golden Necker, it's very easy to overprofit.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. And to be fair, with the Traherne, we knew we could expect a good card because half of Syndicate's deck is good cards and good targets for Traherne. So it's no surprise there. I think it could have gone worse. It's not great to have your hideaway banished, of course, but you'd rather see that than a Golden Necker. Imagine that situation. It sounds like straight out of a nightmare. So at least that didn't happen. Trusky able to unbrick the Renfri's gang here, which will be very nice. And taking the round, we can definitely expect a bleed, just divide some of that Syndicate power and push out something very vital, potentially GN.
Finds a lock.
Able to play it. Yep.
Trusky does find a lock on the Alba Armored Cavalry, which is very useful because you can then copy that lock with the Slave Driver later on if you so choose. Also sees Siri Nova at the top of Piebol's deck. The first unit in Piebol's deck is Siri Nova, so Trusky might even go for like a Roderick into a Vilgefortz to mill that Nova, and it's not good tempo, but it would prevent it from being played through Royal Decree or Golden Necker, and without its deploy, it doesn't gain resilience. It doesn't gain any of the statuses without deploy.
However, this does give information to Piebol that Siri Nova is indeed the top unit of his deck, so he could counterplay something like that if he wants to.
Piebol
to go for it.
Doesn't necessarily know that it's the top unit. He only knows it's one of the top 3 units of his deck, because Spotter shows you the top 3. Trusky knows the full picture, and once Trusky clicks this Spotter, he's also going to know what is the order of his own deck to give a better idea of what he should be trying to find off of Roderick, or even like a Sloth from Curse of Sloth from Renfri.
That is a good point. And of course, Roderick is able to tutor, potentially not guaranteed to hit the Vilgefortz though. So we'll see if that mill play does come into question, as the golds left in deck are Brothans, Rune Mage, and Vilgefortz. But yeah, That's a very good point. Spotter getting the poison here. Fireball starting to work on his engine value with the failed experiment, ideally converting some of those poisons to Trusky's side of the board. Deleting an 11-point Spotter is definitely not bad.
We only got a quick glance at the top 8 cards of Trusky's deck, but there was a Rune Mage in there, and I think almost all other cards were bronzes. So Trusky will want to go for the Vilgefortz or the Brothens here, I think, with his Roderick, if he gets the option to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see.
Slave Driver onto another Spotter with another 8 armor. This card is so difficult to deal with, Sealy.
It is.
So much armor.
Syndicate, however, does have the poison, so definitely not a bad target for Fireball to take down. The other one, of course, is a 1 power copy, so it will be a little bit less poison value there for Fireball. But yeah, definitely a bit rough with NG putting pressure on you. Fireball has to make the choice of when does he start committing these vital combo pieces. When do we see cards like Bazaar, which is coming down now, and more engines, potentially Gellert, or sorry, Roland, the brother that is currently in hand. And when will Fireball be forced to play out Golden Necker, maybe even Drill? But yeah, a lot of armor on the board right now. There's the Vilgefortz, Shinmarie.
There is the Vilgefortz. He's going to take Brothens instead. Is he going for the Mage Infiltrator? Yes, exactly, to kill the Gellert. And now boosting another Spotter by 7 power. But this Defender Scarab is still sticking at a measly 4 power.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult for Nilfgaard to deal with Azar Scarabs in general. Here comes Shady Vendor. Let's see what it finds, and it looks like the Eventide Plunder is going to be the choice. Going for
does
a
not find the
Vendor
poison
here, but does not find the poison, exactly. Which is what you're looking for when you are a Syndicate. You want to finish off as many poisons as possible. They will help you stay in the round, so RNG definitely has to be on your side.
Yeah, Fireball a little bit unlucky there, missing both the Fist Tech option from the Shady Vendor and then missing the failed experiment from the Eventide Plunder. So this poison on the 11 still unfinished. Trusky using his second lock, final lock on the failed Abomination, making sure it's not going to poison again. And then what did we see as the choices for Renfrey?
It was quite fast. We'll have to see what he went for here. Right now, choosing between Blessing of Charity, Blessing of Diligence, as well as Blessing of Patience. So it's going to be cooldown, split 6 damage after you've used your leader ability, or it will be playing the lowest provision unit from your deck as the passive. No Rune Mage to be played yet, so of course Renfrey is showing you 3 options rather than 5. Let's see if that is good enough for Trusky, and he gets the value from this Renfrey that he hopes to achieve.
Takes his time
Curse
making a
of
decision.
Cloth here again, playing a bronze unit from his hand when he wants to, and then drawing a unit of his choice, allowing for finding that Vilgefortz or playing that Rune Mage, for example.
Yeah, he knows he's going to draw into the Rune Mage, so he'll probably go for the Vilgefortz. What blessing did he end up taking, by the way?
Ended up taking the lowest provision unit to be played from deck.
Okay, so that would be Peller or Tortoise, right?
Yes.
If I'm correct?
It should be Peller. Indeed, Tortoise was played in round 1, so Peller.
Just Peller, so it's guaranteed Peller, which means that he can use it for a Purify. He can time the leader correctly for a Purify. Oh, look at this play! Whoa, what just happened? Arturius into a Mage Infiltrator, hits the Maral for 3, and then the Light Cavalry, which is still flanking on the melee row, finishes it off with 2 more damage. That's a nice answer by Trusky for on something that was protected from behind the defender too.
Yeah, that was very, very nicely played, and that is why the deck is in there. It's a tech for removing something like Saskia, for example, together with these Mage Infiltrators, and proving to be very, very useful in this situation as well. And just to clarify, there was actually double Arcane Tortoise in the deck, so there's 1 still left in Graveyard. So the Peller might not be guaranteed here, as Trusky does go ahead and play Curse of Sloth And Renfree's gang are saying, pleasure to bleed you. Trusky is bleeding at a very intense speed. Piebald here responding with the drill, setting it up so it's ready to go. As it looks like we're going to have to see a lot of commitment from Piebald. We do have Triss Meteor Shower coming down on that full melee row for Trusky.
Yeah, no more space on the melee row now for these Alba Armored Cavalry. So Trusky's most likely going to pass. Piebald going for the Golden Necker, does find that Siri Nova on top of the deck that we knew was there. Has a 32-point gap to make, but Tunnel Drill is ready to go. Brrr.
Brrr, I like that. I hope we made Tia proud. Maybe she's listening to us there. But yeah, that's exactly what it will be doing. Conjurer's Candle come down here, as well as the Stolen Mutagens. And big points from Golden Necker. Still a bit required to catch up with the point gap, but drill charges are available, and those are starting to come down now from Piebald. And
just
point
short.
gap is getting closer and
Is
closer,
that a tie?
but just short. I believe it
That's a
looks
tie
like
if he uses all of his leader charges, right? And clicks the Tunnel Drill 2 more times, it would be a tie. Perfect pass for Trusky. Most of the threats are out now. Piebald still has to commit either a Roland or a Royal Decree, both pretty expensive. But Piebald will have that 8 points of carryover going into round 3 from Siri Nova. God, this is so tight. What is gonna be the choice to be played here? Kalkstein being tutored with the Royal Decree, knowing that he does not need the Purify anymore, he thinks, because there are no leader charges left, but there is still this Alba Armored Cavalry remaining.
Yeah, Alba Armored Cavalry remaining, finding Rune Mage, last tutor. Probably going to look like it's going on Belgeforts once Trusky does decide to press the Renfree Curse of Sloth. Peller has been found in hand now, so we know that Artfane Tortoise will be the lowest provision card coming out from Trusky's deck, again, once he utilizes Curse of Sloth.
What's the best card for Curse of Sloth left in the deck to grab? Is there a Sergeant, I suppose, right?
There is a Sergeant that helps Slave Driver quite a bit here. There's Belgefort for any kind of removal. Looks like Sergeant would be the play here.
Yeah, like, it's unusual, unorthodox, but I think maybe the best card in the deck is actually a bronze, a 5 provision bronze for Trusky rather than the 9 provision gold, because I mean, Vilgeforts might also pull out a decently sized unit, right? You can probably see what's left in the 2 cards that
there is one unit left, and it is indeed Townsfolk. So yeah, that one will grow a little bit. You're right that the Vilgeforts does not look completely ideal for Trusky to pull. And I mean, these are some of the most competitive bronzes, if not the most competitive bronzes in the game right now. So it does make sense that Trusky would indeed go for that Sergeant. There is still the Slave Driver waiting for his turn. This Peller Poison might be coming in handy here for Trusky.
Yeah, because Piebald has 2 poisons in his... Oh, okay. Piebald technically has 3 poisons in his hand. He could play the Failed Experiment first, hold it, and threaten a 1-turn poison. If Trusky purifies the Failed Experiment, he could re-poison it with the Stolen Mutagens as well. But he decides to go for the offensive poison first, and now this is going to be a pretty easy purify for Trusky. And now Piebald doesn't have enough time to click this Failed Experiment twice.
Yeah. Also interesting to see what a Rune Mage could have potentially answered with there. There's a potential of high rolling a Purify if you're playing Nilfgaard as well. But like you said, easy Peller coming down here first. Piebald stalling a bit, and a Infiltrator actually being the lowest provision unit. It could have been a Tortoise, but it ended up being the Infiltrator. That was actually left in the deck.
That was a really big, that's a pretty significant low roll. Infiltrator playing for 2 points only compared to the 7 points of Tortoise. So that's 5 points missed by Trusky, but I think he's gotta still be in a pretty comfortable position here with still Rune Mage and Slave Driver onto Sergeant. No poisons left for Piebald. I don't know if Trusky knows that for sure, if he's counted everything, but Now the decision is, do you go for Rune Mage first or Slave Driver first?
Seems like Slave Driver is the choice. Rune Mage coming to seal it off. Piebald has his last play. A lot of coins to spend still for nice points.
Yeah, probably want to spend your coins first, right? With the candle. Make sure you don't over profit. The stolen mutagens with 2 Salamandra mages or Salamandra units are gonna get you. Oh, he goes for it early. He still has 6 coins in his purse, so now if he takes the poison option, he's not gonna get as many coins. Decides to just take the boost option. Maybe it didn't add up right because his only spender is this candle. And he's floating 3 coins, is only up by 5 points. And Trusky is gonna take this series barely with a Nilfgaard runestone that only found him 5 points, but it's enough. It's enough.
Interesting to note that it would have also found him a diviner if Piebald would have played a poison early or if the pillar was missing. So that was kind of fun for, I think, a Rune Mage being able to find a Purify, especially the poison matchup. But what a close game. What a close series. Trusky takes it. He takes it to day number 2 of this Open.
I can't, Sealy. This day is too much. These series, these quarterfinals, each of them have been the quality of like a World Masters finals. And these are just a testament to show like how good these players are, how intense and close these games can be. And oh wow. I mean, wow, that's all I can say. This weekend has been insane so far.
It has been absolutely insane. What a way to open the weekend. The players must be feeling the rush. I felt like things got more and more intense as we went into that last game. The players were playing very fast, keeping our heads spinning a little bit there, I think, in the last series. But wow, what a game. And such a close series. Once again, Trusky barely taking it, and fantastically played, of course, to both players. I think everyone who has been part of this Open should be very, very proud of themselves because the quality of gameplay, like you said, Shinri, amazing. I can see you're like letting it out. It's over.
I'm exhaling, I'm breathing, I'm sighing. Woo! Yeah, Trusky must feel real good right now. He has successfully avenged his teammate Kaneki Yamori after Kaneki fell to Kerpiton, and now it's I want Kerpiton and Trusky to meet in the finals. It would be like this, Kerpiton now wants to avenge Piebald, his good friend and teammate. So hopefully maybe we'll see that happen. We'll see. So far, we have Kerpiton and Sif Greatwolf, and now Trusky advancing to day number 2.
That's right. Those are our players. We still have one more series to go after that. Of course, you could see the beautiful static Trusky there while he was playing his game. So he's trying to set up a connection for us to make sure we can talk to him about how he's feeling. And I mean, he must be feeling, I don't know, all kinds of feelings after this very intense series. So stressful to be in these players' shoes. I honestly cannot imagine.
Yeah, Trusky has been to multiple Opens in the past. He's never won an Open, so this is another opportunity for him to prove how good of a player he is, that he can sling it with the best. I mean, he just did, right? He just defeated probably the favorite of this tournament and one of the best players in the world right now in Piebald.
Yep, you said maybe this is it for Trusky. Maybe this is the tournament that he's going to take home all the way. Could very well be possible. And yeah, he's probably really confident in this lineup as well. He did bring it to the competition. You have to believe in it as well. And this probably helped Trusky gain that confidence necessary for tomorrow. But I believe we are ready to talk to Trusky and see how he's feeling as Ryan will be interviewing him for the next segment.
Congratulations, Trusky. That was an amazing series, beating a Gwent World Masters in a 5-game series. That is no easy task. I hope you can hear me, and congratulations once again.
Yeah, I can hear you. Thanks for congratulations. Yeah, it really feels great, especially that on last Open I lost to Paya, so I got my revenge right now.
Exactly, and you definitely proved that you're part of the top Gwent players that have ever played this game, making it into day 2 now of the last Open this year. How did you keep the focus throughout this draining series?
To be fair, it was really hard. I think I played 2 last games with Nilfgaard pretty badly. I probably made a lot of misplays, and I'm pretty sure I could won this monster game that I lost. But yeah, the Open, we were waiting for so much time, especially that was a draw in other series, and all the series were 3-2, so it took so much time. This series took so much time as well, so I really feel for Camps and Spelling Bee. They're gonna be in very big trouble.
Yeah, we're definitely going for a record here with 3 series already going to 5 games. But I would like to know, how important did you think, how pivotal was the win in the Monster Mirror matchup going then for the rest of the series?
To be fair, I don't think it was that crucial, as I thought that my monster list is just way better, and it will always find a win. I was more worried about finding a win with Scoia'tael.
All right, that sounds like you're you're pretty comfortable or confident in.
Yeah,
your
the
list.
Scoia'tael is like my favorite deck of all of these, and I'm very comfortable with this deck. But yeah, all the screams were the closest in the Scoia'tael matchup, so the Scoia'tael was probably the best chance for Payable.
All right, now with these 5 games behind you, how confident are you in sweeping a victory tomorrow in day 2?
It's gonna be definitely funny, as Camps and Spelling Bee have no Irden targets. As the good thing, I got only 1 Irden deck in Deathwish, and I think Deathwish is gonna find a win anyway. So I will prep for that, but I don't feel much favored, but I don't think like I have some kind of disadvantage as well. I think the game will just come to skill.
All right.
Mainly.
Thank you so much for taking the time in this interview. Truly an amazing series once again. Now take a rest, and we'll see you back tomorrow.
Thank you, see ya.
Awesome. And now throw it back to Sealy Miri.
Sealy Miri, I like that. I've also heard Shin Mealy as well. That also works.
I like both of those. I think either is fine. It's always nice to have kind of like a duo name, or like if we ever start a band or something like that, we know what we'll call ourselves.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the updated brackets as the 3rd quarterfinals has wrapped up. We have Kerpeton moving on, 3-2 over Kaneki. Sif Great Wolf, 3-2 over Kuner, and Trusky now 3-2 over Payable.
This is a long day, just like Trusky did mention in his interview, for the players, and we have 1 more series left. Cams versus Spelling Bee. Cams representing TLG in Poland, Spelling Bee representing North America. The series will be cast by Tia and Lionheart, and I'm sure it will be amazing. Let's see. What do you think, Shuru? Will we have another 3-2 result?
I mean, it's only fitting, right? I feel sorry for people who have to stay up for so long, especially those in Europe. But, you know, it is what it is. It's only fitting. We've got 3-3-2 so far. Let's finish off with a bang. Let's take a look at the prize pools as well. I think everybody, so far with all the series being 3-2, it's $1,280 for Trusky and $1,120 for Payable. Not a bad payday.
Not a bad payday at all, and the stakes, of course, for tomorrow will be even higher for those that have made it through to day number 2. And Cams and Spelling Bee yet to be seen. Will we kind of see the same numbers in the match stakes as well after they have finished their series? I wonder, but either way, stick around. It's going to be an amazing one.
Yeah, we've had exciting quarterfinals so far. And what else is exciting is the Times of the Day bundle in the shop right now. You can buy it to support esports Gwent scene with the early bird Night Owl titles, as well as this very unique exclusive card back.
That's right, you can all rock your Night Owl titles as you stay up late watching the Opens. We're playing a bit of Cozy Gwent on this side there if you're somewhere in the Europe geographical area. If you're NA, you might choose to equip the Early Bird title as well to kind of show off and maybe represent a little bit regionally, depending on what time it is. But a beautiful card back as well there.
And a percentage of the proceeds from this bundle will be going towards the prize pool for Gwent World Masters Season 4 in December, which is coming up very soon.
Great cause to support. You will make the players very happy as they are here. I mean, providing us all with a really nice gameplay, high quality gameplay. They've been working really, really hard for this. So if you can support them, definitely will. And not only do you get these absolutely gorgeous cosmetics as well, but I think that is it for you and me today, Sheena Mealy, or something else. We have it's time for us to end our cast as we will introduce the next 2 players, and of course we'll see you tomorrow, and Tia and Lionheart will be taking a great care of you guys as we move on to the final series of the day.
Exactly. See you guys.
No to jestem Kams.
Hello, I'm Cams134. I'm from Team Leviathan Gaming and I'm 21 years old. I've been playing Gwent for I think 5 years on a pretty okay level. For now, my biggest achievement in Gwent esports is 1 semi-final during GWENT Open and 1 quarterfinal during GWENT World Masters. My favorite Gwent Masters moment is the 1 quarterfinal win I got during GWENT Open, which for now is the only one I got, but I hope to change that very, very soon.
No to wybrnijmy z tego tak, że najbardziej lubię...
Let's answer this way. I really like winning against Syndicate, which I consider the strongest faction right now, and I plan to target Syndicate during this Open.
I mam plan targetować go na tym Openie.
My name is Spencer. I've been playing Gwent for about 3 years now. Competitively for about 1.5, and this is my second time making the Open. Going into my second Open, I feel a little bit more comfortable with the overall kind of atmosphere of the whole thing and how games are played and such. In terms of how I view my opponents, I definitely know that they have a lot more kind of experience dealing with this kind of stuff. So I have to bring decks that I not only know are capable of winning games, but I also have to play to the best degree that I can in order to possibly win games and even matches. In terms of favorite decks I like beating, I'm not a particularly big fan of playing against like Syndicate, Poisons, and Golden Necker, so that's always great to beat it. It's usually pretty powerful, so anytime you can get a win, it's pretty satisfying.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the final quarterfinal of this GWENT Open. It has been an absolutely incredible day so far. I think we should end it with a bang, Tia.
I agree, Lionheart. I'm still here. I am awake. I'm not going to rest until we are done with this day. And honestly, can't complain with the amounts of matches we've had today. It's all been 2-3s or 3-2s, right? Like, we've had the max amount of games we can have in a day 1 of quarterfinals.
We really have, and a few extra to boot as well with the ties. Oh my word. I have a feeling we may be in for another big series. It is going to be incredible. We have got 2 players here in Cams and Spelling Bee that I think are going to go all out to make it through to the next stage.
Absolutely, and I absolutely can't wait to watch these 2 players fight it out for a spot in tomorrow's semi-final. So it's going to be Cams versus Spelling Bee, and I'm interested to see what the community back home thinks. Who's going to win this one?
Yeah, we can see it is a huge swing in favour of Cams here. The community favourite here. The huge Polish contingent within Gwent perhaps waiting this. But Cams has been here before, as he just mentioned. Oh, what do you think, Tia?
I mean, now I have to root for the underdog. This is just the way things are. Well, yeah, Cam's at 80, Spelling Bee at 20. Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe not. Maybe you're right.
Wait,
no way
we saw
to
a big
know
swing
yet.
in the last one. Paya, obviously, strong favourite according to the community, but it doesn't always run out that way. Wow. Okay, that is pretty huge. Is it going to fall that way? I guess we'll find out. I'm so hyped for this series. We have had 3 incredible blockbuster series so far. There's no way this one doesn't deliver as well. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at their deck list here? Let's get right into this. Let's get started. I can't wait.
Yes, let's go. We're starting off with Cams and, oh yes, another Skellige list. Love to see some Skellige variety. It is a golden necker list, of course, and that means everything's 9 provisions and below. It is your standard sort of thinning deck. Quite a few options here to thin. We've got Carl, Golden Necker, of course, Magic Compass. We also have Roach and Knickers. We've got Darren, Berna. It is a lot. You don't want to overthin with this one, I can tell you that. Also that Tempest inclusion here as well. We saw it in series number 2. Didn't really see it in play, but potentially this time around we might. After that, we've got ourselves a Deadeye ambush list.
Yes, it is Scoia'tael, but it is not Guerrilla Tactics, and it is definitely not Harmony. It's an Elves list from Cams, a really nice tech. Really interested to see this. He did mention he was at least soft targeting Syndicate and feels that the wide swarming power that Elves can bring might just help him do that and diminish some of that poison value. It is all about that Feign Death scenario. You've still got the lovely combo between Vanadane, Waylays for days when you use your Simless. But this list got a little bit better more recently with the Free Company. Yes, if you've been away for a little while, do not adjust your set. Free Company is here and it's fantastic within this list. It basically functions like another Isengrim. Boost all allied bandits by 1. But Lionheart, this is an Elves list. I hear you screaming at me, chat. Of course, the tokens that spawn from the leader and pretty much everything in this list, the Waylays, the Scenario, the Venossiel, they gained the bandit tag recently. And it makes this an incredible slam that gives you that extra little bit of power without overcommitting and losing your Isengrim. Really, really nice list. A big, big fan. Lots of text down in the 4Ps with spores to deal with some of those tall options as well. Big fan of this list. And I'm curious to see if his strategy to target Syndicate fares well for him because he's gone down a different line than some of the other players. Now it is Nilfgaard Imprisonment.
Oh yeah, Imprisonment, and it's interesting to see what players bring as a toll punish tech. All these Rain-free decks needs removal, but can't make use of Heatwave or Yennefer. Here we see Geralt Igni. It's not Yrden, it's not Vulgaforce, it's Igni. Now, Igni destroys the highest power units on an enemy row with a total of 20 or more. Of course, it has to be 35 if you don't use Initiative. Now, Geralt Igni has the potential to completely get rid of units instead of resetting them. You just have to time it perfectly, and these pro players certainly can, I assure you. So I'm interested to see whether we will find targets today with Geralt Igni. Other than that, it is basically your standard Nilfgaard deck. We have Triss, we have all the bronzes at the bottom. If we can go back to the deck to potentially check those out. I think we're stuck on Igni for a bit.
Yeah, it's all the standard things. You've got the slave drivers and the Noziger sergeants in there. Slave hunters and 2 slave infantry for Cams as well. He really is trying to punish Syndicate here by being able to reset those poisons.
Oh yeah, and it is interesting to see the little differences. The fact that we have 2 slave hunters in the deck, 2 slave infantries. We also have an Imperial Diviner for some purify value, but no spotters in this deck. Even though most players brought 2 of them, Cams decided not to bring any spotters, so we'll see how that plays out. Lastly, we have Line Pockets list.
We do indeed, and it is the Syndicate list you have all come to know. Some of you love, some of you loathe. A little bit different, tiny little tech change has taken an extra Salamandra lackey himself, once again highlighting how much he is keen to prevent the poisons and also maybe the locks that Nilfgaard can bring instead of additional poison himself here. The Line Pockets list is a golden neck list and it's one you have seen many, many times today. All the power, all the tempo, provided you find the cards in the right order. We did see some really, really bad luck earlier today when we couldn't find Conjurer's Candles or Salamandra Hideout. Will that happen to Cams? Well, I'm sure we will find out if it doesn't get banned by his opponent, Spelling Bee.
Oh yes, Spelling Bee, always known for bringing some interesting lists. If we go over to him, I am pretty sure that he has also brought a Scalaga list, a Syndicate list as well. Yeah, there we go. So Scalaga here seems to be very different from our friends. This Scalaga list has a Rain Free in it, something I haven't seen in quite some time. We also have Triss Meteor Shower in a Scalaga list. Now, Spelling Bee said he wanted to target engine decks by adding more control, as well as reset cards. And I can see it here in his lineup. He has Garrel's Axie, which will purify and reset a card, as well as Morkvarg. Now, yeah, Garrel's Axie is just beautiful because it can get through a defender, but it can also be used to completely reset a tall unit's power. So a very strong card and a very interesting inclusion in this list. Other than that, we do have the Triss Meteorite Shower. We have Fukushia, interestingly enough, to bring back some of the other cards. We don't have cards like Magic Compass, seeing that Rain Free is being played in this list. From the bottom up, we have some interesting bronzes like that of Whale Harpooner for some control. Svalblood Butcher I haven't seen in a lot of these Scalaga lists. And that is essentially Spelling Bee's Scalaga list to the T. After that, we have Guerrilla Tactics.
We do. We have the Guerrilla Tactics list here now for him, and it is quite the list. It's very similar to something we saw earlier. It is going down the aggressive line here with this Guerrilla Tactics list. It's still Milva. This one does not run the Madoc, but does have the Heat Wave and has Lady of the Lake as that extra little bit of tutoring there, which could be really, really important, both for the Hengadiah Sword and, of course, that Aneromancy. Lots and lots of aggression. Feels like a lot of players here perhaps targeting those engines, thinking maybe we'd see a little bit more Northern Realms, and as these are the last decks of the day, you now know that Northern Realms did not make it here, but there are still plenty of other options like the Nilfgaard lists that feel like they're being hard targeted. Can he find a lot of the value from Guerrilla Tactics? Can he see what he can do to make that work and get extra value with Milva and that Catwitcher Saboteur? Does have the poison package and some lovely 4P text down in the bottom as well.
Yes, and then we go over to the Nilfgaard list. Of course, we see Rain Free once again. Here we see Volgaforts for some toll removal, and we also see Lydia. Lydia is not something I've seen yet, and quite an interesting card to include in a list like this. Of course, you can play as Bronze Special from your opponent's faction or from their graveyard. It is up to you, and it provides you some options if you need to interact with certain lists. Here you can see placing it on the melee row will allow you to create a Bronze Special from opponent's faction, but range is specifically playing one from your opponent's graveyard. In this list, we see 1 Alba Armored Cavalry as a lock at the bottom, 1 Spotter, 2 Nausicaa Sergeants, but just 1 Slave Driver. Again, very specific text in this list from the bottom up. We see 2 Slave Hunters, 2 Slave Infantry, and 1 Imperial Diviner. Will these choices make a big difference at the end of the day? Well, we will have to see. But finally, it is the Line Pocket Syndicate list.
It is, and again, a few little changes to the same style of list. It's very similar, but as you rightly pointed out, these players make tiny little decisions. He's only taking 1 Townsfolk and 1 Stolen Mutagens, both cards that are sort of staples of this list, really, which is very interesting, in favour of giving himself both a Salamandra Lackey and a Failed Experiment, but also including Necromancy in this. A very interesting choice here from Spelling Bee. I haven't seen Necromancy in a little while in these lists. I know it was popular a few seasons back to give you an extra special, but also access to some of those powerful bronzes a second time. Very, very curious to see if this one pays off for him. I love the little micro decisions and how crucial your bronze card choices feel in Gwent now. It's really nice to have moved away from find your golds or else it feels really good that these decisions are what it's going to come down to, Tia. Oh, I can't quite hear you right now.
Oh, sorry about that. Yes, the small differences make all the changes in the world, and it's quite interesting to see that Spelling Bee only took 1 townsfolk for interest at 6 provisions, whereas most people take 2. But we see a necromancy at 7 provisions, perhaps providing another one. I guess it's worth putting in more provisions into your deck if it gives you just a little bit more options at the end of the day, depending on what you need.
Most definitely, but they are the decks. They're what the players are going to have. And what are they going to have access to? Cams has already told us, he's given us that little bit of information. He says, I'm targeting Syndicate. So I'm willing to go out on a limb and tell you that he won't have banned Syndicate. I'm pretty sure. Imagine if he does that to me now. Cams, I will never forgive you if you do that to me. I've put my neck on the line for you here. I'm really curious to see what they're going to ban as we go into this final set. That is a very interesting ban. Cams doesn't have access to his Skellige list.
That is very interesting. Now, Spelling Bee did say he wanted to ban mid-range decks. So it was either between Squirtle or Skellige here. Interesting ban, I must say. Not banning Nilfgaard, not banning Syndicate. Will he regret it? We'll see. Cams, on the other hand, going for Nilfgaard ban. You were right.
Yeah. He bans the Nilfgaard, makes perfect sense, but with the way his lineup was set, he feels very confident going into Syndicate that he should be okay here. I think the Skellige list from Spelling Bee will have taken him by surprise a little. It's very different from what we've seen. Some very interesting choices in the bronzes, and instead of a Golden Necker list, a Renfrey Triss Meteor Shower list. So I am very curious to see how this one plays out. This is going to be an incredible series. I'm so excited to see the Elf list in play again. I love when Swarm can keep up with the rest of the meta. This is going to be absolutely fantastic, Tia.
Yes, I do hope we get to see it. Now, Cams is going on blue coin. He has the option of Squirtle, Nilfgaard, or Syndicate. I bet Squirtle is a very nice blue coin list to start off with, in all honesty. And I think it can honestly go on both coins. His list is very flexible in that sense. None of his lists really need a certain coin. We don't see Erendite in any of them. We don't really need Last Say. There's no Jurden or any along those lines. So honestly,
that's very true. I can be a little disappointed with that because he was one of the players when we were speaking. He was predicting a little bit of Jurden. He was expecting perhaps something along that line. So he was targeting. You can see there's not a great deal of value against his lists for players playing that way. Once again, he is of course running Nilfgaard, as is everybody, but we have already seen how incredible Triss can be offensively instead of the other way.
Absolutely. And on the other hand, Spelling Bee also has lists that are very abnormal, like Skellige, Triss, Renfrey.
Yes.
I haven't seen one of those in quite some time.
No.
Yeah, it's honestly insane. And his Squirtle list is also not your usual one. We've got Syndicate as well with Necromancy. I don't think it's really easy to predict what these players are going to be taking on which coins. They're probably going to snipe into each other. So Cams is likely going to want to target Spelling Bee's red list and vice versa. What are your thoughts?
It's going to be difficult. I think there's a lot of versatility in their lists by choice here. Cams probably wouldn't have been expecting a Skellige ban, honestly, would have been expecting to have access to that list. But you're never going to be too unhappy to have access to both Syndicate and Nilfgaard. And 100% they would have scrimmed with all of these lists. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue. He will be content every single way. And he starts on blue coin, correct?
Yes, Cams does start on blue coin. I feel like Squirtle is almost the obvious option. We've also got Nilfgaard with Igni. Igni does probably prefer a bit more round control. Wouldn't be surprised if you try and push for round control with Nilfgaard there.
It does like the round control. Nilfgaard particularly. We've seen how strong it is in both a long and a short round over the course of the day. We've seen it be effective, but consistently in the series we've cast, the Nilfgaard player has ended up with round control and invariably ended up on top as a result because of the nature of the list. If it's in control, a lot of the time we manage to see the Triss held as well, not used in order to get that round control. If you can manage that, you're in a really strong situation with a list like this. But these two players, my understanding, they're getting ready. I know the invites have been sent, and we are almost at that final quarterfinal. So if you haven't already, make sure you redeem your rewards for watching along as well.
Oh, absolutely. I've already gotten 2 of my milestones today, the 50 meteorite powder,
Nice.
the 50 as well as the sun moon avatar. So very happy with that one. Have you remembered to log in, Lionheart?
I remembered to redeem one of them. I have redeemed the first one, and I think we may actually be live long enough today that you could get the whole thing today. It has been an absolute blockbuster, and we are going right in here to Game and Series 1. Not surprised, yes, as you were correct, the elf list goes here on Blue Coin, and we see Syndicate. Spelling Bee will be keen to get this Syndicate list through, as he knows that it is the target. If he can get it through at the first time of asking, he is going to feel very, very good here.
Yeah, so we do see that square tile coming through on Blue Coin and Spelling Bee opting to go for Syndicate on Red Coin. This is going to be quite the interesting matchup, especially since there won't be very tall poison targets per se if you are Spelling Bee. Cams is going wide with this list. It's very mid-rangey. I haven't seen this list in a while. It's going to be fun to see Feign Death being slammed perhaps in round 1, trying to get that round control. Simlas being set up for later with Vanna Dane. And yeah, even Free Company making game. That's going to be a lot of fun. Right now, both hands are alright.
Yeah, not too bad. For Spelling Bee, he will be a little upset that he's missed Gellert Blenheim. He's also not got access to Decree or Bank, and the Candle sits in the deck. But we know that Golden Necker guarantees Candle in this list, at least with the way his draws currently look. So it's not the worst hand in the world, but it is a little awkward for round 1 because they're not really cards you're looking to play early. At least he's reactive on the plus side. He will take the benefit that he is reactive here. Cam's working out what he wants to start with. He isn't going to open and just flat out go for the scenario. He's going to take his time here. He's going to test the waters.
Yeah, just starting off with your basic elf engine, not really committing anything more than he needs to commit at this point. Spelling Bee has a really good hand, almost too good. At least he is on red coin, so winning on even might be a priority here. But a lot of golds in hand at the moment, way more than you potentially are willing to commit. Right now, even a townsfolk is quite a bit of commitment at 6 provisions, as long as you intend on spending a lot of coins and not having it removed too easily with a sneaky waylay or 2.
No, definitely, and it is the card he has to play here, really. The rest of his hand is just not productive. He has 0 coins currently, doesn't really want to use a poison into the Elven Swordmaster, realistically, and it's a bigger commitment for him. So Spelling Bee only has 1 townsfolk. He's now effectively committing, if he wants it back, to have to use and find Necromancy on this. You could argue maybe that means it's okay to commit it a little earlier, and it could win him the round in its own right if it sticks. So he's happy. He spends once just to bring it up to 5, keep it a little bit safer, and make sure that it can't be pinged with the Elven Swordmaster and killed with a single waylay. He does value this engine's survival. It's going to be crucial for him here.
Oh yes, of course. And like you said, that 1 leader charge is quite crucial to keep it alive. Cams is probably going through his options here. He decides to play Feign Death. That's what you want to see. That is certainly what you want to see. On Blue Coin, this is essentially guaranteed to get you round control if you stick it out until the end. Spelling Bee here has to decide whether he's actually willing on going all in. Like I said, a lot of poisons in hand, not necessarily going to find tall targets, which might make it difficult to deal with all the elves. Yeah, we already see morale going down, which is a lot of commitment in round 1.
Yeah, and I can see the logic. The Venosius Commando here is a decent amount of tempo eventually. Getting rid of it early on, it's not the end of the world. It's a decent poison target, as we see the scenario there triggered, and by Cam's jamming through. Blue is deciding as well. He is grabbing his Aneromancy, goes straight into the Vanadane to be able to transition this entire scenario in 1. That'll feel really nice for him, and that's a lot of tempo.
Oh yeah, you absolutely love to see it, as you're immediately able to use your first waylay with the scenario. using Vanadane at least once without having to worry about its removal. That's also going to set up your later rounds with Simlas. Quite a beautiful setup if you can pull it off.
Yeah, now there's a decision for Spelling Bee here. He needs to make sure he stays involved in this, but he has got a one-turn poison removal on any unit because he has Morale on the board and a Fist Deck in hand, and he might decide to remove Vanadane in one go this turn instead in order to be able to not get waylaid again. There's a risk, of course, if you're slow tempo in this turn as Spelling Bee, and there's a good chance he's going to have to be, he could get tempo past here and end up in a long round against Elves.
That is certainly not something I would wish on my worst enemy. He does decide to get rid of that Vanadane. Is he going to spend morale? He sure does. I think that was certainly the correct move there, or those waylays would play for double their value. Now, Spelling Bee still is behind with quite a few points here, and catching up might be a little bit difficult given the cards he has. Honestly, I wouldn't want to commit something like Horse on Freak Show too early, as you really want to deny those elves swarming in later rounds. But Tunnel Drill is also an option if you can get your hands on it later on throughout the game.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the key pieces, and the GWENT is going to be absolutely crucial here. Cams has decided to play, and he takes the Purify, puts himself in a situation where Spelling Bee effectively, I think he has to pass here, grateful to get out of the round, and is very happy. Cams was weighing up, do I play here or do I take the pass? Because it's a bit of a risk, right? You effectively give up round control, but maybe grab some key pieces in doing so. The long round for Elves can be a blessing and a curse. You want to swarm, you want all of those value from the boosts. But how many times have you had a long round and over-swarmed as Elves and it been an absolute difficulty? So decided to take the round control here. He can push. He has all the cards he wants realistically, which is really, really nice for him as well.
That is true. I mean, very true. The thing with Elves is how easily they can over-swarm. They don't really want a long round 3 per se. They might just decide to go for the 2-0 instead. Depending on what cards they draw, do they have the cards that get rewarded with Swarm? Cards like the Company, Isengrim. Instead, we see Maxi being thrown onto the board, making sure we will draw into those cards later on. Perhaps the setup here isn't ideal enough to go for the 2-0, but we might see a bit of a bleed instead, perhaps a soft push. It depends on what Cam's plan here is.
Yeah, Cams is in charge here. It wins round 1, of course, gets to make these decisions. And now we see the first Shady Vendor from Spelling Bee. Such an incredible card. One of my favourites. That bit of RNG in there, of course, with what you find, but can be absolutely huge. Takes a Slander here. And that looks like it's going to be a nice pairing, perhaps, with Horson's Freak Show in a few moments, if Cams continues. Now, his current setup, we have the Simless, and there are 4 Waylays in deck. There is a 5th one in the graveyard that he can now grab back with Alyssa, should he choose. The amount of points that will be in a short round, if he can A, dodge the bricks, and B, actually set it up, it's so much into a 3-card round that something like Syndicate really does struggle to deal with that, because a lot of its points are in that removal. Cam's weighing up now. Do I keep playing here? Is it worth me potentially giving up my last say in order to keep pushing you here?
That's the beauty of it, right? You can just go ahead and bleed your opponent down to their last 2 or 3 cards, take Simlas into a short round 3 and take it from there. Of course, finding targets with all those waylays can become rather difficult, but Cams decides, you know what, I'm going for a long round with my Elves. I'm not bothered by over-swarming. You have Horse on Freak Show, you have Poison, you have Tunnel Drill. You're going to have to take out some of my Elves, or else you're going to win points.
And not bleeding out the drill could end up being a big, big decision here. It's the Tunnel Drill is usually what you'd be fighting for in the bleed in most matchups. Let's be honest, whether it's the Golden Necker or the Drill, because the two of them combine together very well, it is quite scary. Perhaps looking at it thinking, if it's set up and it's behind the defender, I have got Simless. I'm not worried here. Mulligans very, very well, though, and finds both Isengrim and Free Company. Can he keep units on the board long enough now in this long round to find value from them? That's going to be the question. An interesting line from Cams. Brave line.
Oh, it's certainly very brave. I'm sure Spelling Bee is going to try and allow him to overswarm and not kill off units per se. It really is a tricky one. You either kill dead eyes as you can, or you just try to not touch them so the player starts to overswarm and basically has to leave their leader charges untouched. Spelling Bee decides to try and save that last Scarab. He really needs to if he wants his Tunnel Drill and cards like those to stick, and he gets it.
He does, and he does a great job of that. Now it's going to be a consideration. Cams probably needs to set up what he's going to be doing with this Alyssa Henson, and the Alyssa Henson is putting back the Waylay. That signals to Spelling Bee, this is your turn. Are you going to deal with this or not? Now, in hand, I do not see Tunnel Drill anymore. In fact, Tunnel Drill is now gone, has mulliganed it out of hand, but does potentially have the Royal Decree if he wants to grab it. Could grab it from Golden Necker as well, which is obviously the ideal. Whole cycle in one turn. Now there is the risk of the freak show behind this defender as well. Pressing Cams, what is he going to do here? It feels like the Simless moment might be upon us.
It would be a beautiful moment. He did play Alyssa for the optimal setup. All Waylays are in deck, ready to be used. He can take out that pesky Scarab. Oh, we're going to see it. We're going to see him take out the freak show as well, and that is going to clear the board really quickly.
And that is a lot of points, a lot of value in those Elven Deadeyes. As you can see, they also have the Bandit tag, going to be worth a lot here. Maybe also a lot of damage from Venosiel. We see Spelling Bee, anything you can do, I can do quicker. Here we go, another multiple set of units with the Golden Necker on board. An interesting line from Cams. He had both of his artifacts in hand and chose to get rid of that candle. Could have kept it earlier on so he could have played it onto the board, been a little bit more uninteractive, decided he didn't want to do that, play it from the Golden Necker instead.
Yeah, Spelling Bee here, getting his hands on the Conjurer's Candle. Some overspending, unfortunately, losing a few coins. But not the worst hand. Still has option to get that Tunnel Drill out with Royal Decree. He did mulligan it back on purpose. Might thought that he doesn't need that as well as Horse on Freak Show in hand. I don't know if this is the most optimal Golden Necker. I feel like some of the poisons might go to waste. But
yeah, quite possibly. He's managed to miss Gellert Blenheim as well as Tunnel Drill here.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting choice. Didn't find Vivaldi Bank from that pull either. Perhaps something he would have liked to find. There were much better options Golden Necker could have found in there. It was a reasonably low roll set, albeit Shady Vendor is a pretty great card no matter which way you slice it.
It is a pretty great card, but yeah, now doesn't have access to his location, doesn't have means to transfer poison with the order ability, does not have access to it with Royal Decree, that is. Question is, what will he pull? He decides, well, yeah, Roland is not surviving. Cams is going to get rid of that with a swift click of Yavin. Beautifully executed, no else wasted process.
Definitely not, and there is going to be a very, very powerful Venosiel here, and is this going to be the moment now? Here comes the drill, no coins on board to touch, there are two. It is not defended. Is it going to be heat waved? Yes, it is. It is deleted from existence. This is going to be tough here now. For Spelling Bee, I think he has to now bring back that townsfolk potentially and try and maximize the coin gain value, but I could be wrong. He takes the value, he takes Shady Vendor. Okay.
Interesting. Yeah, I feel like he's lacking points in this matchup. I can't see him. It's too soon to tell, but I simply can't see him getting more points here. Cams is setting up these elves perfectly. He is going to get so many points with Venosiel. He's going to get points with the company, Isengrim. It's looking rather scary, and it's not something you can deal with if you're just poisoning a quick card.
There aren't too many tall units to find maximum value for that either. He does have the candle to spend. There's a ceiling on the candle, of course, because you can only keep 9 coins in the pocket, but I think it should be okay here. As we see Venosiel going for the full... This is the original Gatling gun. Before the drill went... Brrr, we have Venosiel absolutely laying waste to the board. And look at that swing. It's not the biggest one we've seen today, but it is pretty sizable.
Oh yes, and it's not done yet. Just wait for the other elves to come down as well. These elves have been stacked, and Cam's basically did everything he needed to do correctly. He set it up, he swarmed, and there's just no way to counter it from here on out. This game is as good as Cam's at this point.
It is a strong start. The list that Cam's felt very confident taking in against Syndicate, and you can see why. Look at that free company value, one of my favorite Gwent animations. The long round, Cam's made the decision. Turns out it was a very good and strong decision. Spelling Bee leaves the coins in the purse, and quite the finisher with the Vryad Dragoon here. Cam's not messing around. It is 1-0. First game under the belt, and Syndicate not quite making it yet. Oh, it is going into game 2.
You love to see it when Syndicate doesn't get banned, but still gets defeated. It's nice to see players thinking outside of the box, bringing different archetypes all together to the tournament, like elves. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
I'm a big fan. The strategy makes sense. When something is good, look for the potential counters. What does Poison do well? It deals with Tor removal. Okay, then I'll Swarm. What is one of the best swarming decks in Gwent right now? Even still, it's Elves, and it took reasonable buffs when the additional tags were added. That was really nicely done from Caps. You can see he's prepped this match a lot. You see he knows what to do, where to do it. Get that round control. Prepare yourself for round 3. Find your pieces. In a long round, he was very, very confident. Managed to deal with all of the threats exactly as he needed to. Horson's Freak Show? No problem. Tunnel Drill? Heatwave, not an issue. And the Defender as well. One of the few lists that can actually deal with it without taking things like Tempest that we saw earlier.
Exactly. And I mean, Spelling Bee rightly did fear the mid-range decks. He couldn't ban all of them, of course, had to go with Skellige. We'll see if that decision pays off. Now it's Spelling Bee's turn to go on blue coin, and I suspect he might go with Skellige here. I think Skellige really does prefer blue coin because the stratagem allows you to thin just a little bit more there in round 1. Stay ahead as well. Cams has the option of now taking Nilfgaard or Syndicate on red coin. Both of those are pretty nice, though Nilfgaard does have Igni. Is Igni something you want to be playing against Skellige when you have Rainfree as well as Triss in your deck? I think it could be a really nice counter to it.
It could be a very, very nice option there. Igni not too bad from red coin either, because it's nice to be able to be reactive with something like that rather than being locked in and stuck with it on blue coin in round 1. It could find some serious value here in a way that some of the Jörden players wouldn't have done. For instance, a Pain that we've seen. This Meteor Shower has a very good chance of being an offensive option in Onslaught to really stack that Bloodthirst, find all of the extra value, damage an entire row. The value on Terror of the Seas, incredible. I didn't realize Triss was quite the terror that she is. We go into game 2, and we see it is Syndicate being taken here against your correct pick. It is Skellige.
Alright, so an interesting pick decides to take Poison instead to get rid of those pesky targets. Makes sense, I guess. It's almost just as preferable as Nilfgaard. Both are very reactive in a way. So I don't mind seeing them being played against Skellige. Let's see if Spelling Bee can pull out the cards he needs in round 1.
A little bit of an easier hand already so far for Cams in the sense that he does have access to both Blenheim Brothers if he chooses to use that Royal Decree. They're quite useful into your round 1, but it's still not the best hand in the world. He can stay uninteractive rather, and just poison the Longship, but it really isn't one of your better targets here. It is what he decides to do though, because ultimately right now he needs the coins if he's going to be using something like a Shady Vendor here.
Yes, it's completely understandable, as Caro is likely the first thing to be dropped onto the board once you commit a unit. Spelling Bee now has to hold on to it just a little bit longer and might not be able to use that boat at all in order to give some of his cards armor, like that of Terror of the Seas.
And he does take the roll and finds the poison. Is he going to use? Of course he is. Lots of coins in the pocket here and damages that ship as well. Gets it out and poisons it into the water. Love to see it. Manages to take the roll instead, but Coral is now on the board and finding some value as well.
And we see Burner Brand being drawn as well. You love to see it. That will give Coral even more damage. as long as you find targets that you're willing to discard. Right now, I see a Whale Harpooner right in the middle of the hand. Will we be able to find another one, though? You have to be very careful. You don't want to draw into something like Rainfree's Gang and accidentally brick your thinning mechanism.
No, definitely. And it is, of course, risky if you keep getting rid of non-targeted cards. If you don't find your Skirmishes, your Morkvarg, you then end up potentially drawing into those cards when they're completely useless to you. Not ideal at all.
Absolutely not, and that's why we see Spelling Bee playing Rainfree's Gang first before thinning any more. But Cam says, I'm out. You have proved your points at 32. We can go into the next round at your mercy.
Yeah, Syndicate are a very different list. A lot of the time across a lot of Gwent metas, one of the things you want round control. You want to really push hard into round one. You don't want to be bled too much. Syndicate, for a little while, has had the power to be able to say, you do your thing. Don't worry, you do your thing in round one. I will be fine. I will resist your bleed or I will beat you in a long round. I have the power. The coins give me this comfort. The carryover potential and uninteractivity that Conjurer's Candle can help with, really, really nice and has put it in a really strong spot.
Absolutely. The problem here with Skellige is you really have to calculate to T how much you decide to discard. Already Spelling Bee is at 8 cards in his deck. He doesn't want to overdo it though, because he might end up with not enough cards for around 3 at least, but so far it's going well. His hand is looking brilliant though. He has Geralt Axie for reset, Morkvarg as well, almost overkill if you ask me. He has Terror of the Seas as well. So he might want to try and get some of those cards out, or even, I don't know, mulligan them, because you don't really go that tall in Syndicate. Maybe 1 or 2 of your cards, but you're going to try and split those candle boosts out as much as you can to avoid tall removal.
Most definitely. I mean, on Spelling Bee's side, he's only got 6 cards left, but he's missed the 2 key pieces. He is missing Triss and Renfrey, things he would really have liked to see so far. Having Terror of the Seas in hand is great, but it's only at 3 armor. It gained 1 in the entire of that. So quite a statement here. Spelling Bee will want to start building some of that up if he's going to push into this bleed here.
Now, I quite like this play because A, Cams is basically saying, hey Spelling Bee, you should commit Geralt Axie. You should purify my Surrey and go a card down. You don't have a choice. He's not going to get better value than that, and I think this is just amazing bait. Cams could have waited until he was at 7 cards, but decided to do it at 8 instead, making Spelling Bee putting him in a difficult position, if you will.
Yeah, most definitely. Cams would like this round to go in a little bit further, albeit himself has committed very, very little. It's unusual to get to a round 3 of Syndicate with both Blenheim brothers. Spelling Bee doesn't take the bait here and says, you know what, fine, keep your Ciri. I am not worried about this at all. I will very, very happily play your game. See the Salamander Lackey purify absolutely nothing. Thankfully, you can target a Roach. Oh, the Knickers thins out, so it's 1 less brick, more likely to find your cards, but also 3 extra points of overkill that weren't quite necessary. It's another long round 3 here. Can Syndicate do it? There are veiled units that do exist in this list. There is the Tursek Invader, which could be very frustrating. And there is one of the issues. You can now see that Skirmisher, it gets mulliganed away. You don't want to be finding those when you've used all of your discards.
Yeah, those are rather awkward bricks at the end of the day. Does find Triss as well as Rainfree. Wow. You got to love it. Spelling Bee has every card he could possibly want in hand right now. Cams also appears rather happy, has access to Golden Necker, has both of his Blenheim brothers ready to go, has Tunnel Drill, all the good stuff. This is going to be an interesting long round. I'm excited to see it.
Me too, but he is missing one very key piece of the puzzle, albeit perhaps not as useful because of the Onslaught Leader ability, as our Javed is stuck in the deck. There are 3 different units that Golden Necker could pull, 2 different specials, and of course the Salamandra Hideout. He would love to find a way to get that Defender to stick and get the Tunnel Drill on board, because there's a serious risk in a long round against this Skellige deck that everything you put down, it deletes.
Absolutely, though Vivaldi Bank does have the option of pulling it out when necessary. Cams also has a beautiful amount of 6 coins, 7 coins now, so he is bound to find the cards he needs with Vivaldi Bank.
Yeah, he should, and he has got access to that, which is fantastic. A good bank full of coins as well in his pocket, and the candle developed on board crucially, which we didn't see earlier, to give him the chance to keep those scarabs alive.
Exactly, and he is going to need those scarabs because Spelling Bee just about has every card necessary to get rid of them. Even the whale harpoon is going to cause a little bit of problems here. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to keep those on the board actually. I would love to see Cams pull it off. He's going to have to use quite a bit of those candle boosts. I wonder if he actually draws it at this point. We'll have to see.
Let's have a look, and it's not right at the bottom, so it is going to cost him a few coins to find. Not surprised to see it be his choice, though. Nice little spend with the candle as well to make sure he doesn't waste even a single coin here, and it could come down to this. Now, he uses his boosts 1 scarab here, and doesn't poison. That doesn't surprise me. There you go, and he boosts both, because double leader charge would have cleaned the first one up. Morkvarg would have cleaned the second one up. Can still do that, but it's a huge commitment here to now do that.
Yeah, I mean, can easily use Geralt on one of those, can use 2 leader charges on the other one. I'd say that's a pretty easy choice for Spelling Bee. He has so many ways to counter those scarabs, he actually has to think about it. He does decide to go with Geralt. It's not yet necessary to use the leader ability per se. If Cams decides to boost one of them even more, Spelling Bee is simply going to use Morkvarg to deal with them instead.
Yeah, and that's the risk. Adding that additional boost now when there's only one of them plays right into the tool punish that you know is going to exist with the number of cards left. Stolen Mutagens here might be a little helpful, can add some Veil at least, but that's not huge. As we say, we don't want to boost excessively. Getting rid of the boat does make a big difference though, because you're still denying the armor. So little armor gain so far for an Onslaught list is very unusual. Terror of the Sea still sitting at just 3 armor here.
That is rather unusual, but I don't think Spelling Bee has even started really damaging units. He's holding on to a lot of the Bjorn, and out comes one Seagull, just for fun, an extra point over there. It never hurts. Still has both of his leader charges, doesn't feel like using them, hasn't gotten rid of one of, the Roland Blaneham brother. He's just sort of allowing most of the cards to stick and just using his time, calculating when and how he wants to counter cards. Right now, at least both defenders are out of the way.
Yeah, and that's a big thing for Spelling Bee. It's one of the reasons why he decided to take that pass. He has preserved a lot of his ways of dealing with it. If he makes sure the tunnel drill doesn't find such a huge amount of value, he is going to be very happy. As we see, the tunnel drill does come down here, and it is protected. It's gone up to 7, up to 14. He is basically laying down the gauntlet and saying, okay, remove it. Show me how you do this. Of course, we do know there is a very simple way of doing that, but it is expensive. You're committing the Morkvarg and both leader charges if you want to do that. It is a lot to decide to do that in one go. But look at the point gap. 40 points right now. Spelling Bee has to start making some decisions here.
Yeah, he definitely needs to pick up some tempo at this point. He is falling behind and allowing those to stick a little bit longer than you'd like to. Still both brothers on the board. Tunnel Drill has to go. Tunnel Drill is your most effective spender at this point, and if you can't get rid of it, you're in big trouble. So we see Morkvarg coming down, taking the spender down to 4 points. Ooh, it's a bit awkward though, isn't it? It is going to take both leader charges. I think Cams is probably going to be happy with that.
Yeah, he'd have liked it to survive. He did everything he could. He 6 coins of spend from the Conjurer's Candle, and then using the poison boost from Geller as well. He would have loved that to survive, because if it does, he just board wipes. But ultimately, it was also very expensive for Spelling Bee, because he now can't deal with anything else. Cams would have loved not to see Colkscene and see Freak Show there, I think, as the grab. And that would have given him another very nice offensive spender. But doesn't find it, instead has Colkstein, not the best, but you can potentially spend to purify if you really want to keep poisoning the same unit. Unlikely with Ciri on the board.
Yeah, definitely unlikely, but nothing is impossible with a list like Spelling Bee's running. You potentially want to avoid any sort of tool removal. But we see the Salamander hideout finally coming out, as well as a failed experiment on the board. And Geralt is targeted, so we are likely going to see him being removed. There goes the one Blaine him brother with a swift harpoon, very quickly ridding him of that powerful engine. Is it too late though? We'll see.
Well, the gap is massive, but the cards available are fantastic as well. Terror of the Sea's really not going to trade for huge value here. Fukusha has options, could potentially bring Bjorn back, which can be a lot of value. Might decide to go for the Coral as well. That turn of Raining has a 1 in 3 of finding the tempo of the Tursak Skirmisher. More likely to take Bjorn in that situation, as we see Cams here just jamming different ways to spend. Spend a coin, use that vitality, and just keep on going.
The point gap is looking really scary, but you have to take into account that Spelling Bee is still sitting on almost all of his win conditions. He's still sitting up that Triss Meteor Shower as well. Hasn't yet used Rain Free. And we see Fukusha coming out with a boat. Perhaps so that Terror of the Seas can keep on getting armor, as it hasn't really gotten a lot. And no damage has really been done. Rain probably provides the possibility for more damage, though some of those rain turns will definitely be wasted in the long run.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a little bit late in the day. You're only going to get some of the value, but it's still a decent amount of value. And as you point out, that long ship, really, really crucial to keep finding you Bloodthirst. But it won't survive again. Stolen Mutagen's been found a second time. Keeps deleting those boats.
I mean, well played. Cams know what he's doing. You can't really allow those to survive longer than necessary. Going to boost the Shady Vendor, perhaps? Trying to... Oh, no, decides to boost Kalkstein instead. Interesting pick there, as you kind of want to deny that damage taking place for the boat. The vitality, at least on that Vendor, very helpful.
And we can see it is Curse of Pride, destroy an enemy with 8, and he clicks before I can even finish. Humility is +4 on pass. Finds Kindness, instead takes damage and damage. Destroy 8, 6 random damage. Spelling Bee trying to remove whatever he can and get as much value on that Terror of the Seas. And he got 0 extra armor on that Terror of the Seas. Didn't damage anything new down into the red there, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the payoff, but it doesn't seem to be coming. Cams is ahead by so many points that Terror of the Seas is going to do little to nothing, and Triss is really depending on that range throw to sort of save her, but it's not going to happen. Cam still has morale, as well as his order ability on the location to transfer a poison. It's looking really bad for Spelling Bee.
It is, and when you consider it's also going to pair that with a bounty, he can pick the tallest non-veiled unit here and just do whatever he likes. He's going to have so many coins in this final turn. Admittedly, can he get enough for the Conjurer's Candle to spend? I think he can get just enough, in fact, for the Conjurer's Candle to spend one more time here as he moves a poison, and I think he has just enough to take this by quite a margin. Constantly managed to deny the ability for Onslaught to grow the armor value. Didn't let things get removed unless it was convenient for him almost. Very, very nicely done by Cams here. He will feel very happy getting this list through. As we know, spelling these lists could have been a bit of a problem for this.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how these lineups played out. Really not in Spelling Bee's favor at all, and Spelling Bee has brought very interesting lists. So yeah, hey, you can't predict them all. Sometimes your lists are perfect for certain matchups, other times it's really not. And right now, Cams is 3-0, or Spelling Bee can make a return, going for that reverse sweep, as we always like to talk about.
Well, we have had 3 3-2 so far, with a smattering of extra games as well. I think we know what's coming, don't we? It is 2-0 Cams, and in true Cams fashion, he is going at lightning pace. Although I did see him rope for the first time, I think, in ever. All he has to do is get his Nilfgaard list through, and he is not facing a player blessed with Jerdans here. He will feel like he is in a confident spot. He really wanted to make sure he got through past the quarterfinal stage in another tournament, and right now he is in pole position to do that. Spelling Bee standing in his way though, so if you are now Spelling Bee, we have reverted, we are back on red coin. Do we think he is now going to re-queue again, take his syndicate list and say, I've got to try and get this through here? Or does he want to get his name on the board and get a win?
Yes, that's a difficult thing, right? You really actually want to win a game or two, as it does affect the payout at the end of the day, right? So there's a lot of strategy going on here behind the scenes you have to take into account. But if you really want to win the series, you've got Nilfgaard right now with a big Igni, and you want to play around that Igni. You also want to be able to target the taller units that Nilfgaard certainly will have. So what are you going to bring? Are you going to bring your Scalaga with a lot of removal and resets? Are you going to go Syndicate again? Use the poison against Nilfgaard?
I would probably take the Syndicate. I think I'd be taking the Syndicate here, honestly. If it were me in this situation, I'd feel like it was a good shot to push and get it through. I would feel like a decent opportunity. The Skellige list could be used again. You'd rather take it on blue anyway. And then the Guerrilla Tactics list as your last shot should be okay. But I would definitely feel it's red coin either way. You've had a couple of games with this Syndicate list now, and into the Nilfgaard list, it has at least a half-decent chance of being problematic. Because, of course, you can see so many tall base power units that then potentially get boosted as well. You have access to Purifiers with the Salamander Lackey and grabbing them from the scenario as well, scenario location. So I would personally take Syndicate. What will he do? Let's find out.
And you are... He goes
we have
with...
our players reversed, but they have swapped roles right now, but their cameras will revert shortly, don't worry. It looks like it is that lineup tier.
Yes, I was about to say that, and for a moment I had to double check here. Yeah, it seems the cams have been swapped around, because we know that, yeah, it's just the face cams, so you can look at the names if you get confused. Cams is currently on blue coin playing Nilfgaard, and Spelling Bee did take Syndicate. You are correct, Lionheart. He's gonna try and poison all those tall units into oblivion. Let's see if he's able to succeed.
Yes, but remember, this is the list that Cams was very happy to go and target. He kept slave infantries, or put them into his list, so that he could get rid of poisons, not be worried about that as an option at all. Even went for a second one. He was that confident. And Diviner as well, sat in his hand, has got access to these wonderful, wonderful options. He is going to feel pretty confident right now. He's taking it on the coin he wants, in the position he wants. But for me, I would be doing this if I was Spelling Bee. It's definitely where you want this to be. Better hand as well. He can be a bit more ruthless right now with both Blenheim brothers in hand in round one for once.
Oh yes, certainly. He has all the cards he needs, really, to do what he must here if he is trying to gain round control against Nilfgaard. Again, you don't really want Nilfgaard to have last say when they have a card like Igni in the deck. You kind of want to force that out, or at least deny the option of playing that last. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Spelling Bee commit a little bit harder here in round one than he has in the past.
Ooh, and we see an early take here of the Rune Mage, and goes for the Marana Runestone. Decided to go Scoia'tael. He was, he's been fishing around there, seeing if he could find maybe some of those poison units. Didn't decide to go Nilfgaard, because there are, perhaps he's thinking, I'm going to go that way instead. Takes Harmony units, obviously in a couple of additional bodies there with the Triss Meteorite Shower option. Could be a lot worse, as we see Roland Blenheim committed first in round one. That Spelling Bee saying, I really am going to have this fight.
That's a rather interesting commitment, as the other Blenheim brother has immunity and could have been used immediately. Instead, Cams just locks the card, as you would. So, interesting setup there from Spelling Bee.
Yeah, and perhaps just saying, I want you to lock this. I'm going to play a couple of cards in this round, and I'm going to get out. But as you rightly point out, the other Blenheim brother could have stood there, and you would have found at least a little bit more value, gained some coins if you were Spelling Bee in that situation. But leader charges are vital. This, I think, is the first Nilfgaard match we've called today where the player hasn't had access to multiple Albert Armoured Cavalry in hand in round one. So it's just the leader charges for Cams.
Yeah, Cams did build this list just a little bit differently. Decided to go for only one Alba Armored Cavalry. And honestly, I quite like it. Also has the Imperial Diviner to do that poison, and that might come in handy a little bit later on. I'm curious to see if Spelling Bee was just using the Roland brother as bait there for the lock, and isn't really prepared to play the other one yet. That's also a very curious option there. Very curious.
His hand is great, but really too good here. Lots of cards you just simply can't commit in this position. The Royal Decree and the Vivaldi Bank, you're just throwing out on a prayer. Golden Necker, you're never playing right now, and you need Conjurer's Candle in round 3. Tunnel Drill is one of your crucial win cons. If he wasn't going to commit the Geller, you know what? That is the end of it. He just takes the extra 1 coin of carryover from Shane Bender and says goodbye. Cams will be pretty happy so far. He has the round control that Nilfgaard wants relatively inexpensively. Played the Rune Mage, but that just helps open up options later in his create.
Yes, it's clear that Spelling Bee was planning on passing there all along, just wanted to get rid of some cards, did get a lockout as well, so perhaps the bait worked very nicely. He now gets to use the other Blame Him brother for quite some time, as it can't be touched until Adrenaline is reached.
Most definitely not, and we do see the Tunnel Drill again mulliganed away. Not a card you want to be forced into having to drop. Instead, you would rather choose to play it from either Bank or Decree if you don't find it from that Golden Necker, of course.
And we see the candle coming down there. Will also stick into round 3, so counts as carryover. Would also like to see Suri being played at some point. The question is whether Cams is going to push into this round. Already those Rain-Free Gang cards at 6 each is very nice if you're going to be playing Triss at some point. He could also just be thinning so he draws optimally into a round 3, but his hand is looking really nice. He has the potential to bleed.
He does, but Ramon is a brick right now. Can't play Renfrey because he doesn't want to lose the leader charge. Brathens has no targets, offensively or otherwise, and the Igni doesn't either. He's missed so many bronze cards here that his best shot is probably playing the Roderick to grab the only gold he's missed, Vigo. His hand is almost too good at this stage, and he's trying to work out what does he commit next, and he gives away his Purify.
Interesting, as Purify is really nice in this matchup. You can get rid of the Scarabs, or you can get rid of poison on your own cards. So, might be throwing it away, might be committing. I see that lock being hovered over, and he does use it. He is going to go into the round, and he is committing Rainfree.
He is. He's managed to find Pride, Lust, Gluttony, Sloth, and Envy. Has taken Sloth, has +4 on a pass, has Chastity. He has found Kindness. With this amount of time into round 2, boost based on adjacent power is what he takes, and he takes Sloth as well, which is play a bronze unit from your hand, draw a card of your choice. That's really nice in this situation, because he can choose to play the Mage Infiltrator in his hand and unbrick his Ramon by pulling a bronze card into his hand, should he choose to do so. So all of a sudden, giving himself access to one of those cards if he wants to find it. Of course, can't, however, use the Nausicaa Sergeant in this round because he hasn't lost a round yet.
I love that catch-22 in Nilfgaard. You can't just go all in. Sometimes you have to lose a round before you can start using those cards. And we do see Roger coming out on Arturius Vigo. What are we going to see being played here? I bet if he's committing, he's going to want to go for that Tortoise, as it is 7 points. That's if he's planning on playing Triss. We'll see now. His options are pretty telling.
They are. It's a big choice for him. The armor of the Tortoise is always a bonus, but equally a negative if it can be removed. He does take the Tortoise here, and of course boosts it as well, getting the extra value from Sloth. Really nice positioning. For those of you that don't know, the passive that he has taken here, whenever he plays a unit with odd power, it gets boosted by 1 for each adjacent even card either side of it, and vice versa as well. Really nice if you can get it with a little bit of time left.
The Kindness ability is one of my favorites. So you get either 1 or 2 points essentially every turn, which does add up.
It really does. It's an extra effective engine that you can use if you can play properly, but it's another thing to think about. We've just seen the Salamander Lackey dropped and purified that freak show, deleting Vigo off the face of the earth and getting that offensive coin spending going. This was a choice tech that Spelling Bee put in, and one he'll be feeling pretty smug about finding some value from right now.
Yeah, you quite like to see cards like that coming into play and really just doing the job they were meant to do. Cam's here having some options. It's getting a tiny bit awkward there. Of course, right now Ramon isn't really playable. He has to decide here whether he wants to commit or not, essentially, and decides to commit with Triss with only 4 cards on the melee row.
He does, but they are 4 chunky cards indeed. Found a decent amount of value there. I believe he took 3, 6, 9, and then wow, okay, so 13 points of value. It's a 16-point Triss, but then does give himself some tall cards that can potentially be removed here. That is the risk. Is he going to stick in here? Doesn't have a Purify himself. Does, however, have access to one. He could play Brathens right now, take a copy of the Salamandra Lackey. The coins are redundant, but the spare poison might not be.
I would love to see that play. Brathens into Duchess Informant, into Lackey, get rid of the poison. He doesn't know that there is no other poison, and Spelling Bee is going to have to pull it out somehow. Of course, still has Golden Necker, also has Vivaldi Bank, but all of those are commitments. Is Cam's going to do it? I think he is.
I think it's the right line. I think he feels that, especially if he can hold on to Sloth here. No, he doesn't. He goes down a different route. He goes full aggressive and then plays the leader as well. I thought he would try and hold this leader here, but no. He decides to delete the poison instead of taking the copy. Play full aggressive here. Double Mage Infiltrator, full leader as well. The passive does continue. And now all of a sudden there are 30 points between the two players.
I love that move. That's absolutely amazing. And the only problem at this point is that Cam's can't use Ramon or the Nausicaa Sergeant. He hasn't lost a round yet, or else those would have done some beautiful points. They will, however, be extremely effective in a short round 3. Cam's just needs to be able to get out of this round. Will he get an Igni at any point? Because right now, Spelling Bee just doesn't really have the points to pull it off.
And he's doing his best, and he is playing around that Igni very well. There is now an Igni for the 6. The back row does have 20 points on it, if my maths is right. So the failed experiment could be Igni. You don't want an Igni for 8. But Cam's now stuck in this round, may have to take that Igni, because really, really nice maths there from Spelling Bee, locking him in by just a point, saying, okay, no problem. You want to do all of this to me? I'm not going to give you your last say back.
Yeah, this is a bit awkward for Cams, because if he goes too deep into the round, Spelling Bee has the option of just playing Surrey, which is going to give some carryover. If Cams just opts out of the round, Spelling Bee won't get the opportunity to play it, and that's exactly what Cams does.
Superb, and that was a fantastic turn. The Golden Necker choice there was a massive amount of point swing from that. He was at 30 points behind, I believe. Has got the candle on board, did find a lot of value from the choices that he's ended up pulling. Incredible turn from Spelling Bee there, but it did come at a bit of a cost because it was Azar Javed that he ended up finding. So no protection now for this tunnel drill.
And I see Igni being mulliganed away. Interesting choice there. Probably doesn't think he'll find the value, and I think he might be right. Especially with all the removal cards, Spelling Bee isn't necessarily going to stack a lot of points onto his side of the board.
Yeah, and I think that's a smart decision. Generally, he's looking at it. The opponent knows it's there. There's no surprise value to it, and in a limited length round where he hasn't seen so many of the poisons yet, it's likely not going to find the value he's looking for. Armor Albert Cavalry comes down, locks that townsfolk. We of course know the answer does exist right now to find that extra value and purify it if he chooses to do so. Whether he does it right away or not is a different question.
Yes, and of course, Cams has the option of just playing that again with the slave drivers, so there is a second lock potential here. But we see that tunnel drill coming down onto the melee row. Are we going to see him deal with that?
This is going to be... he can't really deal with this, right? This is the problem. He is in a situation where he has no lock to answer this tunnel drill. So he is just going for points here at this point and hoping there aren't enough coins to board wipe him. The Nausicaa Sergeants play for an astronomical amount of points in their own right. absolutely huge, and armor everywhere, negating some of the value on this tunnel drill, which is fantastic. But the tunnel drill itself, with a full leader ability still, is very, very scary.
Yeah, it certainly does look scary, and we see that tunnel drill coming down there after Fistic being played on the 12. Now we know there's another Fistic in hand, and that is certainly going to hurt Cams here. Spelling Bee did choose this list to counter cards like the Nazca Sergeant, but Cam still has the option to make 3 more of those, which is going to add up.
Yes, and that's the thing. A lot of points available there. Does miss a point by playing it between the Ramon and the Nazca Sergeant instead of playing it between the Slave Driver, which boosted itself, and the Ramon there. So did miss a point there, but the maths on when that calculates is remarkably difficult. It looks good for Cams right now because of how many points each of these plays for, but we can see the removal. That additional value, and now knowing that townsfolk are also going to be grabbing points for every time you gain coins, this swing from Spelling Bee could be absolutely massive here.
Yeah, Townsfolk has the potential to get so many points, not only 6 from the leader ability, but as well as cards like Fistic or any other crime cards you use with Vivaldi Bank. It's going to grow very tall, might be scarier than the Nazca Sergeant here.
I think they might just be. I feel like they have a very good chance at being exactly that, as we do see another one drop down. Good value from that passive as well. He's ahead by 12, Siri is only 8, but it's going to come down to those coins. Vivaldi Bank is not a crime, but there are crimes available for him from Vivaldi Bank, and it's a big gap, but with this many coins in the pocket, I have a feeling it might not be a big enough gap. As we see this, and is Spelling Bee going to pull himself back into it? It's looking like it to me.
Oh, this is looking deadly. He decides to go for Necromancy. Oh, he has so many options. Spelling Bee is definitely taking this one.
Yeah, and he goes into the Shady Vendor there, going for absolute maximum value. Grabs himself a crying card, and the drill is going. Could very easily just delete here. Very happily. Quick swing, leaves coins in the pocket again. Is it the reverse sweep? Is it coming? He manages to get through that Syndicate list. He's going to be very pleased with that outcome.
Oh, certainly, yeah. Syndicate Poisons dealing with big Nazca Sergeants. It's what they do best. And it worked out perfectly for Spelling Bee. Finally, we are back in the game here. We stand a chance if we are Spelling Bee to make that reverse sweep. Now Cams is obviously taking his Nilfgaard list again, and Spelling Bee needs to take a list through on blue. He does prefer his Skellige list on blue though. Is that what we are going to see next?
Yeah, he now will feel like he's the one in control. We've seen this in the reverse sweep situation. It's going to come down to which of my decks has the best chance on which coin, all about what I need. I agree with you. I think this Skellige list is going to be the one he wants on blue. He hasn't got to worry about mind games. He hasn't got to worry about guessing. He simply has to pick the list that gives him the best chance. He will feel that this is going to be the case. It's awkward as well. Both players having Triss Meteor Shower make it a little awkward, because if you play for yours, you're setting up your opponents if they want to go offensive. And we know the Onslaught list really would like to go offensive with that. So this could actually be a really awkward match here for Cams. This list could be a serious problem for him.
I would love to see it. I think it would be very funny to watch. And Igni as well, being an option there. We're going to see quite a few tall Punishers in this matchup. If we do see Skellige, we're going to see Gerald Axie. We're going to be seeing Morkvark. We have quite a few options for tall punishment. Even Terror of the Seas, if it finds value this time around.
And I think it's more likely to really, really nicely navigated, minimizing that value last time. Also found a lot of stolen mutagens, admittedly, in that last series, but it's going to be a very, very tricky match to navigate, and I would say, crucially, one that you wouldn't have prepped against too much until you saw the deck lists. I've seen plenty of Onslaught across the season, but it's looked a lot more like Cam's list. It has been more mid-range, Golden Necker, Tempo, Fine Value. It has been a lot less rent-free Triss Meteor Shower. So you might have 10 games under your belt against it, not 100 games under your belt against it. If you're Cams, Spelling Bee will have practiced specifically with it, knowing what he was looking for. So he will feel pretty confident in that situation. It's all well and good being 2-1 down, but you know what? We can go in. Is this going to be the final game of day one, or are we going to have, I think for the first time ever, 4 3-2s? Let's find out as he takes the Scoia'tael list here. Subverts my expectations.
That is very interesting, as he mentioned specifically Skellige is his blue coin list. Decides to go with Scoia'tael instead. Now this is going to be very interesting, because he's also playing a Vanadane Scoia'tael list. It is quite an interesting one. Still has Milva movement, can manipulate that Triss setup if he decides to do so. We will see how this goes.
We will. It's quite an aggressive list, his Scoia'tael list, as you mentioned. Yeah, it was not the same as the one that Sif brought. He went down a Madoc route, but has similar options. This one is Vanadane, and a little more of the Harmony cards that we are used to, but mixed in with that Poison package. It's quite the powerhouse of a list here, as he goes first, jams straight away. He is just dropping Vanadane first turn, I think, here.
Oh, well, you love to see it. You do need to set up your Vanadane. You do need to set it up. Is it going to get veiled, though? It does.
Of course.
All right. Doesn't have to worry about that pesky lock anymore.
No, and chooses, interestingly, did not shuffle away Milva to put that to the bottom of the deck. Decided that he was going to keep the Milva brick in hand to worry about getting rid of later.
Interesting. Yeah, might be because he isn't planning on using that movement leader ability in round one. Still a very interesting choice, though, keeping Milva in hand. You don't have the option at all of using your leader ability in round one, which is quite a commitment to make before the game even starts.
It really is.
And we see a poison coming down there. One of many poisons, though. Not only does Spelling Bee have 2 Dryad Rangers, he also has a Forest Whisperer as well as a Weeping Willow. He definitely can afford to commit those earlier on, as his list is just full of Toll Punishment. Also has Karathi Heatwave and Hit Guide Sword, if you have forgotten, though they are sitting in his deck right now.
Yeah, plenty of power. You guys, of course, do have access to the Observer as well, if you want to see and check out what is in that deck list. Oh, and the Nick is jumping out here just in time to not give Spelling Bee a pass. Would have had a pass here. I don't know if he wants it. I don't think he wants it, but would have had access to that pass had Best Boy not jumped out and decided that this round is going to go on just a little longer.
Yes, but Best Boy gets waylaid really quickly, teaching him a lesson. So Spelling Bee gets 6 points there. Vanadane definitely playing for a lot. Cams needs to decide how deep he's willing to go into this round. He still has quite a few options, though. He has already spent 2 of his 7s onto the melee row. He might want to keep some of those cards for Triss later. Might not want to commit Rainfreeze Gang, but instead decides to do it. Plays it on the range row as well, indicating that he doesn't have Triss in hand right now.
Yeah, does play it, does commit here, and as Spelling Bee probably wasn't looking to get out of the round in reality, but is now in here and in control of this. A lot of those tall pieces for Cams, as you rightly point out, now on the board. Those tall base power, that's a lot of value later on that is going to be missing for the Triss Meteor Shower. Plenty of things still available, but all of the best options now, the 7s and the 6s, are gone in a round that Cams may end up not winning.
And we see that Weeping Willow coming out as well. Another card that is worth quite a bit. Cams decides to lock it, in fact, because of its harmony value and its order ability. Of course, Spelling Bee can still move it into the melee row, which is something Cams denied.
It is, and he now is going in. Oh, okay. We are taking a copy, and we are going for damage here. Removing, so not poisoning. A nice little combo, but Brathens is a huge card to commit here. As we see Spelling Bee. Spelling Bee is playing fast. He is not messing around. He is not waiting, and that waylay is now done. I wonder if he is going to look back and regret not getting rid of this Milva earlier, because that could be a very uncomfortable card to be stuck on.
Ooh, and we see Igni coming down, getting rid of Vanna Dane. It's a little bit late, but it's still playing for 13 points, getting him ahead on even.
Yes, and now giving information as well. Spelling Bee forced to use a leader charge there because the Milva didn't jump out. Cams should now realise the brick exists in hand. We'll be very happy to see that. Unfortunate for Spelling Bee though, those Elven Deadeye spawns from the Waylays end up putting him into Igni range.
That is rather unfortunate, and Spelling Bee loses on even. He is not going to be happy with that. Cams now has a lot of gear and can really abuse the situation.
Yes, should he choose to do so, he really can put his foot on the gas here. He can bleed with no abandon if he finds the things he wants. Hasn't found Rent-Free or the ability to tutor it yet, though, with the Roderick, which isn't amazing for him. Not ideal at all.
Yes, and Cams holds on to the Navzika Sergeants, which are, of course, worth quite a bit, but worth little to nothing in round 2. He has to pass so he can use all of those in round 3, and Spelling Bee does go a card down.
Does. Also now you are seeing this Hengedith sword, which is, it's 5 damage. It's not going to store anything and grab it back. And the Milva as well. Some awkward options. Those Waylays at the bottom of the deck. He has to hope he doesn't run into them. Nice between the Chariot and finally that Zoltan though.
Yeah, Zoltan is certainly very nice. And drawing into it is going to help quite a bit here. Also has all the other cards he really needs. Cards like Alyssa in order to shuffle those Waylays back so he can use Simlas. Cams, on the other hand, has all the cards he needs as well. Plays Rune Mage immediately to increase that RNG for later Rain-Free use. What he's going to go for, decides to go for the Nilfgaard Runestone. I'd say he'd be pretty happy with those choices.
Not terrible, yeah. Assassination or maybe the Informant to steal his own Chariot is a possibility. He does take Informant to steal his own Chariot. The armor value to potentially reduce or make Simlas really awkward could be very problematic here. And takes the lock and denies no damage, of course, but will happily see that Dwarven Chariot locked now because the Zoltan is not an engine without. The Zoltan now is just damage and spawn.
And we quickly see that Chariot just disappears, Spelling Bee getting rid of it off the bat. Cam's playing Rain-Free now with the correct setup, Rune Mage in action. What is he going to pick? What's he going to find?
Okay, so he's found Diligence, which is 6 damage, 8 cooldown, +1 at the end of each turn, 4 when you pass, and lowest provision unit from your deck. So it hasn't found what he's looking for. Lowest provision unit from his deck would be a Slave Infantry at this point. And he's taken Curse of Sloth, play a bronze unit from your hand, and then pick a card from your deck as well. So he does have that as an option, but will not be overly happy here with his blessing choices. Missed pretty much the blessing he would want, and decides to take that option with the Slave Driver though. The Slave Infantry rather.
I mean, Rune Mage does increase your RNG, but obviously it is not 100%. You will miss some of your choices. Decides to go for the Dwarf on the Rune Mage, does get the armor he needs there. What will Cams do? Is he going to try and deny that, or is he simply going to start setting up his cards for Triss?
Yeah, it's a difficult one for Cams. He knows he's got effectively double last say in this situation, wants to find as much value as he can, does need to start setting things up. It's not the world's swingiest deck here, but also doesn't want to play too heavily into this Simlas. That's what he's going to be considering for himself. He doesn't want to play too rigidly into it.
Uses his Rain-Free ability, gets a Imperial Diviner, doesn't really do much, and also goes for the Slave Hunter, getting rid of the armor on the door so it can't be used a second time.
Yeah, mate, he's trying to reduce the damage and still hasn't seen him play a card yet. Let's hope it's the client going rather than him here. As is it going to target where he wanted it? That was a long turn for Cams and does manage to tick it. I feel it was the client. Spelling Bee the complete opposite. This, I'm watching someone speed play against Cams while Cams ropes. I feel like I have hit the Twilight Zone. You love to see it. That was a rapid turn from Spelling Bee. hoping to find his value here. We still have got the waylays in the graveyard from Alyssa, still have Simless in hand. It can be an enormous swing. It is by no means over yet.
It is certainly not over, and Akams is playing Arturius Vigo. What is he going to go with? Is he going to steal another card there with the Duchess Informant? Is he going to use the Slave Infantry to create some bigger cards on his side of the board for a nicer Triss Meteor Shower? He decides to go for the Duchess Informant instead and goes for another Dwarven Chariot on the melee row.
Yeah, and it's not terrible as an option. It isn't terrible as an option there, but he did miss what he would have been looking for. He missed the Slave Driver and the Nausicaa Sergeant, and he does put those waylays back instead of the Heatwave, trying to maximize his value from Simless, which makes perfect sense. Lady of the Lake has two options here, Hengadiah Sword and a Neuromancy. A Neuromancy doesn't have any great pulls, though. The Catwitcher Saboteur probably looking like the best option.
That does appear to be the case here, as there aren't really a lot of others. Slave Hunter being played between two soldiers provides a very nice target there. Also going to give Triss a nicer buff there, though Zoltan is only a 4-point card. Right now, Spelling Bee might want to consider playing Simlas and getting rid of those Triss targets, because it's becoming a little bit too close to Triss's D-Day, and he might lose out on the potential to get rid of them.
Yeah, instead he decides to go down and does move, kills the Renfrey here. And is he going to use Milva to kill another unit? He doesn't click the Milva here. Could potentially have killed that Rune Mage. Negates his own points if he chooses to do so, though, but would have reduced Triss overall. I think it trades even if he chooses to do that. It's -2 for himself, +2. Yeah, so it probably wasn't worth doing. He knows there's no threat of it being removed right now, so he's content. This is going to come down to just how good Simless can be. The numbers are awkward, though. Each waylay does 3 damage, there are 4 of them. Multiple 1-power units. Well, you don't want 1-power units because you're losing value on the waylay. 4s, again, the exact same problem. And then armored cards in multiples that just don't quite fit. Really frustrating here, but I do think we might not be breaking the record, because it looks like Cams is on course here to deny the reverse sweep today. I could be wrong, though. I've been wrong before.
Yeah, well, Spelling Bee is doing everything in his power to deny that Triss Meteorite Shower setup, and those cards are getting less and less. Cams keeps throwing them back, though. He is not going to play Triss earlier than is necessary, and we're going to see Simlas coming out here with 4 waylays. Is this going to do the job, though? Is it enough?
It doesn't look like it's going to be even close to enough here, as so much of that value was absorbed in armor. Cams could simply drop Triss here, and I think it's enough. He is going for the full hog. He is going to make sure he gets the maximum value he can. Look at how strong that is. And this is before, it was even before Triss hit the board. And it is Cams who books the final place in the semi-finals for tomorrow tier. Absolutely huge, and he takes a casual sip as he does it.
Oh, that's awesome. Very nicely done by Cams. Being a card up in round 3 definitely made a difference as well. GG to Cams, going through to the semi-finals tomorrow.
He is. He played that really well. Congratulations to Spelling Bee as well. GG to him. He did a really good job. Played very well. That last series was a bit difficult. I'm surprised he queued the Scoia'tael list there. Felt like I expected him to queue Skellige and use the power, try and push with that, and then be really offensive and smorky with his aggressive ST list. Got locked into that round 1 awkwardly. Didn't use Vanadane to shuffle away the Milva and ended up locked in a bit of a tough spot there. Cams saw blood and he took advantage.
Yes, it certainly was an interesting move, keeping Milva in hand round 1. That's not normally something you hold to in case you brick later. It's something you need at a moment's notice if you want to get rid of a top. But we do have Cams here on the line, and I'm sure it is Burja who's going to interview him.
Well, finally someone remembered that I'm still here, and I am here with Cams. Kams, gratulacje, niesamowita robota, kurde, tak ci trochę, tak powiem, kibicowałem, szczególnie, że robiliśmy wywiad razem, no i się udało, nie? I wyszło super, super mega. No, jak się czujesz w ogóle, nie? No bo będzie kolejny półfinał, nie?
No, fajne uczucie po raz drugi z 9 udało się awansować. Dzięki wielkie za wsparcie. Trochę się obawiałem tego meczu. Szczerze powiedziawszy, Spelling Bee zaskoczył mnie banem na Skellige. No ale co, udało się fajnie, ale mam nadzieję, że to nie było moje ostatnie zwycięstwo na tym turnieju i jutro jeszcze coś powalczymy.
Yeah, to translate, I asked Kams simply how he was feeling after that match, and he told me that, yeah, first of all, thank you for rooting for me, because I was kind of secretly rooting for him, because we did the interview, and we were kind of talking at that time that it would be really nice for him to go past the quarterfinals into the semifinals, so he was really happy about that. He was also surprised by the ban on Spelling Bee's side, but he said that he hopes this is not his final word when it comes to this Open, and I'm also looking forward to this, you know, actually moving him on and making history, because he's one of these players that really wants to go further and make a name for himself. Okay, so or maybe I'll just switch back to Polish. No to jutro twoim przeciwnikiem będzie Trusky, czyli no Polak z Polakiem, co jest trochę takie, no wiemy jak to wygląda dla nas Polaków. Natomiast co myślisz o jego line-upie, co myślisz o swoim versus jego i jak to myślisz, twoim zdaniem będzie wyglądało?
No to, że gram z Polakiem, to jest też dobra wiadomość, bo to oznacza jedno, że Polaka mamy w finale, więc do końca będzie komu kibicować. Odnośnie line-upu, no Trusky ma Irdeny, których poniekąd się trochę spodziewałem i też ja nie mam harmonii, nie mam rycerzy, nie mam zemsty, żeby grać wokół tych Irdenów. No Trusky dzisiaj zagrał super serię naprawdę, więc mimo, że może na papierze, przynajmniej tak mi się wydaje, mam lekko faworyzowany line-up, to może się wszystko wydarzyć.
Oh yeah, I was asking now about the lineups, looking into what Trusky is bringing and what Kams is bringing, and also the fact that there are two Polish players going head-to-head, and he told me that, you know, one of the good things about it is that we'll have a Polish player in the finals, but looking into their matchups, he feels like he is a little bit favored in this instance, so maybe this will give him the big W tomorrow in the semis, which I think we are all rooting for and hoping for. Kams, thank you for the interview. Dziękuję ci bardzo za wywiad, and we will see you tomorrow. Zobaczymy cię jutro.
Dzięki wielkie, do jutra.
Okay, now back to English fully. I don't have to use Polish anymore or translate anything. And I am here because, of course, there are leaks. There are leaks to be consumed, digested, intook. Can you? No, you intake. Whatever. Let's just show it. Yeah, let's go. So we have NL Aristocrat. You know I love elves, but these are bad elves. They're not very good elves. So Aristocrat, Wild Hunt, Order, Dominance, move an enemy unit to the other row. At the end of your turn, spawn Frost, one turn on each enemy row in which Frost was applied this turn. Art by Renata Mrowińska. Really, really awesome stuff. I said there was going to be no Polish, but Renata Mrowińska is a Polish name and last name, so I kind of lied there. But yeah, awesome stuff. And yeah, Thea, Lionheart, take it away. You can talk about the card probably a little bit more than I just did.
Thank you so much, Borja. That was incredible. It really is nice to see Kams progressing. He's a player that's been around a very, very long time too.
Absolutely, and very well done to Kams again, going through to the semis, and we are sure you will be doing very well tomorrow as well. But that card, Lionheart, it is an aristocrat, it's an elf, and it's in the monsters faction. What a card at full provisions, movement as well as potential for 2 frost.
Well, it's a frost engine. It's at the end of your turn, spawn frost 1 on each row where you applied frost, so it's giving you extra frost value for your frost cards. The Anne L Aristocrat. Firstly, the art is stunning. Look, if someone looked at me like that, I think I would run the other way. Do not mess with the Anne L Aristocrat. But it increases your frost value, and as we already saw earlier, there is going to be a lot of Frost around when the Wild Hunt come to town with this new expansion. That is the second one of the cards we've seen. Oh, I am looking forward to Monsters on Tuesday.
I honestly love the direction we're going with Monsters right now. Frost, again, has always been one of my favorite archetypes along with the Wild Hunt, and it's just great to see them getting some love. I would love a competitive tournament with Frost being one of the decks being played. That would make me so happy. Make it happen for the Masters.
I think we're going to. We're going to have to. I saw earlier when the first card was revealed, I saw Cheddar Paul tweet that the first person he saw saying Wild Hunt is back as a YouTube video he would disown. Well, it's gonna be me.
Of course you have to. Wild Hunt is back. Frost is back. We've done it all. We need to do it again. It just works. But I think we can take a look at the bracket update for tomorrow's semi-finals. And it's looking really spicy. I'm not going to lie.
It really is the first top bracket. It's Kirpeton and Sif in the upper semi-final, which will be cast tomorrow straight up. It is going to be Shinmiri and Sealy casting that one, and you and I are lucky enough to be casting Trusky versus Cams. It is Poland v Poland. Trusky taking out Pyreball earlier. Some huge players not going through. What a day two we have on hand here.
Yeah, that is quite the victory. Trusky definitely has a name to uphold now. He is going to be facing off against Cams, and I can't wait to be casting that. I think we can also take a look at the prize pool at the end of day one and how all of the players are progressing forward.
Yeah, they've all done pretty well today. We were so close to breaking a record. I think we leveled the record. We didn't get 4-3-2s, but the extra draws took us to level on games. You can see here Cams in the end taking the lion's share of that quarterfinal because he won 3 games to 1.
Yes, and Spelling Bee happily going home with 1,000. Definitely can't complain here. And all the other players look exactly the same. It has been a pretty interesting day, I must say, but a very fun one, and I really enjoyed getting to watch all of it. Can't wait for tomorrow though. I think some of these players have brought pretty spicy lists, and some of those lists have gone through, so I'm curious to see how it plays out in the end.
Me too. They may be some of the best quarterfinal series that I have seen the whole day. Some of the swings, particularly in that first series, were absolutely astronomical. The draws we've had, it has been an incredible day one, and day two has a lot to live up to. You can still claim and redeem all of your rewards for viewing along. You can do it now. They continue into tomorrow as well. But I think that will be all from you and I until tomorrow, Tia.
I do agree. I look very forward to it. And thank you all for watching. It was great casting for you again. Stick around tomorrow. Don't miss out. We're going to see who gets into Masters. That's happening at the end of this year.
It's going to be incredible. We will throw you over now to Borja to see out the rest of the day. We'll be back tomorrow, though, so don't go anywhere.
Hello there.
General Kenobi!
told you it was spooky season, you know?
Yeah, it is spooky season. Would you look at the time, man? It's been a long day.
Oh yeah, 20 games today.
20?
Quite a lot. One of our longest opens. But to be honest, I'm here for it if all those games are such bangers. So yeah, it was great.
Yeah, bangers. Good. Well said, well said. It's been quite the long day, and also, I think I learned a lot today. First of all, Kirpeton, it looks like he's very similar to Tailbot when it comes to interviews. Short answers, straight to the point. I know he had to run off somewhere. He had other family stuff to get to. That's one thing. We had 4 Polish players. 2 only left. And yeah, and Sif is still very, very quiet. Iceman.
True. Kams finally made it into day 2. Very happy for him.
I'm super hyped about that.
Yeah, we had a 6-game series.
With
many
1
games
draw.
Today.
Yeah, and Repek told us no draws today. He's kind of like, he wakes up in the morning, he looks at the sky, and he's like, oh, there's going to be 0 draws. And then there was 1. So he lied to us.
It was a bit cloudy today.
Yeah, it was
cloudy. I'll be honest. So maybe it was a bit harder, to get those truths from the sky.
Yeah, true that.
It is what it is.
But we also saw 2 reveals for Monsters, meaning there will be 2 more tomorrow.
Yep.
What else can we expect tomorrow?
Well, first there's going to be 1 reveal, sprinkled in between the matches, and then the final reveal is going to be part of the developer update. I grabbed Jean out of the basement, and we talked about the upcoming changes. And as I said, a little bit of a spooky surprise at the end. Not to spoil too much, it's a solid, I think, 35-minute dev update right before the final as usual. So yeah, looking forward to people finding out what the devs have been preparing, because I know there were a lot of posts on Reddit going over potential card changes that, you know, oh, this would be amazing with the new cards, and I was trying to contain myself because a few of those the devs also had in mind. So yeah.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because there was also a lot of posts, people were saying like, oh, these cards, like, they're totally not going to work, but they're forgetting that also other cards are going to be changed with this update or tweaked, and you know, it's not going to be put into this current meta. It's going to be in this new meta that we're going to experience, the future meta, exactly. Yes. 10.10, that is going to come October 4th. So very, very soon, and that's where Chronicle launches. It's just going to be freaking amazing. And yeah, there's also going to be a special pack in the store which you can get all the premium cards and something else, but I won't spoil what, because you need to wait. You need to wait. Be patient, because we can't just drop it all in, because there will be no surprises.
He would love to, but I think somebody has to, you know, contain him for now.
Well, not you. Not you.
Not me, no.
All right. I think that's it, man. It was an awesome day one, long day one, and we'll be back tomorrow for day two with even more awesome stuff.
Yeah, I can't wait for those series. More Jurden action.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of Igni.
More copy pastas in the Twitch chat.
And point slammy plays, and then everything getting purified.
And leaks.
And leaks.
Awesome.
Yes, that's what I live for. All right. Thank you all for watching. Have a good day. Yeah, we'll catch you all tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.